Woohoo! I'm drinking some. Yeah, this looks prison style. It actually looks like piss, but it's actually whiskey and lemon juice. Looks like piss. Looks like piss. It is an epidemic. Look at that. I am my only viewer. Yep, link is in the chat if you want to come in. If you want to watch. Just put this on the Twatter sphere. Got viewer number 2. Whoop-de-doo. Hello, say hi. So, I didn't like the tiny panel, so I made the first panel, panel number 1, a splash page. Because at least you kind of get the location, your mind kind of gets what's going on with all the things, like the span set, tool bag. If I got anybody buzzing. Nope. Okay. So doing some lights, some darks, playing around with the background, but trying to make something clear and concise. Because the important part about this is to make it make you feel like you're experiencing something. All right. All right. All right. do do do. Do do do. Do do do. Do 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 do. God, I remember that song. Da da da. me double check if anybody's in the back green room. Nope. Ain't nobody here. Nobody here. Oh. So, once again, this is the link. More than one come in. Open mic. Open chat. Yeah, pray for ink spots. He's in the hospital right now. Okay. Happy Apocalypse, everybody. Happy Apocalypse Day. Happy. So, once again, I'll show you guys again. This is pretty much redesign. I wasn't really happy with what was going on, so I redone it. I lost my second viewer. So once again, get to this big dark figure doing something over there, sinister, and it's obviously a dark church area. Then we go, what's going on? And it's a dude being choked out by piano wire, getting dragged across the church, right? Getting dragged across the church. And then all of a sudden, he's this big figure who's dragging this other fucking huge guy being dragged across the church. He flings him and choke slams him with the piano wire on top of the cross. That fucking hurts, right? So he's stunned. So it gives this ominous figure to go into his tool bag and get what is called an impact. It's basically a hammer, basically a truss tool. It's very, very powerful. Very, very powerful for the job. It can actually bolt shit through cement. Anyways, they get this lovely, and this is the kind of view I want from the Jesus head I wanted in my head. This kind of view that he's staring down, kind of, and he sees, watching what the Templar is doing right in front of him. And this is kind of important into the story of kind of the character of who the Templar is. Now, we get these views of being bolted down and shit like that. Right? It's all kinds of painful. And then finally, this is kind of important. We got the Templar staring right at the crucifix, talking directly to the staring directly to the crucifix, to the scumbag. Right? And then we got this lovely shot of Jesus in front of this stained glass window, and we'll have angel wings. It's kind of cool. And then there's other scene where there's somebody else dog chained. Yeah, it's a work in progress. Anyways, that's what I got so far. But I decided to, because I really kind of want to emphasize this kind of splash page scene. I think it just really needed that. Hey, what's up? Got a second viewer. Taking a dab right now. See the weed crack? Oh, you do. We got anybody in the green room right now? Oh, what's up? What's up, Kung Fu? How you doing, brother? What is up with the latency on the YouTube? Huh. Weird. Anyways, got a link if you want to come in. It's right there. It's weird. You're not. Are you in the private room? Is that why? What'd I do? What I done do? Did I miss you or something? Oh, cool. Huh. That is weird. What I done miss? No. Okay. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Oh, hold on. I can't hear you. Like,
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second, brother.
Yeah, it's me. I can hear you now. Oh shit! No, it's not you. It was me. It was me. It was my fault. I fixed it. Oh, shit. It was me.
Yeah, that's okay. I want to flip my camera phone at my screen. Is that cool?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm gonna just try something out here because I
Yeah. Let me make it big then.
yeah. Man, last time when I was on,
Oh. Am I clicking the right? How do I focus on you?
well, yeah. Hold on, I got. Oh,
How do I make you big? Am I a
as you
moron?
can see, as you can see, I'm already pretty big guy, man. Yeah, you know, last time I was on, I was.
There we
You know,
go.
I
There we
wasn't
go.
shaven. Yeah, I was like unshaven, man. I just jumped on, and I had this horrible camera angle because I have. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Yeah, because my picture's like frozen up, but that's cool. Any rate, yeah, I just look like shit, and I had like my phone low, so you know, I got like a chubby baby face, anyways. You know, as far as you know, at 47, I'm not the svelte young man I once was. So, you know, it was just funny. I was watching some of the stream, and you know how it is when you see yourself on video and you hear your own voice, and it's just like ah.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna flip my phone.
I'll go for it, man.
Okay, there we go. And I'm just gonna point at my big screen TV here. See if I can get this and just get me situated. Just give me a sec. Anyways, in the meantime, how are you doing? Tell me what's going on with you while I'm getting set up. What are you up to, brother?
Nothing much. Just dealing with the crazy pandemic.
Yeah, how's it going over there with you in Vegas? What's it like?
People still delivering food through Uber, so I don't think too many people are concerned.
Really gotta get a camera holder. I'm gonna have to jerry rig it.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I mean, they pretty much got the business at the strip closed down.
Yeah, I would imagine. I've kind of heard that. Like any kind of bars or clubs or strip clubs are, you know, nobody's going to them because, you know, I mean, shit, people aren't even like going to gyms to work out. So yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, some of the strip clubs are closed down. Other ones are doing these dumb drive-through ideas for publicity stunts. You know, the whole takeout idea.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I stocked up pretty good on food, so I didn't feel that. Well, I haven't needed to order out anything.
Well, the good part is nowadays everything you could just is in a powder form. If it's really that concerning, just get the powder form, put the water in it, heat it up.
Yeah, I stocked up on like rice and all the good like dry essentials. Okay. I got camera firmly pointed at television. Can you see?
Yeah, actually, it's pretty perfect for picture quality.
I don't have a laptop right now, so I just have my phone to use. That's why, like, I don't just put up my Kung Fu Monkey breaking a karate board avatar. Although there might be a way to do that on my phone. I just haven't looked into it. Do you know about that?
Putting your own avatar on your phone?
Well,
I mean, putting your own avatar on YouTube?
Yeah, like, just to put it on the screen to just whatever, like temporary.
Oh, you mean
You
through Streamlabs?
Yeah, right. Yeah, just like,
Uh,
like people go on your show anonymously, they go on a chat anonymously, they just put up their avatar.
yeah, that's through your Streamlabs account. That's free to set up, and you could just put whatever avatar you want. It's stupid though. They with the sign in, you have to use the number code they send you, so it's a new number code.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, and sometimes it's wishy-washy on the phone. That's why sometimes when I change my screen name and I didn't change my avatar right, I break my character.
Yeah, I figure, like I said, I mean, you're the first person I've ever streamed with, so I didn't, I didn't really care too much. I wanted you to be able to, just see me, see my face, so we get to know each other, man to man, and but I actually want to just have my voice kind of be who I am online first. Shit.
Yeah. Poor Ink Spots, by the way. The motherfucker shows his face and now he's in the hospital.
Oh, who's in the hospital?
Ink Spots.
I did not know that. Since
Yeah,
when?
he's been since today. We were all Rotten were all on a stream yesterday and Ink Spots shows his face. He's all looking good and spry, and then all of a sudden, for no reason, he had to go to the hospital. He was showing pictures of himself.
Oh, that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he's okay.
He says he's doing good so far, but every time, hospital visits are never good.
Right. Is that because like he's got from the virus, or just a rash or something?
Non-coronavirus flu so far, not confirmed.
Well, that's good. I mean, as long as he's, I mean, I don't know. I know as much as you do about the whole thing, and they definitely have, different things about it, but it's like a 4% mortality rate. Now, I'm going to keep the volume off on here so you don't have any issues with YouTube.
Yeah, just don't get me in trouble with motherfucking copyright strike.
Right, that's what it's saying. Like, I mean, this is just basically if you don't have the volume on and it's just a TV in the background, they won't do anything about it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because
is that already on demand already?
Which one?
Onward.
I guess so. Apparently, a lot of stuff. I heard actually today that Wonder Woman 1984 might be just because of what's going on, just be released straight to on demand.
Oh God! Wait till the feminists fucking pull that shit.
Yeah. I actually, being a child of the 80s, and I liked Wonder Woman. I'm actually looking forward to seeing that.
I liked Wonder Woman too.
Yeah, Wonder Woman too. I like the 80s nostalgia thing. I think it's fun. If they get it right.
Even though I didn't like the villain too much at the end, it was a good movie. Everything else was pretty good. She was a pretty good. It was a pretty good hero arc for the most part.
Agreed. Yeah, she also. Yeah, they didn't fuck it up with SJW bullshit. That's why it was a good movie. And in the preview of Wonder Woman 1984, I love her lassoing the lightning in the trailer, as you have probably already seen, right?
I've seen it once. The only part I remember is what's his name is back, wearing a fanny pack, and that part where he's observing the garbage can. She comes back next to him, and she's like, "That's a garbage can."
Yeah, that was Steve. Yeah, Steve's back. I've already watched a bunch of videos about it, and I can kind of surmise the plot. Basically, the main bad guy in there, he's like a motivational speaker of the 80s,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. Laughter is good, bro. It's what we do in these dark times. But,
That's
so
that just sounds
basically,
like a sitcom.
he wants money and power, right? As these motivational speakers do. And then Kristen Wiig is like socially awkward, and she wants to be beautiful and all that stuff. And basically, Diana wants Steve back. So basically, the main bad guy, played by the guy who plays the Mandalorian, by the way, um,
Huh.
he basically gets the monkey's paw type of. He gets some kind of magical device where you can make a wish, and it grants your wishes. So like him and somehow the woman who's going to play Cheetah, I believe, and Diana all get to use this thing for wishes. But just like in the monkey's paw story, of course, it gives you a wish, but then not the way you want it to be. So at least that's the breakdown I've heard from kind of the inside scoop. But you never know. Um, yeah, I'm just happy. Like DC, the last movie they did that I saw, was Joker, which was badass, obviously, right? You like did you
It
like
was a
Joker
good character piece. I mean,
with Joaquin Phoenix? Yeah.
it was a great character piece, but I want to say it's the best DC film because it was what you expect. I mean, from what Cecil says.
Yeah, it was impressive to me just because after what Heath Ledger did in The Dark Knight, that's a hard act to follow,
Yeah,
And as Jared Leto will tell you.
but I mean, all Todd Phillips did, and I'm not talking about Joaquin Phoenix. I'm just talking about writing and stuff like that. All he did and all he exactly did was put the Joker in a Martin Scorsese movie. It was just it's exactly what Cecil said. It's Travis from Taxi Driver if Travis was the Joker, and that's exactly what you get. Which I'm not complaining about. It's not terrible.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, it's not a perfect movie, but it was good. It was what I heard it was going to be. It was dark, and it was just yeah, just kind of like dark and depressing, but still very enjoyable in a weird way.
It was a
And just to,
great character piece, and it really captured the time really well out of fucking movies that try to do that. It captured the post-80s and 70s.
yes, yeah, definitely. Like after like the kind of burnt out the way the cities were all burnt out at the end of the 70s and yeah, early 80s.
Like, like
Definitely
as
gritty.
oh, sorry.
Well, I was just saying, like I was just agreeing with you. It did very well. It did a very good job of capturing that gritty look.
Yeah. Well, I was
So
gonna say if you put it side to side with a movie as goofy as it sounds, like the first Terminator, it's amazing. Like the first Terminator was this cyberpunk film about the apocalypse, but it was a post modern period of 1984 that was still on the borderlines of the 70s. Where if you watch now, it's pretty amazing. Like the all the cars are pretty much post 70s models, so they're still steel. You got that kind of electric dance club music that everybody was going through, even the fashion of the club scene where pretty much everybody was kind of dressed in gray in this kind
right,
of cyber era, even though Arnold Schwarzenegger's rubber head looks kind of silly now, but just the times and that idea of this cyberpunk is just plain amazing.
I agree. That's the thing about you, Gargoyle, is you have that artist brain, and you have that eye for detail. And
And
yeah,
not
that
really.
come on, man, don't be humble.
I'm a moron.
I think I got you beat there, buddy. I think I got you beat in the moron category. But I'm a lovable clown moron, so it's good. It's all good. But seriously though, yeah, like you're right. Like, I love watching like 80s films and just yeah, just looking at the vehicles of the time and the architecture of the time. Like, yeah, that stuff really stands out to me too. I would
Yeah,
actually think I'd be. I would actually. I think if I was able to draw, I would be. I would draw cool stuff. It's just not my talent, you know. Um, but like I said, it's why I really respect artists because I love art and I love, what they create, man. I mean, they're the backbone of the artistic world, obviously the entertainment industry and all that stuff. Music, even like the greatest musician needs a good artist to do a good album cover, right?
yeah.
So yeah. What would you call yourself as far as like just like a I don't know, like is there like a special type of artist you consider yourself, like just graphic artist or comic book artist,
Uh,
or
just a comic book artist.
which is that's great. Yeah. I don't know, if they have like different labels among, the the art world. I'm not too familiar. Um,
Depends who you're talking to. Me, I like to make it simple for people. I don't like to make it too complicated.
right. And did you just kind of discover you had a talent for it when you were younger, and
Uh,
then just nurtured from there?
no, just a needy little brat that needed some way to grow up to get the girls. I thought drawing was a way. I was wrong.
Um, I hear you there, man. That's I got into martial arts initially because like we talked about in the last stream. I mean, I had the bullies on me when I was a kid, and but being in the martial arts, it got me in really great shape. I mean, I used to be, like I used to work out hardcore, man. I mean, but I'm 47 now, so I feel silly because you see me on camera and you think, yeah, yeah, yeah. But I got my roommate here. I was just talking to him. He's a good friend of mine, and he's going to become. Of course, I wanted to talk to you about it first, but like, he loves comic books. He loves, he's my intellectual best friend since fifth grade, and he's like
Uh huh.
the intellectual. And I'm no dummy, but he's like very smart, and he loves all books, all kinds of books. He's got all kinds of comics, way more than I do. And I was thinking, man, like it would just be cool for us to stream with you and anybody else, to help, just to be, do this, have fun, and also like just help blow up your channel to get people to put some eyes on your work and to, get the Templar going.
Yeah, you're all more than welcome. Yeah,
Well, that's great.
definitely.
I appreciate that. Um, he's he's in his room right now, crashed out. But I was talking to him earlier, and he was just like, he's pissed because he's got children and stuff. I have one daughter. He has two boys, and his ex is a couple blocks down the street, and he is also like really close with her children with her next marriage, and so like he can't go over there and play with the kids, and it's bumming him out because he's very good with kids. Obviously he's a father himself, and the kids love him, and he's just always always great with children. Always has been. He got married and like right out of high school and shortly after college, like 1 year into, and had kids a lot younger than I did. Like I was partying, and I didn't have my daughter when I was 28, so he had his first baby boy, man, when he wasn't even old enough to drink, I think. So right
Damn.
there, if anything. Yeah. So yeah,
Well,
yeah,
the
he was.
good part.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
well,
one of
there's
those
one
few.
good part.
Yeah,
At least he'll be young when he has grandchildren.
right, he's young now. He's about a year and a half younger than I am. So, and I'm feeling old.
Damn.
So yeah, since he has, his boys now are definitely, they're in their early 20s. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, because he's still really good with his ex. He's really cool with his ex. She's got, young ones, a little young boy and girl, beautiful kids that are, very close with him also. So, he gets to, you know, they're very cooperative, very, very cooperative, very loving family. So, yeah, that's the thing. The kids love, to come over and and play with them. They call him Uncle Goo.
That's funny.
Yeah. So I always tell him, I'm like, because I wanted to do a uh, a channel, and we've always wanted to, like, he's a writer himself too, like he's very talented, and we've always wanted to do some creative, together, and now we're roommating together, so I was always talking about, like, you gotta get yourself a YouTube handle, because he goes on YouTube, but he doesn't have like like a channel or anything, so he doesn't have like a particular handle. I think he just uses somebody else's account, but I'm like, you can't be Goo on the internet. He was saying that, he was laughing about it. So I'm like, all right, you gotta. I was talking to him, about how much fun I had talking with you on the last live stream, and how cool you were, and tell him a little bit about your how much I liked your art, and the Templar and all that stuff, and he's really interested. And yeah, I was just saying, like, yeah, we should I should ask him if, like, if we could do that, like, just kind of discuss, like, art, comics, movies, whatever, just anything, and because we're pretty funny together. I said
Yeah.
he's more intellectual and I'm a clown. He's funny too, don't get me wrong, but we we vibe off each other pretty good. So, um, and he knows the comic world way better than I do. So he would bring something more to the comic aspect of your streams. So that'll be coming soon. If you're up for it, if you're not, I respect that too, man. I'm not, I'm
Like I said,
just
totally up
trying to.
for it. Anything for the show,
Mhm.
man. Anything for everybody's show. It's all about grabbing the oar and paddling to the islands. Speaking of which, there's a guy tomorrow that I've been talking to. Have you ever heard of Monstros's X? He's a guy who's been building a universe. He has a universe of all ideas that he's been keeping for like over 25, 26 years, and he's been trying to put it together, and he has a show every weekend, open chat and stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool, man. Well, man, 25, 26 years, that's great. That's a long time to put in the work. I'm glad he's finally getting to it, man. 'Cause I bet he's got some good stuff there.
I'm helping him with one project. We're kind of doing this bounty hunter kind of comedy about the it's kind of like Joe King's universe. It's a ferret, a gazelle, and God, I forgot what the big animal is, but it's a type of goat, but it's supposed to be a brute brawler kind of style. And then me and him designed this sniper eagle.
Nice, man. That sounds very cool. So, like, what kind of bounty hunters?
Well, I'm proposing. He didn't like the idea because I wasn't really comfortable. I just thought it was kind of silly trying to make mutant animals work in a human world. So I was like, why don't we just kind of base in a Fantasia
Yeah.
idea like the never-ending story, so we can get away with all kinds of fantasy creatures. So we don't have to explain how these people become like this and how these characters get certain vehicles and certain tech. We just have a universe where we expect people to just go with it.
Well, that
He
sounds
wasn't
reasonable.
feel Yeah, he wasn't feeling it at first, or wasn't getting the idea. And I was like, listen, how about this? I illustrated how the way you're kind of going wanting it, and I'll kind of go with that flow and add the twist of the Fantasia idea and see how it works. And he's like, okay, because I was telling him this
I hear
idea.
you.
He didn't like it. Where I was telling him the idea in the book, the Never Ending Story, where there's these butterfly clowns that are anarchists in the Never Ending Story book that are called shamoofs, who are just flying butterflies, which could be perfect for gang members. And he just sat there and hated that. Like, okay, okay,
Okay.
something else then,
I think it's
something
an
else.
idea.
I
Yeah.
understand you don't.
Well,
I understand you don't like clown butterflies. That does sound a little weird.
yeah.
He's like,
Well, it's really hard when you have two artists. Two artists. Everybody has their own thing. So, but that's just one idea, and there's
but
others.
I showed him. I redrew this drawing segment because he liked this beginning of this certain movie. He's like, I want it like it, but I don't want it like it. And his character is a ferret, so I was like, okay, ferret's a great climber. So I was illustrating the ferret climbing the top of this rundown apartment complex,
Okay.
and then the brood crashing out these brutes, which are basically just uh, animals and characters that just go nuts for no apparent reason. Because basically bipolar people who are not kept consistently on their medicine. Let's just say, and comes crashing out the apartment. So I was doing doing something interesting for him for that.
Hey, can you just hold on one second, brother? Give me 1 second. Do your thing. I'll be right back.
Of course.
By the way, yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Body slam. Wapa. Double check. Sorry, I have not been paying attention. Yeah, nobody's in the chat. It's fine.
Anybody else in the chat?
Nope. Missed
Okay.
nobody so far. Just making sure. Make sure I'm not neglecting anybody.
All right. Hold on. I'm gonna stop here. Watch
I'm sorry. Done do. Yeah, it's weird. I didn't see any of your comments in the main chat. That's kind of weird. Oh. Oh, there they are.
just rearranging around some stuff here.
I hear
I'm always tidying because I don't know, I just have a bunch of clutter right now. And I'm overdue. My maid service hasn't arrived yet.
Blame it on the epidemic.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, obviously, I'm joking. I don't have maid service. Maid service is just me. It's just Kung Fu. More comfortable. All right.
So my wife was just telling me the other day that our maid supposedly uses her husband's cum to help with her skin.
Who does that?
My wife's assistant, our maid.
Yeah. Said what?
That she uses her husband's cum to you know, help with their youthfulness as a mascara or something. And my wife said she wants to start doing that. Like, okay, fine with
You know,
me.
I think I like that. I'm gonna use that next time I'm in a bar picking up a woman. You know, hey, you want to get those wrinkles from never coming around? I mean, it's genius, right? That's just funny, man. A jizz facial. Yeah, I mean, that is why they call it facial, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I actually, my brother, he's like I said, well, I have two brothers, but one of them, you know, they do pretty good, I'll just say, for themselves. And they have a maid, my dear mother, she's up there in years. She's had some heart issues, and so it's nice, you know, they have a nice maid, you know, come once a month and she's very independent still, but you know, it's a Polish maid service, and they come in for very little money, and they scrub the shit out of that place. Very impressed with you know, how, I mean, like they get on their hands and knees and scrub the floors. We're not talking Swiffer. We're talking full on like Cinderella type shit. You know what I mean?
Damn.
And I was just like, damn, man, that's old school. That's old country. You know, getting a bucket and getting on your, you know, the bucket of soapy water and getting on all fours and scrubbing it by hand. Jeez,
how many Polish women do you get in a service?
Well, this is just you know, just like one, but like it's not the same one. Sometimes you know, a different one will come. It's my brother's, one of his rehab. He used to rehab houses on the south side of Chicago, and his partner's wife is from Poland, and she came here and she just started a maid service. Made $1 million, by the way, doing it. If not, I'm sure more by now.
Damn, one Polish woman on their hands and knees. It's not my business, but how much? How much for one Polish woman? I'm just impressed because you don't have an apartment? Yeah.
If it's an apartment, I think it's like $25 to come once a month.
For one Polish woman.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, they're not all young Polish women.
I don't care. I don't care. You know how much a maid service costs me, and I have to get at least 4 Mexicans minimum. 4 Mexicans.
Yeah.
And they ain't on their hands and knees. They're bringing all their fancy tech and stuff like that. They have a bunch of fancy fucking Mexicans here.
Yeah,
they bring their own vacuum cleaners.
Right. Well, you know, and that works, right? I mean, I suppose, but yeah, no, I mean, and sometimes you will get more than one because, like, if you know, basically, her name is Helen. You know, she's the one who owns the service. She'll drop them off at my mom's and then pick them up because some don't have cars. You know, they come here straight from from Poland, a lot of them, and they
Right.
don't speak English very well yet, or just, whatever, they just get here. So she pays them, probably, probably $10 an hour, and then she's pocketing the other 15, right? And they usually, like I said, my mom just got a 2-bedroom condo, so yeah, I think they scrub that for $25, hands and knees, and they dust, they do everything. Yeah, they vacuum too, but my mom's got like the fake hardwood floors. It's not actually wood, but like whatever they call that stuff, the paneling, the faux wood paneling on the floor. That's more like a plastic type of thing, like most people have. You know what I'm talking about? A more of a linoleum type. I don't know, but yeah, no, they bust their ass, man. Those women are hardworking.
Damn.
Just like, out here, just like I'm sure. Well, I don't know. I know out there in Vegas. I don't know. This, yeah, it's probably just more of the Mexican community does that kind of stuff. But out here,
It's a
yeah,
little of everything.
you have a lot of Polish out here on the south side of Chicago, especially, and the Polish guys do a lot of scab labor. The unions don't like them very much.
The union don't like anybody who doesn't fucking give them money. Let's be real.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. Well, the unions. I mean, I do support the unions in a sense. If they're good ones, but I kind of see them have kind of sold out in a lot of ways. I mean, yeah, it used to be about solely protecting the worker, but they can be bought off just like anybody else.
It depends what labor. I've worked in stagehand. Stagehand union is very far behind. Automotive union. They were way too much of a fraternity. Let's be honest. That's why they left Michigan. I'm from Michigan. That's why they left LA. Because people will tell you straight up, they avoided buying vehicles manufactured there because they would see the same people building the cars fucking coked out and drunk as hell at the bars.
Yeah. Well, especially, I mean, look at Detroit now. Look what happened to Detroit. I mean, NAFTA. Well, that was a lot of NAFTA had a lot to do with that. But once the corporations shipped it down to Mexico for slave labor, I'm sure the workers there getting paid $3 a day.
Nope.
They're probably.
I'll tell you from personal experience. No, they're not being paid $3 an hour. They get paid about the same amount as an American worker would.
Really? I did not know that. I just figured that's why they moved it down there was because the labor's so cheap.
No, they moved it down there because the labor would actually show up to the job site and work instead of make deals about how to make more money and not showing up to work.
Yeah.
Those people were like, okay, I'll make you a deal. I won't drink on the job if you just keep on paying me.
Right. Yeah, there's abuses that went on there.
That was pretty much it. I'll tell you why from personal experience. I used to be a stagehand and I was working a huge secret BMW dealership car show.
Okay.
The highest the highest dealership right now in the world is in Mexico City.
Really? Didn't know that.
Tell me why in a city where fucking supposedly it's a third world country and people are so broke, motherfuckers are fucking driving around fucking BMWs everywhere.
I've only been to Mexico one time, and I was in like the touristy part. I was like, excuse me, I went to Cozumel, and I did stay in Cancun for a night.
Been there.
Have you?
Beautiful, gorgeous. It's right? Gorgeous.
Yeah, you've been to Cancun, you saying?
Cozumel.
Oh, you've been to Cozumel? Awesome. You know, because a lot of people go to Cancun, but they miss out on Cozumel. Yeah, dude, Cozumel. I was 24 when I went there, and I got certified. I got certified. My scuba diver. I became a certified PADI scuba diver
Nice.
there, and I did some dives in Lake Michigan. I did a cavern dive in Missouri, this place called Bontier Mine. So I've done some really cool dives, but by far, man, the most beautiful dive I ever did is between Playa del Carmen, which is where you take the ferry to get to Cozumel. The Playa del Carmen is where you that's a party spot too.
I've only been there when I was on the Disney cruise. I went to a couple bars. I almost killed myself, almost going underneath a flatbed by not knowing how to stop right on a moped.
Yeah. I ruptured my eardrum when I was taking my test in the ocean to get certified for scuba.
Oh God.
I was down 60 feet, brother, and I got what's called reverse block, And so when I would try to come up, when I was trying to ascend, it was like a bomb was going off my ear. I mean, it was fucking painful, right? Because I had been drinking and partying in all these hotel rooms with air conditioning blowing all night, right? So, if I would have known just to take like some sinus medication before I went diving to be safe, I would have been fine. So I had done a cave dive even before I got certified in this place called Dos Hoyos, which is between where you take the boat to go to Cozumel and between Cancun, like in the middle there on the Yucatan Peninsula. And make a long story short, so I'm down there and everything's fine during the dive, and then of course the air's about to run out. I mean, you got about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. I think that's when okay, let's go up. And then I just felt the pain, and the instructor is trying to tell me, like, you have reverse block, because you use sign language. This is before you had like the intercom scuba, and I'm like trying to sign language, like, I fucking know I have reverse block. I knew exactly what it was. I'm like, but that doesn't help me. So we were too far from shore for me to swim, like towards the beach and just gradually deal with it. What I ended up doing was just bearing through the pain and just popped my eardrum. And that's when the pain stopped. I couldn't believe, I mean, I just hammered through it, man, burst my eardrum, and I got to the water, to the surface, and the pain was gone, but I was in shock. I was, my adrenaline was pumping. I'm very calm in the water. And not only my blood started coming out of my ear, because we're all sitting there bobbing up in the water, and I'm trying to explain to my brother what just happened. It was me and my brother-in-law. And he's like, oh, fuck, you got blood coming out of you. Shit. And then we're in the school of jellyfish, man. So we're all waiting to get up on the boat. I got blood coming out of my ear. There's jellyfish all over, man, and I have never experienced those before, as far as like, they're the tiny ones, just millions of them. And I didn't get stung by them, but, I just had heard, that they can hurt. So it wasn't fun. And the instructor was just so pissed because he was worried about I was going to sue him or some shit. And maybe he'd lose his license. So he was like yelling at me and shit, being a dick. Like, I mean, there's nothing to yell at me about him. He was just literally just panicking. And I'm like, look, fucker, I'm not litigious. I'm not going to sue you. And he had to sign my card. This was the final test, So he kind of.
I'm just holding my hit. Don't worry about me. You there? Did I lose you? Coming for you? Hello? Son of a bitch. Yo. Can you hear me? Is it me? No, it's not me. Okay. Kung Fu. Yo, I lost you. See if he comes back in. I'll give him a minute, see if he comes back in. Maybe the power went out his way. Maybe the internet disconnected. Who knows? It's a little weird. See what happens. We'll see what happens. Oh, shit. Ow.
Still here, buddy.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, I went to the bathroom real quick. For sure, nobody did that.
My charger is obviously made in China, and because this charger isn't that old, but I don't know, we got a cat here that likes to chew on it, so I don't know. So my charger, I didn't have it on high juice, and I had to fuck with the connector, all that stupid shit. So that was my bad.
I hear you.
Give me a chance to use a wash and break. So, long story short, yeah, I was in Mexico, popped my eardrum, but I still passed my test. And I went to the doctor on the island, and he just said, I'm like, am I going to have permanent hearing damage? He's like, no. He's like, you just can't scuba dive, for a couple of weeks. So I just was like, can I drink? He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So I spent the rest of the week in Cozumel on the beach drinking margaritas.
You're like the second person I've heard of a horrible situation that's happened, body horror situation that's happened while scuba diving.
Really?
The first one is one of my former bosses. Cool guy. His name was actually Tiger. He was a roadie too.
Okay.
And why we called him Tiger is because he tiger striped tattoos all the way down his body.
Ah.
But he had a heart attack while he scuba dived.
Oh no, jeez.
Obviously, you know what happened to him during that.
He had a heart attack. Was it natural causes, or was he startled by something?
I believe it was natural causes. I think it happened while he was underwater, while he was just casually scuba diving.
By the way, if my phone goes out, obviously it's just the charger, and it's at 1% right now, and it says it's charging up. So just giving you a fair warning. That's what it is if I cut out. That's terrible, man. I had done the cave dive in Dos Hoyos though before I had my eardrum go, so I had done some really beautiful cave dives. That's a story in itself, brother. The cave dive we did, it's all these underground cenotes that run all through under the jungle. They're freshwater, so they're all freshwater. The only fish on there are these little silver tetras, I think they call them, and crystal clear blue, caves, right? Just beautiful, not narrow either, like giant open caves, right? There was, so figure it's like a cave, but like a cave the size of a museum. It's like you're swimming through museum rooms, right? But it's all filled with water. Like that's what it was like.
Kind of like that one movie, the new shark movie, 47 meters down.
Is that the sequel you're talking about? Because I haven't seen the sequel.
Yeah, the sequel movie. These girls go underneath a Mayan-like cave. Exactly what you're describing. Kind of like that. Like, not literally a Mayan cave where it's ruins and statues and shit like that, but.
Oh, that sounds cool. I got that on Amazon. I better check that out. Yeah, the only thing, is that in these caves, obviously it was freshwater, so there was no sharks or anything. There was nothing down there except for these small freshwater tetras. But I like the idea of sharks down there. That's pretty cool. I'm always afraid. I'm afraid to dive where there's great whites. I gotta admit, I've never wanted to dive in like a cold water like Pacific or Atlantic, or go to Australia. I don't like being anywhere where great whites are. But if I'm under the water with my dive knife and it's in warm water and it's a nurse shark or a reef shark, and you're under the water and you can see them coming at you, they're not that scary. Barracuda is a little bit different story. Barracudas, man, those things are like the rats of the ocean, as you might know.
Yeah, same thing with pikes. Those are mean motherfuckers too.
Oh yeah, the pike. Yeah, I forgot to take off my gold necklace before we went down, and I just didn't think about it. And the one guy who was diving with us, he's like, "Man, you're like wearing a lure around your neck with that gold chain." I was like, "You're right. Good call, brother. Good call." But the underground cenotes, it was just amazing because I didn't know what I was in for. So basically, we just go to out in the middle of nowhere in the jungle of Mexico, and they take us on this 4x4, and they like four-wheel us in the back of this pickup through the jungles of Mexico. And then you just get to the middle of the jungle, and there's just this hole in the ground going straight down with a ladder. And I'm like, what the fuck am I in for here? You know? And we all grab our scuba gear and go down this ladder in this hole in the jungle. And man, this guy's got like the fucking Bat Cave of the Bahamas down there. It's like this beautiful, you know, cave, open cave down there. He's got like a pier and lockers and all this cool shit. And that's the startup point. So it was so beautiful, man. It was really, really a beautiful time. I got a T-shirt. And then, like I said, when I dove in Lake Michigan, it was just to find a boat wreck. And you know, Lake Michigan, obviously nothing to worry about in there as far as sharks. And
Yeah.
the cavern dive I did in Bon Terre Mines, Missouri, was beautiful, very beautiful too. But it's abandoned lead mine. So, and by the way, like that doesn't mean like the water was filled with lead. It was in the ore rock, so it was clean water. It's a beautiful cave system. You can go there. You know, a cavern dive obviously different because you can go down underneath, but you can always come up for air. There's always something over your head usually, right? So that cavern dive I did in Missouri, bro, it's same thing. It's like you go to this like hotel, I should say motel. There's like this big yard with like wheels and stuff out there, like junk. And then you go to the shed and stairs descend, and then you descend into this beautiful underground cavern system. And like I guess the Boy Scouts would like use it to canoe down there. You could canoe through the caves instead of, you know, if you didn't want to dive. But like yeah, we scuba dived down an old mine shaft, and there I was like picking up like old like axe picks off the bottom of the floor. It was pretty surreal, man.
Damn.
Yeah, good times. I miss scuba diving. I haven't done it, you know, I haven't done it for a while, but I don't know about you, but I love the water. You know, I love swimming. I love scuba diving. I love water stuff. You know, it's cool.
I don't want to sound retarded. I didn't know how to swim until I was 8 years old.
Oh, bro, are you kidding me? Like, dude, probably didn't. You probably learned before I did. I mean, like, as far as like swim, like probably not until I was probably about the same age, maybe 9 even. So no, that's normal, man.
Okay.
Yeah, because like I mean, as far as like swimming the deep end, you know what I mean? Like I could swim when I was very little if it was like not over my head, but it took me till I was probably about at least 8 or 9, you know, before I was comfortable enough to be swimming in the deep end without anybody, you know, guarding me. So
Yeah.
that's but yeah, so now you said you were in the stagehand union, and so that was for
No, I wasn't. I wasn't in the union.
okay, but you were saying for the you were saying something about auto shows. You were following. You basically worked for the auto show.
I'm changing my headset real quick.
No problem.
There we go. Sorry. It's probably going to have a little. What the frickety fuck? Hello. Hello.
I can hear you.
Headset. There we go. Communications. Perfect. Headphones. Huh. That's weird. Oh. There we go. There we go. I think it works now.
Sounds good, man. Sounds like you got a pretty decent setup there too.
Yeah, it's okay. I got my cheap Surface with the with the Samsung, and you're going through my computer speakers for some odd reason.
Well, I heard there's a lot of just glitchy shit going on with all the stuff that's going on right now. Like a lot of people. I was just on Rob Burnett's live stream. He's a movie director, producer. He does a live stream
What
too.
movies has he directed? I wonder.
He's been man. This guy goes back quite a ways. I'd have to look up. I mean, he's been in a lot, man. I'm trying to think. He's a director. Like he's writer producer. He's worked for A-list movies, but he's kind of more of an independent guy. But he's done a lot. He's worked on a lot of A-list movies. I can't really.
I was just wondering if I watched any of them in the day. I was a big fan of fucking all those B and D movies. I was a fan of Troma movies. I was actually. Huh?
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying. He's a big Star Trek fan. I'm subscribed to a channel called Geeks and Gamers. And,
yeah, I know Geeks and Gamers.
There you go. Yeah, so I kind of discovered it. He came on there to talk about Star Wars, and I liked him, and I just like what he had to say. And I'm just kind of I've only been recently subscribed to him for a while, but he doesn't have. He's got a pretty new channel. It's called like the Burnett Network. So when you go in the chat, there's only about maybe 90 people sometimes in there, but they're all people who are in the industry. A lot of them, or want to be. There's some people in there who like are publishing books, and because I love cinema is a thing I love very much. I'm just kind of fascinated with those type of sites. But yeah, he's just worked on a whole bunch of movies, but like I don't like know like as far as like the big ones exactly what his part was in it, so I'm kind of hesitant to say. But yeah, he's cool. Check him out sometime. I know you'd be impressed because he's been in the business.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse me.
God bless
For the love of God. Oh, for the love of God. Please, your mama did not get me sick. Please. She did not give me the coronavirus. But look, God, it was inevitable that she was going to kill me.
You know what? I think I have the Patriot virus, El Gargoyle. I think they don't want that to spread.
I don't know if it's true or not, but this is hilarious. Apparently, there was some paperwork Trump had to sign about procedures about the coronavirus, and he decided because people were so butthurt that he was saying that it came from China. That every part where it said Corona, he crossed it off and put Chinese.
I love it, man. I fucking love it.
If that's true, that's so fucking savage.
Yeah. Did you see on the news when that reporter tried hitting him with that bullshit, and she's like, why do you keep calling it the Chinese virus? Isn't that racist? And he's like, because it comes from China. It's from China. And she just looks so fucking dumb. And then the mainstream media is all like, oh, Trump fails to defend, the racism. It's like, then the independent media is like, yeah, dumb reporter asked dumb question.
Yeah.
It's like two different worlds.
Yeah, why do you... Why is that even a question?
It's all they got, brother. It's all race baiting is all they have,
Speaking of which, since we haven't brought it up, those Marvel characters.
Oh God, here we go. You mean the new Warriors?
The new whatever they're called.
Yeah, I'm just going by what they're. You mean Kibble Smith, the creation of Kibble Smith?
The incest twins.
Bro, my roommate was just telling me about that. I checked out enough of it, and I was just laughing my ass off. I didn't even hear about that And then my buddy was talking about it, and he's like, yeah, he's like, they're like twins, but they seem like they're kind of into each other or something, you know. He hates SJWs. He loathes them as much as I do, you know. It's
Well, there's this weird picture illustration of them, and you know how bad the illustrations are drawn of them, so you can't even tell anymore if this is just somebody else rendering them, where they're caressing each other.
yeah.
And it gives people this weird incestual idea, and trust me, I've been around enough creepy family members where that's not normal.
You know, I guess that'll be the next thing that's considered progressive, right? Like incest, you know. They're people too, you know.
Well, SJW's logic, as long as the sex is convenient, it's okay.
Man, I think as long as it's not whatever toxic white male, it's okay. I think anything goes with those people, unless you're a toxic white male. Especially if you, I mean, white's not good, but especially if you're a white male, forget about it. You're just evil. Okay, and that's the thing, man. When I'm online, I very rarely go to these sites where the SJWs hang out, so I don't tangle with them much. But when I do, and I want to get verbally down, man, I can just slay them, and they just fucking have no comebacks. You know, they're just, it's pathetic. You know,
Yeah.
It's like being attacked by a bunch of kindergartners. You know, you're just like, I feel kind of sorry for you guys. You know, somebody gave you too much Joe Cola this morning, and you're all riled up. Did you hear about Ahsoka Kitano being cast as Rosario Dawson?
Oh yeah, I saw that. I don't even care about the Star Wars stuff. And Rosario Dawson, she's a total social justice warrior. You got to watch out for that woman.
Yeah, she's hot, man. I mean, I can't deny that she's smoking hot. But yeah, I mean, everybody in Hollywood, I wouldn't be able to watch any Hollywood movies. I mean, but here's the thing: is that they have to be like, and Rosario Dawson, you know, it's like,
you know who she's fucking.
Dude, I didn't know this.
You know who she's fucking. Oh no, they broke up, right?
Did they? But the fact that she was even with that guy, I mean, isn't he gay? I didn't know he was hetero. Which, you know, hey, you know.
Whatever. With those people, their sexuality is only a conveniency. They act like they're fucking inmates.
Well, it's like, you know, they define themselves by their sexuality, and they define themselves by whatever, any kind of victimhood, you know. Yeah, they're crazy, but I'll tell you what, yeah, I do like The Mandalorian. It's all I care about. I mean, like, as far as like, it's not like I will die without it, but I do like it like most people. I enjoyed it a lot. And they did a good job as far as like, now I guess that's the bar. If Disney doesn't SJW and fuck shit up, it's considered good stuff. It's a low bar. But at least they didn't cast Brie Larson.
Yeah.
But did you hear why she was being attacked on Twitter, Rosario Dawson, by the Brie Larson? They're calling Rosario Dawson a transphobe. You hear about that?
For what now?
Because apparently, check this out, when she was still dating Beth House Booker, she was, I guess, you know, they had somebody who lived with them who was, we'll just say, was born a man, I believe, and he changed genders and said, now my name is this and that, and came to work one day with a wig and changed, you know, what they do. And they, some kind of altercation where they fired whatever this person is identifying as. I don't really know if it's a man to woman or woman to man or surgery or, you know, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. But they basically, because her mother, they said that Rosario Dawson didn't respect his or her pronouns, whatever that bullshit is, you know. I fucking refuse to use that shit. Because the pronouns weren't, you know, basically this guy had been known as, like, let's just say his name was Tony. It's probably not, but like, so for a couple of years, this Tony guy's around their house. They hired him, and you know, all of a sudden Tony comes in and just says, well, now I'm Deidre, and you need to call me Deidre. And that was the thing. He tried filing a lawsuit saying that, well, her and her family were misgendering me and they were calling me they didn't call me by my pronouns. So there was a lawsuit filed. And of course, don't get me wrong, this is when Booker was running for president. So it might have been a political thing too. Like, of course, it happened and he was slighted. I don't know, but I don't know if you watched Jeremy from the Quartering, but he just put out a video on it.
Not ever since Jeremy kind of done that shit with the falling out. Kind of stayed out of that and stopped kind of watching his stuff. You know.
I know.
Kind of true. Jeremy only does journalism only for views and traffics, which is fine. But he's a journalist,
right?
You know?
Yeah, fill me in on that, brother. Like, yeah, Jeremy. Yeah, I definitely agree. I heard EVS talking about it a little bit. You know, talking about how, you know, basically he done some sneaky. You know, he stirs up shit, and then he's like, "Oh, I wash my hands of it." You know, I'm not. You know, basically, yeah, he's chasing the algorithm and he's looking for clicks. You know, I get it.
But straight up, here's my logic, because I used to think about going into journalism, and I don't know if you're the same way. We're about the same age. Is that it doesn't matter about the traffic. It doesn't matter, you know, even in those days. It just matters if you're telling the story and putting the story out there and keeping people informed. And I've seen a stream where Jeremy, or yeah, the Quartering is like, well, I don't think I'm going to produce as much videos because they're not getting as much traffic and as much clicks. And it's like, well, you're a journalist.
Yeah.
Not everybody's going to like your news. And, you know, this is YouTube. You know, 100 people are covering the same shit you are doing.
Yeah.
So, you know, what are you going to fucking expect? You're going to have people like you enough to watch your videos first, or you're going to have to just go with the flow and realize you're going to have to make enough videos and deal with the ones you're going to get clicks for. You know?
Yeah. You know, now what do you, didn't he shit on Comicsgate too?
Yes, he did.
You know, I just kind of heard some of it on EVS, and I unsubbed to him once I heard he fucked with Comicsgate. And the only reason why I saw his video today is just because even though I unsubbed, it was still my recommended.
Yeah.
So I was, and then when I that was the first thing I heard about the Ahsoka Katana thing. So I'm like, oh, I gotta check this out. But
well, tell me about the Katana thing. That's all news to me.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I just heard about that today. But basically, EVS, I remember, helped Jeremy out when Jeremy got punched by that fucking SJW idiot. Fucking, as usual, EVS comes to the fucking rescue and fucking helps, right? Didn't he help him fund him and shit, or he just helped him?
I don't. Yeah, help him get a Kickstarter, I believe. I'm not too familiar about that. During that time, that was all over. I just know during that lawsuit, Jeremy asked him for a suggestion because this guy who beat him up had no money. So in the end, it was either he was going to be caught stuck with this person forever, you know, because they have no money to pay any kind of settlement to him, or make him do a court-appointed apology video and post it on YouTube.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing. It was so long ago when EVS was supporting him in his fucking time of, you know, physical assault and SJW attacks. And I'll tell you, brother, if there's one thing I fucking cannot stand, it's like just backstabbing fucking disloyalty, man. It's like, you know, if somebody's brotherly to you, you stay brotherly. Dude, you've been brotherly to me, man. Shit, man. I already messed with you when I was standing there. I'd fucking punch him in the face, man. Anybody who's brotherly to me, man, I am brotherly back. And, you know, I can't stand when people because they can't sack up or over petty reasons, you know, for money or whatever, they fucking dump a dump a friend or dump a friendship. It's pathetic, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially in this day and age, you know, it's like us sane people are kind of harder to come by than normal, so we need to stick together, you know.
Well,
the world's gone blue hair.
well, the problem is, the thing is, Comicsgate, you're gonna deal with the artists, and artists tend to act like strippers,
Yeah.
And the thing is people got to stop acting like that and realize, there's people who like other people. There may be somebody who could draw better than another person, but that person can hustle way better, or that person can finish their books way faster than you. And
right.
And they're able to put their campaigns up that much faster. There's that person who's has way this much more experience than you from the background scenes that you have no idea about. Just because you haven't heard their names out there doesn't mean they don't exist. They never existed or never done anything,
Agreed. Yeah, everybody's got their strengths. Everybody's got their weaknesses. Yeah, some people can have the same amount of talent, but yeah, like you said, some people can do it faster than others. So, I mean, don't be a
don't be a douchebag. Just be modest and just go with the flow. Just know and learn from them. I guess that's the point, right?
That is the point.
I don't know.
No, you said it perfectly, man. Yeah, be based on logic, be based on logos, right? Absolutely. And fucking man, just don't be a douchebag. And if you can't sack up, just keep your mouth shut.
Right.
Pretty simple.
Right.
I guess I'm glad Jeremy outed himself for what he really was, because obviously it's like if I think somebody's cool or not, I'd like to know sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Did you see, by the way, real quick, did you see that thing where they pulled the gag where on the Google search, because of what's going on, they changed the Democrat logo to the rat?
No, didn't see that.
Oh my God, brother, you gotta check out. It's fucking hilarious. Somehow they got in there because they didn't have, Google wasn't able, because this the virus, they weren't able to keep all their little babysitters watching everybody and what they say, and fucking keeping the algorithms the way they want it. So whoever was left was probably one of those, hidden non-SJWs, and got some revenge. And it took them like a day to get it back up to the donkey. But the artwork and everything, bro, I would like you to see it, because they actually put some effort into this rat. It was a good rat.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, rat's crushing. Actually,
what is it? A rat? Democrat rat?
Yeah. Yeah, do a quick search and tell me what you think of the artistry. Actually, I'm going to pull up YouTube here on my TV and just go to your channel. And that way I can see you on the big screen. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, my God. Oh. Done fucked up. I like that. It's genius.
Isn't that nice?
I'm actually surprised they did the nice route and just made the cutest rat possible instead of the fucking dirtiest rat.
Yeah, no, it's fucking great. They could have just had to be a rat, but I like how they put the whole the blue and the red and the stars on there. I mean, they could have just had a rat, I mean, I would have taken that rat and I would have had him be eating I don't know, government cheese, a block of government cheese. But I like what they did. It was good, man. I love pranksters.
That is genius. It was a prankster group.
Uh, is that what it was? Yeah.
Well, there's usually prankster groups like Savory Agent and Samba.
Okay. didn't know.
They're more on the right wing side.
Yeah, but to get into Google itself, right, and change Google's search thing, that's got to be tough.
No,
That's why I figure they had to have an insider, right? Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not a
no.
computer guy. That is not me.
Depending on your skill set and depending on the convenience. Like, look at this guy. This is on Savory Agents. This guy's a genius.
I can see him on my phone. My YouTube is just circling on the TV.
Oh, sorry.
But I can see on my phone. I'm just looking at the smaller screen.
Yeah, it's a little slow. It's a little latency. There it is. It popped up now.
Okay, I can see it. Impeachment hoaxes this year. 416,072 and counting. Oh, that's beautiful. You ever pull any good pranks when you were a kid?
I pulled a fire alarm.
I swear, dude, we live the same life, brother. I pulled a fire alarm when I was a kid. I had some bullies fucking test me out.
The stupidest thing I did is I went back to school after I did. I should have just ran away.
Ah, man,
A couple years back, my wife was in the shower and I dressed up in a chicken costume and just peeked in the shower while she was in there. She screamed very horrified.
That's pretty good. A chicken costume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then when I used to run this movie website with my other roommate,
Uh-huh.
I used to prank him by putting these little segments and clips of these pranks I used to do on him on these movie trailers and stuff like that. And he used to get pissed because he used to figure out why these weird trailers would get so many hits compared to other ones.
Okay. That's good, man.
And then he'd watch him, and it's either me setting his ass on fire, or him. And these were videos, yeah. Him screaming that I stabbed him in the ass with a knife.
No shit.
Oh, it was just a little poke. It was just a little edge of the blade. It wasn't like I stabbed him in the ass.
Yeah, I mean, I figure.
It was just funny because you hear the video and he's this big overweight black guy, and you see him on video screaming, "You stabbed me in the ass with a knife! Get the fuck out!"
No, wow.
How's this one? A little Jesse Smollett.
Oh yeah, Jesse. Poor old Jesse. Boy, he was I tell you, Gargo, I feel bad for him. He was attacked by all those racist MAGA supporters in downtown Chicago. They're everywhere.
Oh,
running around with nooses and bleach. It's a common thing in Chicago.
I got a video of it. I actually got a video of it happening. You want to see it?
I've seen it before. You talking about the surveillance video?
Huh?
You talking about the surveillance video?
No. This is actual camera footage.
Oh yeah, sure.
Actual camera phone footage.
Yeah,
this is actual audio.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Definitely. Get that. Let me try and clear my cache on my YouTube here and see if I get my YouTube. I want to get you on the big screen here. That's what I like. He likes to do. Come on. Give me my YouTube.
Let me make sure I got the right screen sharing set up too. Oh, by the way, do you want to know? Do you want to know the potential of the kind of ladies you can get at your age of gold digging? You don't even have to simp anymore at your age. You don't have to give these hoes any money. It don't matter. Hang on.
Well, yeah. Well, hold that thought. I'll be right back. I gotta blow my nose. Hold on. I want the info though. Cargo's gonna send me ladies. Okay.
I just want to show you all, ladies and gentlemen, first, I put this on my Instagram so you guys can know. You guys can know. All you have to do is just be professional at something nowadays and make money off of it.
Okay, hold on. I didn't hear all that because I went and grabbed the drink out of the fridge. Now I'm back. And so okay, hit me with that again. So
Okay. Do you see the picture up? I'm pretty sure you're aware who this is.
just give me 1 second. I finally got my YouTube up on my TV, and I'm punching in your channel right now.
Okay.
By the way, I've never simped. If you know, I mean,
I get that. I get that, but I'm trying to inspire. I'm trying to inspire from future simpers.
yeah, no, I get you, but
I'm trying to save an entire race of men from simping. And this is one picture that proves it all. Proves it all.
Now I typed in El Gargoyle and I didn't get the right one. I probably got to do the capital.
Yeah, don't go for the child licking out of a bowl like a dog. That's a little weird. I don't know what that kid is doing. That's not my kid.
Why is it doing whenever I type in the E, it doesn't start with capital.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
it's caps on my TV. Can you see my TV screen here?
Yeah.
Okay, see I typed never mind. That was a glitch. Search. Click over. Okay, so watch this, all right? So I'm already on all caps here, right? But then I hit an E and I just get a small E.
Yeah, that must be a glitch. Why don't you try going to your history?
I've actually never watched. I've always watched your show from my small phone. So your channel from my small phone. So I don't think I have my history.
Your history should show up if you're signed in.
Yeah, no, this is a separate account. Because you know, the house. You know, this is like I said, this is a bi-level, and we use the Wi-Fi from the upstairs. So I just have a separate YouTube here, but it's all right. All right, here, just show me. I can still see it on my smaller phone here while I'm doing this, if I can get it or not. So, okay, continue.
All right, my bad. You know who this chick is, right?
No, who's that?
That is porn star Michaela Spielberg.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now I do. Now I see her. Yeah, I never heard about her until all the stuff recently.
Daughter of Steven Spielberg. Successful millionaire and heiress, right? And that is her boyfriend, professional dart thrower.
Yeah, I heard about her on Jamie Deluxe channel. I don't know if you ever heard Jamie Deluxe.
But here's my point. Here's my point. It doesn't matter what you're pro of. Just be pro at something. No matter how old you get, you will still get porn stars jumping on your cock. Look at this man. He's got this chocolate goddess porn star jumping on his dick every day, and then he gets free movies for life.
Yeah, didn't she just get arrested? I think I just heard.
Yep.
Yeah, she seems like she's a bit crazy, that one.
That's how I found out about him. And it
Yeah.
makes me wonder, because of how young she is, if these two met at Epstein Island.
You know what? It wouldn't surprise me. Here you are. Here's a gargoyle. There we go, brother. I got you now. You got the fucking Templar right there.
Hell yeah. See, they're just trying to oppress me from getting viewership from you.
By the way, is it just Templar or is it the Templar?
It's both.
Okay.
It's just the title is the Templar, and then Templar.
And just like the Joker said, and here we go. There we are. Big screen out gargoyle.
Yeah. So, anyways, doesn't matter. Just become a pro at anything.
Right.
And you can get any kind of porn star. And trust me, you can get movie directors' daughters jumping on your dick.
Yeah, I would imagine it's I see all these stories about guys who just they just go on the Tinder, all those type of apps, and basically, I mean, you got women from all over just are lonely, man. There's not a lot of alpha male going around these days.
What was I gonna show you?
You're gonna show me footage from.
Oh yeah, the Jussie Smollett footage.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that was such a long time ago.
Yeah, there's this guy who's got a channel. I don't know if have you ever heard of Jamie Deluxe?
Jamie Deluxe.
Yeah, and it's DLUX.
No.
He is a really cool guy, man. He's got a channel, and he just devotes it to his videos are all about all the Pizzagate, Pedogate type of sick shit, but he covers it, with a sense of humor as much as you can have about that shit. He just gives the honest story, and he's very good, man. I mean, that's all he reports on all that shit with the elites and the Epstein and all that stuff. And that's where I first heard about her, but he actually gave me a pretty cool idea, man. Maybe it'll come in handy, if we start doing shit like we're talking about. Like every one of his videos, man, he has these great fucking songs, right? And I'm just like I correspond with him a little bit, I guess he probably knows who I am because he's responded to me a few times, and I'm pretty good at getting through to creators. I mean, shit, I got through to EBS at least because I'm such a fan. Anyway, I asked Jamie Deluxe, I'm like, how do you get away with using these fucking great songs in your videos, man? I'm like, without YouTube fucking striking you down, because he's got, a pretty good sized following. And he's like, karaoke videos. And they're so good, like, I just didn't notice that, because, he didn't have the whole video, but he would do the intro to his video with like any fucking band, any song you wanted, as long as there's a karaoke version of it. And I checked it out, and when you go to some of these karaoke sites on YouTube, they say like, yes, you can use us in your videos. Just give us a credit and put a link for us in below, and we'll call it even. So there's that to get around the fair use attacks that are going on right now.
Yeah.
How does EVS get? I remember EVS with his intro. They asked her like, how did you get away with doing an NWA song? And he's like, "What kind of NWA? It's a mix."
Yeah, I think because the sound effects he put over it.
The sound effects, yeah, just simple shit. I mean, I understand. Yeah, it's fair use is how it should be. I mean, I'm all for artists, not being ripped off, but it's ridiculous what YouTube's doing. with just
Damn, I don't even remember how long ago that Jesse Smollett thing was.
yeah. I only saw the black and white footage of him, outside the subway where the incident occurred, where the sham occurred. Remember the Dave Chappelle joke about that? I don't know if you saw that.
Oh yeah,
That was fucking great, wasn't it?
I loved when Chris Rock went on stage and made fun of him.
Yeah,
He's
that
like,
was
Jesse,
that was great. That was great.
you don't even deserve to call yourself Jesse anymore.
That's right. Yeah, now because of Chappelle, everybody calls him Juicy Small Juicy. By the way, I was watching a movie a couple of weeks back called Alien Covenant. You ever heard of that movie?
Yeah.
I mean, of course you have, right? And I'm watching this movie, Alien Covenant, and I noticed one of the crew members is fucking Jesse Smollett. He's in Alien Covenant, man. That fucking guy. And I like Prometheus, man, and I actually was very much looking forward to Alien Covenant. And the first time I watched it, I was like, it wasn't what I wanted, but it's still was pretty good. And then I rewatched it, and I'm like, oh man, they really just fucked this all up. It was just dumb.
That gonna look like an obvious slasher to you?
What's that?
When I first saw the trailer, I'm like, man, this feels like a slasher film. This ain't an alien film.
Yeah, but because it was being directed by, as long as Ridley Scott's directing, I'm there,
Yeah.
I mean, that guy, anything he directs usually is a fucking masterpiece. And especially since it's him doing Alien franchise, and I think he did great with Prometheus, man. I liked him explaining the space jockey, the giant in the chair. I loved all that Prometheus backstory we got. And some people complained about it, but I thought Prometheus was fucking very, I have two kinds of horror I like, like I said, very good, clever, like disturbing horror, right? Visually, beautiful type of dark stuff. And then I like the funny, dumb, cheesy horror like Leprechaun fucking porn outer space. I don't like torture porn. So if it's just not torture porn, I'm probably a fan of it.
Yeah, I don't like torture porn either.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking sick. Well, like you said, I guess it's that whole
thing. Story to it. I remember in college when I got these movies called The August Underground.
Uh-huh.
You ever heard of those?
I have heard of them, but I never saw any of them.
Oh, they're awful.
They're awful. I never checked them out, I think.
They're basically like found footage serial killer and rapist, but these look like a bunch of young kids, and it comes in a triple series.
Yeah,
basically, yeah. There's basically one ending where one of the guys is raping a child, cross-dressing in child outfits, and it's like, really. There's also a beginning segment where there's this naked chick who's just bound into a chair for weeks, shitting all over herself.
Is this like role playing? Is this real snuff film shit? Like that kind of gross shit? Or are you talking about?
No, because they actually had a website with the cast.
Yeah, even though it might be role playing, the people watching that want to see that shit for real. I mean, it's anybody who's into that, even if it's just for fantasy, the fuck, man. That's gonna lead nowhere good. That's not a healthy addiction, man. Like what the fuck? I never got into that BDSM shit, like like the dominatrix shit. It's like I like my porn real grade B. And I might
delete that footage. No way.
I had a friend that passed away. He was an old brother of mine. He cracked me up. He goes, I like 70s porn, right? This is in the 90s. And I'm like, what? And he goes, I like my porn a little grainy, a little bushy. I like the 70s stuff. Because this is back in the 90s, like with Jenna Jameson, and we were young men. This is before I had a child and everything, and we would look at the usual, stuff. And like we were noticing, like with Jenna Jameson in the '90s, like it got to that's when it got really big with all the piercing and the shaving and all that stuff. And yeah, man, I mean, yeah, it's.
I think Instagram took down my video.
I've never been on
What?
Instagram once. I've never been on Instagram once. I've never signed up for Twitter. Twitter.
Oh, that's why you haven't seen the old Templar stuff here. You want to see the old Templar stuff since I can't find the Jesse Smollett footage?
I would love to, brother. Yeah, I saw a little flash of it there.
All right, let's see. See how far I can get down. Oh, see where I started. Oh, no, it's way too far.
Got my little my little air drums here. It's a noise. It's what I do when I'm trying to not smoke cigarettes so much.
I hear you. I used to smoke. It's hard.
Yeah, well, like we talked about, I'm definitely gonna be getting a vape kit very soon.
Might as well at this point. It's a good way.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, that's the guy from Mask. There's Rocky Dennis.
Where?
Just when you're scrolling down.
Oh, that's Drake and blackface.
Ah, well, I guess you can. Man, it's just amazing the world I grew up in, the normal world I grew up in. It's like all of a sudden you woke up, you went to sleep on a Friday, woke up on a Monday, and you can't even talk about just your normal life experience because, like, oh my God, what? You mean you didn't use pronouns back then? No, man, that shit just.
Oh, here we go.
All the weird shit, like blackface, like people would dress up in Halloween, whatever the fuck they wanted, and nobody cared because it was just Halloween. It wasn't mean spirited. It was a joke. And I never wore blackface costumes, but lots of kids did, man. I went to the suburb schools, man, and it wasn't like blackface, like just to make, but like they would dress up as like black characters, like Lando Calrissian. It's like a white kid would be, Lando Calrissian. He'd have to put on the fucking face, and like now that'd be like, oh, clutch my pearls,
Well, I remember as a kid, where even Cartoon Network, when that was starting. Who we got here? Oh, we got NCMM LLC.
Nice.
They're probably into that story. Who knows what he has or what is his background. Remember, you do not know someone's story unless you walk in their shoes. I don't remember what that's referring to.
Okay, so this is one of your original sketches?
Yeah, this is the earlier Templar stuff, not the earlier, but this is when I started in 2019. This was just a location.
Nice. Okay, now, so my TV, just for whatever reason, because of I don't know, it's glitchy right now. Like my phone, the picture is perfect, so it ain't your channel. But on my TV, it's a little bit blurry, just a tiny bit. So the detail is like how you're seeing it, but I can see it good enough. And that's cool, man. I can see the Jesus Saves. Is that like an old, like an ex-church or something in there?
It's just a rundown, seedy building. That's really what it is.
It looks like it used to be like a preacher place or something, one of those small, like little churches you'd see in the rougher neighborhoods.
Yeah, and how Templars set. It's set in Detroit, and Detroit's a unique kind of well, it's similar to Chicago. You know how Chicago is. You got the urban area, and then you got these patches of suburban areas in the city. And then you got these more separate places, but yet you're still in the city. It's still kind of a part of a county.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. So I'm kind of just doing that uniqueness instead of just going because it's kind of more of a Western approach, not like a city urban superhero approach.
Well, my picture just got a lot better there. Whatever you did there. Whatever
Didn't
happened
do
here.
nothing.
You know, man, I like your detail, bro. I like the gritty look of it. I mean, just for that black and white, man. I mean, yeah, that looks like your typical rundown, scary fucking part of town, man. I like it. Very nice. Very good.
Yeah, and the Templar
They're
part, the
funny,
Detroit part was I was attempting to tell in a found footage style part, and that was kind of the hardest part.
Okay.
This is a rough one to see, but see, I was trying to study and get kind of, you know, just kind of one of the royal. You ever see any footage of Detroit? It's kind of a post-apocalyptic wasteland.
I'm sorry. You just made me think of the old airplane jokes. Take them to Detroit. Remember that? I don't know if you ever saw a Kentucky Fried Movie.
I saw Airplane One. I saw the first one a long
Yeah,
time
they
ago.
made some Detroit jokes in Airplane, and those same guys that made Airplane, they made a movie before Airplane called The Kentucky Fried Movie, and they did a spoof of Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee, and and it's great. There's this one scene where the main bad guy called like Master Klon instead of Han. He's got two prisoners, and he has one prisoner's head. He chops off the one prisoner's head, and sorry, what happens is they bring two prisoners to the evil bad guy Klon, and he goes to the one guy. He goes, "Take him to be beheaded," you know. And the one guy's like, "No," and they drag him off to be beheaded. And then the other guy, whatever he did, he goes, "Take him to Detroit." And the guy's like, "No!" The guy's screaming and fighting the guards to try and not be taken to Detroit. So, um, yeah, I've never been to Detroit, man, but
You're not missing out on much.
yeah, that's what I've heard. I'm sure it's got some nice parts, though. I mean, yeah,
Every bad city's got their nice parts, but you can go to nicer places and pay your money for that.
true words, okay. True words, brother. Yeah, I've been to Lansing, Michigan. When I used to be in Taekwondo, I did a tournament up there, and I just did. I didn't know too many people from Michigan, so I've only been to Michigan, and I've driven through there a shitload of times, but only like
There you
actually hung out there for a couple like tournaments when I was younger, and I used to do some tournament, just point, nothing serious, just like sparring, point
go. Yeah.
fighting tournaments, Karate Kid type shit, and
Well, there you go.
yeah,
Lansing's pretty much like Detroit, just a little smaller.
yeah, yeah, and that was a long time ago. I don't know what the fuck it looks like now. I like that there. So this is the policewoman here, and then
That's Mia Higgins. She's gonna be in the San Diego part of the Templar story later. But this was
okay, right, that's the me you're showing me. Nice, like it. You really sexed me up, I gotta say, over the days.
yeah.
She's looking good there, but she looked pretty good. The last thing you showed me.
Well, that was one of the earlier ones. The newer one, she's a little different, little the same. But the most difficult part was to try to because I was trying to go with the traditional uniform, and
Mhm.
most police officers wear Kevlar underneath. So of course, you
Right.
know, it's hard to show a smaller waist when Kevlar makes your waist look boxy.
Wow, I never thought about it from that point of view, man. I mean, geez, this is I can, but I I do have like an somewhat of an engineer type mind, so not I totally get what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, it's like it's kind of cool because I look at the Gears of War characters designs and I think about that, especially the women characters, and they kind of sort of figured it out. But
Uh-huh.
once again, they got these clunky armor, and they got boobs and hips and stuff like that. with
Yeah.
all this extra clunkiness and movement, and it's just hard to continue to have sex appeal when you put clunkiness to them.
Right. Well, anything's sexier than what fucking Marvel's putting on the pages these days. Fuck.
Right.
I mean,
This is. Oh, sorry.
oh, I would say, some of these Marvel women, man, it's like I'm like literally looking like, is that a woman, or is this like a guy with a change operation? Like, what are they doing here?
We already talked about Snowflake, who fucks her brother,
Yeah. How
who's
about
non-binary.
what do you think about internet gas? That was
What
fucking
is the fucking point? He looks like Cyclops. I mean,
gas. Yeah,
what is the fucking point?
I have no idea, but I made a joke on world class bullshitters, and I got a lot of laughs, man. I said, don't you remember? I was talking to calling out to Jeff. I said, Jeff, because Jeff was laughing about it, and I said, Jeff, don't you remember when Batman defeated the Joker with floppy disk gas? Yeah, so yeah, I got some good laughs out of that one. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck internet gas is or what it does. I thought internet gas is when you're sitting there all night with your laptop eating Cheetos and drinking Mountain Dew, but apparently it's a superpower.
Well, come to think about it, remember when they tried to run Woman out for the first time, and her first villain, who was really terrible, it was a villain called Daddy Longlegs?
I never was into Spider Woman. I glossed over her a bit, but I don't know a lot about her story.
Well, I shit you not, Spider-Woman was canceled because of her lousy villain. It wasn't her. It was her
Right.
lousy villain that was the first villain, and there was a villain called Daddy Longlegs, who was a disgruntled tap shoe dancer who had really long legs and arms and wore a suit with a very long cap.
Okay, running this by me, a disgruntled what kind of dancer?
Tap shoe dancer.
A disgruntled tap. Oh my god! I thought you were fucking just fucking with me there. Oh my god!
I'm not fucking with you, and this was something that came, and it's the same thing with Dazzler. Dazzler was kind of goofy because Dazzler was a character that was created in the 70s, and it was an attempt to make Aretha Franklin a superhero. And then out of nowhere, Marvel's like, no, we're not going to use Aretha Franklin. We're just going to change her white.
I never thought I would hear the day where I would hear somebody talk to me about Aretha Franklin possibly being a superhero in a comic.
Look it up. It was Dazzler.
I believe you. I'm just saying, it's like she's pretty popular as it is. I don't see the translation, but
yeah,
hey,
there
man,
was also in the early 90s and 91, there was a Latin girl that Marvel made. It was called Nightcat. And they had this Latin singer, wear an outfit, make a whole album, and they try to run a comic book series, and that didn't go through.
I'm shocked.
The girl was cute. I'll look her up in a second, but
yeah.
Actually, I'll put her up and I'll show you. Let's see if we can see it. Yep, it says screen sharing. I hope. Let's do Spider-Woman Daddy Longlegs first.
You gotta watch out, Gargoyle. Every once in a while, you get a tap dancer gets a little bit pissed off. Next thing you know, I think Gregory Hines was like really close to snapping and maybe becoming a supervillain. I've heard these stories. Thank God it didn't come true. Jeez.
There he is. That's Daddy Longlegs.
Okay, that just looks like a spider. Oh, you talk about on the right there. Okay, I see him. All right, so he kind of looks like Slender Man with the top hat.
Only black.
Black, yeah, yeah.
I forgot about him being black.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird choice for a villain, but, you know, I guess, you know, whatever, man.
But that's why Spider-Woman failed. Was because, I mean, really?
Yeah. Now who? I don't even know like who
Give me a
created.
second.
Was Stan Lee involved with creating Spider Woman? Like who was in charge of this mess?
Yeah, I don't know.
I know. I mean, obviously, like you know, I get
Sorry,
confused
there
on
it is. It
the whole
came up for you.
Kirby thing with.
You see this illustration?
Yes. Yeah, it looks like you know what that. It looks like. I'm trying to think here. It looks like a character from the movie Coraline. That's what I'm getting off that. I'm getting Coraline vibes, like one of those creepy vaudevillian characters from that Coraline movie.
Yeah.
You know.
Something from Tim Burton.
Yeah, but you
But
know, still well drawn. I mean, I'll give him that. You know, it's
well drawn. But this was my personal favorite that didn't work for some reason. Look at her. Give it a minute. This is an incredible cover too.
No, I can see it a bit, but there's something that you usually do that, like it looks blurry. There you go. Whatever you do there, now it's crystal clear.
I just give it a second and let it sit until you see it.
Right. Yeah.
Until the viewer see it.
Nice.
This is Nightcat, and they actually had picked out a Latin pop singer, and made a whole album and dressed up as her, and that was her character.
Well, and how did she go over?
I don't know. I'm guessing a lot of people did not want to spend the money on the album to get a comic book.
Yeah, right. And then, but whoever that artist was probably got paid in advance, so good for her.
Oh, here's the singer in the costume. So, and of course, a lot of parents weren't going to buy their kids albums with pictures of her.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I definitely would want it. I definitely want to know more.
Yeah.
But
that's interesting, man.
Never. I mean, they made a whole album with her singing.
Yeah, they were always looking for some kind of promotional thing. Always some kind of new promotional thing. You know, I used to love pouring over the stuff in between. You know, I used to love all that mail order shit they would have. I used to love just staring at that stuff. You know, like that stuff where the bullies kicking sand in the skinny guy's face. Remember that shit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Come back all beefed up and beat up the bully. They're reading karate. Those are good times. And then, of course, Sea Monkeys. I got Sea Monkeys from comic books.
I never did.
I tried fishing for sea monkeys once with a cane pole. I didn't catch shit.
Yeah, my mother would just nag at everything I wanted to do. I mean, it was even a big debate to get fucking comic books. So.
Now, are you more of a DC guy or a Marvel guy?
When I first got into comic books, I was into Image.
Image. Okay, so you well, out of the two big ones, you know, I mean, like, what's your
I would say I would lean more into DC.
Yeah, me too. I love the Marvel movies, though. I mean, I do. You know, like I grew up as a kid. My uncles were at that age where they were kids in the '60s, so they would go buy a comic book every day, or every week, and they had all the old Batmans, all the old Spider-Mans. I mean, they had, and they just tied them up with like newspaper string and put them in the basement, so they weren't in good condition, but they had a collection, man, that today would be worth a lot of money if they would have kept it. So when I would go to my grandparents' house, that's what I would do because they would have just one big TV and they'd be
Yo.
watching football. And I would be pouring through like, old
No.
60s Batman.
Okay. Sorry, my roommate's talking to me.
Oh, no problem.
Go on.
Oh, just like, so, yeah, basically I grew up as a kid just going over to my grandparents' house all the time on south side of Chicago on like 63rd and Pulaski. And I would just have like, the first, my uncles, they had, of course, they were like in, college and, they had, grown up, but they had held on to their comic books when they were kids. So I would just be pouring through all these original, like early Spider-Man comics, Batman. They bought DC and Marvel. Just that's what they would do when they were kids. Is my grandfather also worked he worked part-time at the Chicago Tribune, so he probably got them for free.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, my grandfather was a Chicago police officer, but he worked like 3 fucking jobs. Never had a license in his life either. Never had a license.
Work with that one actor?
Who's that? What's that?
That one actor who was in Snatch and all them movies. Who was a detective for Chicago. He's a homicide detective.
Oh, Dennis Farina?
Is that his name?
Yeah, Dennis Farina. Yeah. My grandfather was passed away before not him, but my uncle Mike, who's a retired sergeant from Chicago Police Department, he just retired a couple years ago. He knew Dennis Farina. He knew all those guys. He knows all those guys.
No shit, that's fucking badass. Cool.
Yeah, it's kind of that's the thing, man. I kind of got a pretty good get out of jail free card in Chicago. Always have, because my grandfather, retired from the force, and then my uncle's a sergeant, so I never go to the city much. I usually stay in the suburbs. But if I ever did get pulled over, I would just be like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, man," and they'd be like, "You got any ID?" I'm like, "Yeah, you can check me out. My uncle's a sergeant, over in the 18th district, whatever," and they'd be like, "Oh, your uncle's a sergeant? Yeah, go ahead, keep going." It's like, thanks, man. So yeah, Chicago cops have always been cool to me. The suburb cops out here are pretty dickish, but not all of them, of course. I don't bash on policemen as a whole. I respect what they do, but
Hang on, I gotta check if my dog needs to take a dump. He's barking.
by all means, bro. But
Come on. Let's go. Let's go.
Narwhal, if you ever see this, man, I love you, brother. Come on in. Sometime you got to come in on the stream. And EVS, if you ever see this, Hail Caesar, brother. Hail Caesar. I like the artwork there. That's some good detail. Puss, puss. Come on, puss, puss. Come on, kitty. Okay. Hail Caesar. Hail Narwhal. Hell El Gargoyle. Oh, poor me now. Now because Gargoyle's so cool, I'm gonna have to go on fucking Instagram, even though I hate Instagram, just to check this out more. Twitter and Twitter. Twitter, no thank you.
Sorry about that.
No problem, my brother. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so this picture here.
Oh, that's Shane Duda. He's gonna be the main character pretty much in the Detroit part. Basically how the story is told, he's kind of he's a lawyer. He's a leader of this anti-gang unit that's kind of that was kind of officially appointed by the police department.
Okay.
But they're not police officers.
Right.
It's more in the story, but he's generally the main guy who's chasing the Templar because you know, he doesn't believe in killing everybody because, of course, law and representation. Because
Yeah.
he's a legal gun owner himself, and the Templar is obviously shooting the shit out of fucking everybody.
Right.
And of course that's making public and numbnuts go crazy, being like, oh, but he's abusing people, but of course he's killing bad people.
Right.
So
Yeah.
so it's kind of like the Templar has this one guy who's kind of his enemy, kind of his antagonist, but he's not going to kill him.
Is he a cop? Like a detective?
Huh?
Is he a detective, this guy?
No, he's a lawyer. He's more like a lawyer and God, what's the best way to describe him? Like you remember the Tombstone movie?
Yes.
You know how they just decided to group together and just take over the town and decide to put everybody in check who was acting out of order, just because they kind of had to keep civility and took over jobs.
Yeah, absolutely, man. The Red Sash Gang, absolutely. They had.
Yeah, that's kind of like him. He's a lawyer, but yet he's going in there. If the cops can't do it, because during a time in Detroit, cops were laid off.
Right.
So people in the neighborhood are calling him for help, and of course, since he's an attorney, he can help people with legal advice and stuff like that.
I like that, man. I do like that because, obviously if it was just, he's a detective on the hunt for him, then it would be a little bit too similar to, obviously Boondock Saints. So the fact that this guy's a lawyer as a protagonist, or antagonist, whatever, very nicely done. Wise decision, I should say. Like that. I think he's cool looking too. I like the way he looks. I like the shades. I like the goatee and the stash, just because that's what I have.
He's based off a real guy.
Is he? Well,
Colleen Noir. Look him up. Cool guy. The whole reason why I created him is because I want people to be like, where'd you get this guy? He's a real guy. Look him up. He's fucking awesome.
Okay. Is that is he a friend of yours or?
No, he's the unofficial face of the NRA.
Oh, is he? Didn't I know that?
I think people who need to be educated in guns and the civil rights and pretty much the free world of America and how free you really are should really look them up.
Yeah, amen to that, brother. You know, I mean, you know, the only reason why, you know, I'm just saying, you know, I've always, because of when I was a child, I had to, whatever, I had to deal with fucking, you know, the bully type of shit. And once I got into martial arts, I got pretty good at it. You know, I don't like to talk like, oh, I'm great or brag. I'm just saying, you know, I got good at fighting because, you know, I would get fucked with and I would get attacked. And, you know, like I told you before, what the bullies didn't know was my father would beat the shit out of me. So there was nothing they could do to me. So I would look like they could get away with that, but I would snap and I would hurt people. And then when I got into martial arts, I learned how to control it better and I learned how to fight better. But once again, you know, you go to parties and shit would happen and you defend yourself and, you know, you hurt people. And I was just always afraid. I'm like, if I go out and buy a gun, you know, I don't want, you know, it's like, but you know, that was then, man. That was like in the 90s. You know, nowadays with the way shit is now and the way that, you know, the fucking criminals are really allowed to fucking get away with all this bullshit. All I would say is, I think if you're gonna have a firearm, don't fucking register it, man, with the government. You know, what's the point? I don't trust them.
Well, the reality is, and we got to be honest about this, is the real world and crime is not a PG-13 Marvel or DC universe. Certainly, it's not half the stuff they show in the movies. It is more horrible. It is more scary. It is more violent. It is more sad.
Yeah.
And you know, the best thing I don't know. Personally, I don't know the best route. The only thing I could say is you can only educate people and surround yourself with people who are willing to be educated.
Well, you know, the joke of it is it's like, you know, it's like, you know, once the genie's out of the bottle, you can't stuff it back in. So the whole idea of like, you know, gun confiscation or gun control, you know, it's never going to happen. Not in this country. You know, the reason why it happened in Russia is because everybody wasn't packing, you know, but in America, we got so many people here, it would be just an impossible task, at least for now. Now, I don't know with technology and the robots and the shit they're trying to do, who knows, but
the robots suck still. Don't worry about the robots.
Yeah. I got a funny story for you, man. You know, that's the thing. Yeah, I know. You know, like I said, my uncle's a retired sergeant. I could do videos and have you just animate them for me, right? And we could fucking crack up the modern world. Just stories by Uncle Mike, right? He would come to these family functions, and he would tell me, be like, "Hey, Uncle Mike, how was work?" He's like, "Oh man," he's like, "another guy got shot in the head." I'm like, "Oh, that's terrible." He's like, "Oh, he's fine." I said, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Well, me and my partner get a call, man, shot in the head." So we go to this bar and we expect chaos. You know, it's in the hood, and everybody's dancing and you know, having a good time. And, you know, they're eating pork rinds at the bar and they're doing shots. And we're like, "What the fuck?" Somebody called and said a guy's shot in the head here, and they're like, "Oh yeah, he's upstairs. He's upstairs in the bathroom." So they go upstairs. And this guy's holding his head, right? Like, ah. And my uncle goes, "What happened?" He goes, "Well, officer, my friend and I, we were arguing over the blues." So he shot me in the head. And when he got shot in the head, the bullet burrowed under his skull at the top and just dropped out the back. And he was fine. This guy had a thick skull, man. So my uncle and his partner, this is the cherry on top. My uncle and his partner look at each other in shock, and they go, "Do you want to press charges?" Oh no, we've been friends for a long time. You know, it's all good. You know, and that's one of the non-violent stories. Yeah,
The guy must have had a horrible taste in music. If he had such a thick of a skull.
arguing over the blues, man.
Oh my God.
Well, imagine it was some, really small, like, Derringer or something, because, I don't care how strong your skull is, man. You get one to the noggin at close range, and it burrows under your scalp and drops out the back.
Well,
You get up with a headache. That's
there's real life ass faces here in real life.
Oh, cool.
You know that, right?
Right,
I've seen that shit. That's horrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a wild world, man. I guess, I grew up, 1 foot, always, when I was younger, I was in the city a lot, working in it and all that stuff. I lived downtown for a while, and then I got in the suburbs. So, I've seen all sides of it, man. And it's been quite a show. I'm just glad to still be around. Still be kicking it. My daughter told me today she's all good, so I'm happy. And if you like the story about man shot in the head over the blues and lives, doesn't press charges, someday I'll tell you about man on fire.
I definitely would like to hear about that one because I had a fucking man set on fire near an apartment complex I used to live at too.
Really?
It was on the news.
I'll just tell you real quick, because it's kind of a funny story, but this one's a bit more horrific. But they get a call that there's a man on fire, right? Him and his partner, and they go into Cabrini Green, which is like the worst area, and they can smell the smoke, and they just see two. The guy was trying to break into an electrical box, and his hands like melted off. So they found his hands like stuck, burnt to the electrical box, but the guy was gone, right? No guy. So sure enough, they get the call and they go, they found out where he was at. He was in one of the projects, and they go into the project, and the guy's literally sitting there. He's still smoking, right? And they go, they're like, the guy's gonna die, And they're like, listen, they're like, you tried stealing the copper wire out of the electrical box. Just admit it, right? He's like, oh no. He's like, he said he was cooking bacon. He was brewing some barbecue or something. So this guy's literally on his deathbed smoking. It's so obvious that he was the one who fucking tried stealing the copper wire out of the electrical box. And he's lying with his last breath about barbecuing a fucking chicken to these cops while he's smoking, and his hands are still down the fucking street attached to the fucking box. My uncle was like, he just lied to our faces and died. Just like, oh man,
that's a joke. If you can design that, you can design that into a joke.
Yeah. Oh man, I tell you, it's yeah. I get a lot of those crazy stories, man. He had and I only know a few of them, man. He's my godfather too, so he's a great guy. He's a really good guy, man, and he's always been one of my only uncles on my father's side that really, he's always been because he was my godfather. He was, extra cool with me too, as well as mom. He's a really good salty earth guy. He never he's almost married once, and she pulled some bullshit on him, and he still just dates women, man. He doesn't want to settle down, so he never had any kids. And he's retired now. He does a lot of charity for the church and stuff. Like, he was raised Irish Catholic, and he's very still devout Irish Catholic. But yeah, he's like, I'm like, why don't you just settle down with one of these girlfriends, Uncle Mike? He's like, no, they're too crazy. They're too crazy.
I don't blame him.
Yeah. He goes to Ireland once a year and always, comes back, and he's got these beautiful pictures and stuff. I mean, that's what he's doing now. It's because he's single. He never had kids himself. He's not married. I mean, he dates, but He's he's able to travel and do some fun stuff. Police
I hear that.
pension, too. See the world. So I like this too. So okay, back to your stuff here, El Gargo.
Oh,
Yeah,
no
let's see.
worries. This is
Yeah.
old. This is old early stuff. Now this was what I was had in the when I first did a campaign, and I
Yeah,
was
I
off.
missed. I only checked out when you were doing the on Narwhal's channel doing the barn raising thing or whatever. I gotta go back over that too because I missed some of that. I only caught a bit of that, so I missed the meat of it. But
You didn't miss much. You didn't miss much. This was early stuff, and I decided to redo this stuff because I wasn't proud of this. I thought it looked like crap. But this was supposed to be the money shot of the first issue. This was the big reveal of the Templar. And once
uh-huh.
again, the idea was it was supposed to be one camera found footage. So
Okay.
so imagine this like being a documentary crew filming.
Right.
And that this was the black guy, Shane on the left, and I didn't show you a picture of him yet. Yeah, but on the right was Tristan.
Okay.
And you know, Shane is going out because he got a call from the neighborhood about the shipping container that the cops haven't checked out. But people are going in and out of it a lot of suspicious people, and they want him to check it out, and they don't like it.
Right.
He goes in and finds out that there's three naked women, chained to the fucking ground.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah,
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 man, it's gonna be a horror show when he gets in there. Yeah, I can see it. Are they chained to the ground, dead or alive?
alive.
Okay, well that's good.
It's not good, but this was an illustration of my wife when she was younger.
Oh, very pretty.
Yeah, she's a little she devil.
Yeah,
Uh,
well, keeps it spicy.
this was one of the earlier illustrations of Tristan. The idea was he was a young Gavin McGinnis.
Is that your wife in the picture there? You got a picture of a post of a real woman there next to the.
Yeah.
Wow, dude, you're doing okay for yourself there, buddy. Good for you. Yeah,
And
no,
then of course this, multiple illustrations. This was when I was really trying to draw inks again and practicing my strokes. And this was earlier Templar pages. This was the way first beginning one of the beginning pages. The early concept of the entire group. That was
Uh-huh.
supposed to be Shane in the middle
Okay.
in the beginning.
Nice. Yeah, man, I like that. I like that. You did a really good job too. I like that, with obviously, like how you drew, like characterized your wife like that. That was really cool. And this is cool too. I like what I see. Um, that's the thing too. It's like obviously, the other comic book artists in your circle probably, give you better spin on it, but for just yeah, man, for just some basic charted storyboard stuff here, man. I mean, yeah, I like it. I like the whole dark underworld of it. I kind of that's the thing. They don't make comic books really anymore, like the Punisher, and this kind of stuff. Like they don't make dark comics that much anymore.
Well,
So
the problem with the
I miss
Punisher.
it.
Oh, sorry.
I just say, I miss it. That's why I really want you to succeed with this.
Thank you, brother. I was gonna say the only thing I love the Punisher, but the problem with the Punisher is he doesn't work in the Marvel universe.
This is true. Yeah, he would be very effective, would he?
Well, the reason why is all of a sudden he goes against the Green Goblin. He doesn't kill the Green Goblin,
Right.
but he kills the guy who steals the old lady's purse.
Right. Yeah. I was kind of wondering, when Netflix started doing that whole combination with Daredevil and Punisher, how that was going to work out.
Yeah.
And I did watch the first season of the Punisher on Netflix, but I never saw season 2. I haven't seen it yet. I heard it wasn't as nearly as good as the first season. And I like
Another,
the actor who plays the Punisher. I like that guy. Whatever
There's
his name.
another practice illustration of my wife when she was younger.
Nice. Very very well done.
Thank you.
How long you guys been married for?
10 years.
10 years. Good for you, brother. God
No,
bless you.
oh, sorry.
Oh, nothing. I was just saying, good for you. God bless you. I'm glad you guys been married 10 years, man. It's great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Either I'm a fucking moron or she's just a nutcase. I don't know which one it is. No, I'm just kidding.
Love is love, brother. I was
know.
with my ex for 8 years, and we split up when my daughter was 6 months old. But we're still friends now because we have a child together. But yeah, no, she was my girlfriend. My ex, she was blonde and she blonde hair and blue eyes and big chest and very very beautiful, very pretty. She still is. I mean, she still looks very beautiful. I used to always kind of have a thing for blondes when I was younger. Although now, I guess because I was with a blonde haired woman for so long, I kind of like brunettes a little bit more now and redhead girls. Redhead girls, love them. So yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, let's face it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're all if they're hot, they're hot. But I'm just saying, it's like I always figure if I got back in a serious relationship, I mean, obviously, it doesn't mean if she had blonde hair, I wouldn't be like, oh, it's totally cool. But it would be kind of fun to I don't know, just do something a little bit different. I mean, the next time around.
Go for it. They're all out there and available. I mean, ever since I moved to the West Coast, I just didn't really date much white women after that.
Well, my thing, it's like, I obviously, just with the court, cost, I spent 30 grand just fighting for custody of my daughter. And, I had to, like just all kinds of medical issues and medical bills and stuff, I didn't have a lot of money and, that's usually a requirement if you're going to be in a relationship. So I just did some hit and runs. And
they're always good. There's no shame in that.
Right. I mean, that's all I'm ready for. I mean, I like I said, man. I mean, my ex is my daughter's mother, man. We were together longer than a lot of people are staying married. So yeah, 8 years. And it ended roughly. So I got my guards up. Obviously I'm still I'm a normal hetero red-blooded male, and I love women, but I don't have. That's why I want to make my mark, and actually do something I love, and just I don't want to be a millionaire. Like I don't care. It's like I just want to make a decent living, and then then I'll be ready for that next. Then I'll be ready for actually settling down and finding somebody who's looking to be serious. But I actually enjoy being single because I was always dating or in a long-term relationship, for all that time. So. I've actually enjoyed, being a single father. As far as just having the freedom to do what I want to do, go where I want to go. The only thing that stops me from doing that is, and I'm happy to do, is for my daughter. That's fun, But now that she's 18, she doesn't want to hang out with me as much. I mean, she was attaching me at the hip, ever since she was a baby. But she's 18 now, and she's got a boyfriend, really nice young man. And she's going to college, so now I'm like freed up to really, just I mean freed up. I mean, I always, she's still got 4 more years of college, but she's got a scholarship, and she's doing well. So I'm just saying, I mean, now I'm at the phase, just what I'm saying, I can focus more on getting my shit together, and I don't know though, I'm,
Hail, brother.
Yeah, hail. Yeah. But marriage, see, you live in Las Vegas, right? And yes. I don't gamble, so I would have fun in Las Vegas because I wouldn't lose on the tables. And marriage, when it's right, it's right. But for me, I just not knowing the women, I know the odds of it working out. when I start to get attached to some woman, and I don't like playing those. I don't like to gamble the long shots. So
Bernie Mac's right. It's a damn war.
it
It's
is.
a damn war.
Love is war, brother. Love is war. How about you? Are you a
Rest in
gambler?
peace, Bernie Mac. Huh?
I just say, do you gamble? I mean, living in Vegas, do you play the slots or the tables?
I play. Well, me and my brothers. I got a lot of brothers. We get together
Mhm.
every week. We play. We play Texas Hold'em together
Texas Hold'em, okay.
at this bar together. And as funny as it is, the bar people at the bar just get in to play the game with us all
Nice.
the time. Happens accidentally every time. We used to have our nephews come, but they moved.
I see. And you guys play for like just small pots, or you guys get pretty big in there?
Well, it's just a $5 buy-in, so
Right. There you go.
whatever raises after that with the chips, it's up to us. But it's just $5. We don't do anything too big.
Yeah.
We used to just go in there with our spare change, but that became way too inconvenient for us a lot of times because a lot of times we wound up paying the tab with it.
Right. Yeah, I think I just played Texas Hold'em for the first time. I was up in Champaign. One of my uncles, he passed away not too long ago, this Christmas. So my other uncle lives up there, who's his brother, and they're close in age. We were all, the night before the funeral service, we were playing, I think, Texas Hold'em, because I'm used to just playing like what regular poker, like your average poker, right? It's just like what, 5-card stud.
Uh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so because I'm not a gambler, me and my buddies, we used to sit there and play 5-star, 5-card stud, at a Kegger with the quarters back in the day, shit like that. But I had never played Texas Hold'em before, and I was playing with them. It was fun, but I actually kind of just preferred the regular 5-card stud. And yeah, we were just playing for bucks, nothing big, cheap chip. But
Yeah.
when
When you're
back in
playing,
the day, man,
huh?
my aunt, she liked to gamble, and I would take her to the boat, and she played the slots, and I'd play the slots with her a little bit, but she liked to gamble. So man, I was selling cards, and I'd be crushing, man. I'd make like sometimes like I just make like $1,500 in a week, and
Damn.
she'd burn through that pretty quickly when we go to the boats. I'd be like, we got to get out of here. Pissed a lot of money away in those boats, but it wasn't me gambling. It was just me giving her, dough. But she wasn't. It wasn't like that. I mean, she's not materialistic. She just likes to gamble. So I was good for in that way. I kept her restrained, but she still goes to the boats with her old man. But yeah, I used to love going to the boat because they had like dollar beer and dollar margaritas and whatever, like just dollar booze or dollar drinks. And
Hell yeah.
I would just throw a couple quarters in the slots. I'd be like, if I make $100, on these slots, I'd go to like $100 for myself, and I'd be like, if I lose this $100, fine. Anything I make over it, once I hit $200, I'm out of here.
Yeah,
So, and
bingo's the funnest to do that.
I never did that. Yeah, I haven't been there in so long. Bingo sounds good to that too, but yeah, I don't. Yeah, since I don't gamble much, that's what I hear about Vegas is cool. It's like they do all the stuff to get you to gamble. They get you all these freebies, and if you can actually refrain from temptation of gambling, you can have a really good time in Vegas.
Eh,
I'm
Vegas is
talking about
expensive now for everything that's happened. They got this goofy tax system and stuff like that. They really punish the tourists nowadays.
really, boy, man, that sucks. See, I thought that that's why like they had all like they give you all these perks because they're trying to get you into the casinos. I
Um,
mean,
some places, depending on the area, right now, just recently, and this was before the coronavirus, quite a few buffets were shutting down because they weren't making as much money.
yeah,
Since MGM owns most of the strip, you know, it was, of course, a bunch of MGM owned properties that did it.
Now, why would the buffets be hurt? I mean, because they would still be cheap, wouldn't they?
I mean, they cost around $40-$50 per person. They're not cheap.
For a buffet?
Yeah, you're better off. You're better off going to one of them Brazilian restaurants where they bring you fresh meat.
Well, because that used to be the shtick I'd hear. Like Vegas had all these cheap buffets, like Vegas Vacation. Remember?
Yeah, yeah, that was the '90s and all the way down. It's not like that anymore.
Oh boy, is anything left, El Gargoyle? Is anything fucking left from the old world? Nothing, right?
Uh, Evidently porno's free. Ironically, that's the only thing that's free right now.
Well, we got something. That's true. I remember the porn from back when I was younger, man. Like, remember they couldn't show penetration,
Yeah.
and then
Well,
when people got in, they could. It was weird, man. All the weird rules about it.
I thought it was a weirder when it was a big debate because I used to work in a boutique and
Um,
people were bugged about certain porns using condoms more than others.
yeah, you
And
know,
what does it matter? I'm not even staring at the dick anyhow.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah, that is a weird. That's a preference with people. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's not what you're there to see. And anyways, it's like, right, you're just pretending it's your own, anyways. If you do happen to glance it, so. But any rate, they when they had that debate about the kind of thing, I remember that it was weird. It's like, yeah. In a magazine layout, I guess I kind of get it because in a magazine layout, it's all about the aesthetic of the body, right, and all that. But as far as just watching a fuck flick, you know, whatever,
Mhm.
Hustler magazine has like high standards for their photo. They pay those. They actually have very professional photographers. If it doesn't sell, it doesn't sell. I guess that's the thing. I mean, they just look at it from a business point of view. Whoever the
Well,
porn slingers are.
Larry Flint, he's got the stores and then he's got the videos and then he's got he actually does journalism. Then he's got the cartoons. So, and then
I
he's
used
got
to love
the
that.
toy market. So, he's
Yeah.
not running out on anything. Yeah, Hustler's got their own kind of political cartoons.
Oh yeah, I remember reading the political cartoons, man. I mean, the cartoons used to be hilarious, I mean, and there's some of them,
Well, I mean, they're hilarious in a vulgar kind of way. I mean, I mean,
like when I was a kid, I remember like with Hustler, like they had just a joke section, and they had all these very politically incorrect jokes, even for back in those times. And I was when I was a kid, like you'd find one somewhere, there'd be one in the street somebody dropped, and you pick it up, and you'd be reading, you'd be like, what?
hang on, my dog's giving me the diarrhea dance. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it.
You got diarrhea? Come on. Sorry. You there? Did I scare you away, Kung Fu?
No, I'm
Anyway,
still here, bro.
all right. Sorry about that. My dog was making me paranoid. One thing I hate cleaning is dog diarrhea.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I was using the same time to hit John. It's pretty nice down here. It's a nice big apartment down here. We got a little kitchen in there, a bathroom, and it's well spaced down here. So I'm right by everything I need, right by my kitchen, right by the bathroom, and right by the fridge. my Pepsis.
I live in a van down by the river. I'm a scrub.
A van down by the river.
A van down by the river.
I miss Chris Farley, man. Miss that fucking guy.
Rest in peace, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was another earlier piece. Same scene. Originally Templar, and I wanted to do this scene. I'm gonna do it later, but I thought it was cool where sets a vehicle on fire and it crashes into a house.
Yeah, I can see that, man. Very cool.
But it really didn't work out. It was kind of slow, in the slow money shot appearance. So
Yeah.
it's done a different way where he shoots an oncoming the Templar shoots an oncoming vehicle with a grenade launcher. And that's one Inkspot's Narwhal and Scotsman redrew.
Nice, man. I like it.
Yeah, this was the earlier one. If you've seen the barn raising video, that was the first one I drew of it. This was in February 2019. Let's see. But I didn't, you see it. Oh yeah, this was when I first went to college in the Art Institute in 2006. This was a Bruce Lee photograph.
You know, I saw that, man, and Bruce Lee's my guy, dude. I like that, man. Very, very nice, man.
Even though Bruce Lee's arm was long, like Stretch Armstrong.
True, man. You got like the overall. You got the face and the hair down good. The pants. I mean, that's Enter the Dragon right there, man. And you got the abs. You got the frame down very good, man. I mean, I'm impressed with that. Impressed with chest too. Do you know I've been to Bruce Lee's grave?
No shit.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, he's buried in Seattle. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, I've only been to Seattle once. I have medicine under my tongue, so excuse me if my voice sounds like I got something in my mouth. I gotta.
It's okay. I don't get into people's business. I know people have certain health problems, like my voice. I hate my voice all the time. I try to avoid this lisp.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to warn you because I gotta let it sit under my tongue and dissolve, and I'm just explaining why I'm gonna sound goofy. But anyways, I was at Bruce Lee's grave, and it was awesome. I got a picture of me at 12 years old doing a kick right next to it.
Oh, that's fucking cool. Why don't you have that as your profile pic, motherfucker? That's fucking cool.
That's a good idea. Maybe I should. What's kind of sad about it though? When I look at the picture, you know where I'm standing throwing that kick?
Brandon Lee.
Yeah, before he goes in there. Yeah, like years before. So now when I see it, it's really tragic,
Yeah.
Like, there's a guy to the right of him who's got like this tombstone in the ground. It's like an Irish guy. I don't know who he is. But the first place I went to was the wrong cemetery, and I said, "Is Bruce Lee buried here?" And the guy goes, "No, but Jimi Hendrix is." So I went to Jimi Hendrix grave, took a picture of that, and then we found Bruce Lee cemetery. People like to. I know this will probably surprise you, but people like to partay at Jimi Hendrix grave.
That doesn't surprise me.
Right. But so yeah, I love the artwork too, bro. I'm liking what I see, man. I like it a lot, brother. It's very well done.
Thank you. See, this was the same scene where Shane gets the women, the chained women, out of the shipping container, and he's like on the phone, and he sees the oncoming car.
Yeah,
it's coming to him, and then it blows up.
Right. Okay. Right. Fills up right there, guy. Now,
where the fuck?
The Templars saved these girls.
Well, he saved pretty much everybody from a huge fight by blowing up. He he just he just relieved the frustration off of Shane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this was other concepts of Templar, me trying to get better. See how sloppy it was, but once again, the main concept of the Templar was he had this ballistic mask, and
Mm-hmm.
with his body armor it was kind of a backpack with this tactical axe. You know, it was
Uh-huh.
practical. It had a winch. It had something to split wood, and it had something to pull and break glass. And of course, he had certain slots to hold his rifle magazines.
Nice. I love his mask, man. Kind of reminds me of like Quiet Riot meets Jason Voorhees. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
very cool. Very cool.
That's my stupid face.
It's, uh, look,
Yeah, that was one of the earlier designs, but I wasn't happy with the how the cross looks still.
right. Well, I mean, I like where you've got him at now. You know,
Thank you.
yeah, the one you showed me on the screen last time. Very cool.
Let's see. This was more current illustrations of Shane trying to work on them. Not really that current. Yeah, this is February. But Shane is kind of suave, kind of James Bond, you know,
Mm-hmm. Right.
but still, cowboy,
Nice.
cowboy in a suave way.
Yeah, I like it.
This was the first color study of the Templar, and one thing they tell you with a character who wears a lot of black, avoid starting off with black, and you can obviously see why. And this was first using Photoshop,
Uh-huh.
and I wasn't feeling it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm just keep talking. My mouth is full.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I'm just showing you off the earlier stuff. I know it sucks. So
No, it doesn't suck. I'm just saying I can't talk that good, so keep talking. Suck. I can spit this out.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just rambling on. I've been drinking a couple whiskey shots. That's my Corona antibiotics. That's how
That's
I
good.
avoid that's how I avoid antibiotics. You know what? I'm gonna take a dab hit. That's gonna be a little noisy. So I can ramble on without you. I mean
Okay.
I mean not ramble on without you. I mean I don't have to ramble on while you eat. That's right. That's right. Forgive me. Forgive me. There was actually whiskey in the solo cup. Yes, it's a solo cup. I'm in a van down by the river. Sorry, it's not a solo because I'm not that classy. I'm not that classy. This is not a solo. This is damn hefty.
Looks good to me.
Ah, shit! I poured whiskey on my foot.
Now that's a no-no.
That was a Jim Beam. Now, I give this advice over and over again, ladies and gentlemen. To avoid the coronavirus, if you don't have it yet, just every now and then have a shot of and put cinnamon sticks in the bottle first. Let that permeate for at least a day, right? Right.
Hmm.
And then at least get yourself a shot of uh, of a shot of Jim Beam and put lemon juice in it, pure lemon juice.
Sounds good.
Yep, and that will prevent the coronavirus or any kind of flu.
Yeah, alcohol kills it.
Yep. It's a natural antibiotic.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, look at me. I look fine. I'm not coughing. I'm not coughing. I got my wife upstairs coughing. She's sick.
Much better. All right, now I am. Yeah, no, I'm. I'm good talking. Yeah, no, I just. I had to take some blood pressure medication. I gotta let it sit in my mouth. So that wasn't food. But you know, you gotta hold it in your mouth for a little bit because I just have a hard time swallowing pills. So I just have to let it dissolve in my mouth first before I can swallow the pill. And and it tastes like shit. So that's the thing. Like it's just like when you're talking, I couldn't even respond to it because my mouth is just full of saliva because I have to wait till the pills fucking dissolve. Otherwise, I can't swallow the pills.
I'm sorry, dude.
No, it's really cool. I'm just explaining myself. It's like so when you're showing me your pictures and I was being quiet, it's like it wasn't because I didn't approve. It's just because I couldn't talk. That's all I was trying to tell you. But
No. It didn't hurt my feelings. Regardless, it's all good. I feel kind of like it. I kind of feel like a dick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were eating or something. It's actual medicine. I'm sorry.
no, it's okay, brother. We're all good. No, I should have explained myself better, but yeah,
And
I mean, you know, I dig, yeah, I can see, how you've improved, from where you started, man. You come a ways, brother. Like, listen, for me, even your beginner stuff is very well done. I mean, shit's nothing I could ever do. You're very talented, and then I can see like you've obviously just been working on it, and you put in, you just keep polishing, and it keeps looking better, man. Which is fucking what it's all about, right?
right. And it's about what you learn. I listen to everybody, and one big thing is to do something at least it's decent quality. And we talked about this before. Is you know Narwhal doesn't have great art, but he has enough art, and it's great enough where it tells a clear enough story.
Right. Well,
And to me, I didn't think this was passable to to what Narwhal's abilities is. I think this, if anybody would have looked at this was some cheap man's approach to try and impersonate Narwhal.
I don't think so. Besides, man, imitation is the highest form of flattery as long as it's not just blatant rip-off, right? I mean, so
Well,
we're all inspired by a lot of shit. That to me doesn't look like a cheap rip-off. It just looks like you're doing your own thing. Narwhal, like I said, I heard a lot of people actually love his style. They love I love his style, of course, but I'm saying like, because he has like an unusual style where he's like mixes the manga or anime, whatever you want to call it, with the American style kind of combined.
well, it's one of those things you got to take a second glance to appreciate because, like, oh, that's lighting.
Right.
That's 3D depth. You're not looking at the art itself. He's captured depth in there.
Yeah. My two my two personal favorite artists are Mike Barron and EVS. Definitely EVS is I mean, to me, when I look at EVS, I mean his detail in Cyberfrog. I mean that stood out. I loved Cyberfrog, and I've seen some of EVS's other work. I mean, dude, that Salem Android Blacklight poster he's got, fuck, the detail in that is beautiful. I know he's, obviously he's a pro who's worked for the big leagues. So he's got all those years of experience. the thing about EVS too, you know, while I'm on the topic is, if I was in Hollywood, right? If I was on a show and I would have met EVS at a comic book convention, I would have been. He has such a natural talent because even if you're not totally into comics, you know, you're just kind of into comics, and maybe you were. His show is so entertaining. You know, he's so funny. You know, he fucking just cracks me up. He's such a funny guy, and he's a nice guy. And that's why he's also crushing it right now. It's not just because of how good Cyberfrog is. It's all that in a bag of chips. But a lot of people bought Cyberfrog because of the stance he took. You know, he handled the FCWs way better than I would have probably. You know, he just like water off a duck's back. You know,
Yeah.
he laughs. You can't get under that guy's skin. You know. Now I'm sure, you know, when he's in his private moments, he's a human being. Of course, you know, he's got feelings. You know, everybody does. He doesn't want to hear shit about him all the time, but he's just a fucking rock. He's just a mature man, and you know, I just love how the SJW is trying to troll him, and they, you know, the media tries to talk shit about him, and it's like he's on this stream just like, you know, human son being human Caesar, you know, Hail Caesar, and he's just down there laughing and fucking cashing checks and snapping necks, as Will Ferrell said.
And thank you for Cyberfrog. Cyberfrog's been in my life, brother.
Yeah, brother. When you told me that you've been like a fan for that long back, that's so cool, dude. That is so cool, man. I
It's
became
cool
a
that
fan.
Cyberfrog came here and came back at this level. You know how
Right.
big that is? It's Cyberfrog out of everybody.
Yeah, you know, that's like, you know, Mike Barron. You know, he just announced, you know, he's redoing a graphic novel, The Badger, which is cool because, you know, Badger being my favorite comic as a kid, you know, and I had the first 100 issues. Check out The Badger for me, by the way, and tell me what you think, you know, in the next few days if we get some time. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
All right.
Um,
Let me see if there's any copies available on Amazon real quick.
What's that?
I'll buy a copy real quick.
Yeah, well, you know, yeah, check it out. Now,
The
just so
Badger.
you know, now he did try and restart it. I don't know, probably 10 years ago, and it didn't have the success of the original run. Because, and you know, here's the thing too. I was searching for some YouTube comic people to talk about it. You know, his new comic, and they didn't know anything about the old series. They didn't fucking research it for shit. And then they kind of were talking shit about, you know, the new comic because they didn't get the character. And it was like, you know, are you kidding me? Like, this was the Badger was, you know, one of the most successful independent, you know, comics for the 80s, you know, and the early, you know, like early 80s, you know.
Mike Barron?
Mike Barron, yeah, Baron.
Yeah, volume 3? Or is there other volumes? Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Are you talking about the original the first run ever print? Are you, because yeah, like I said, you know, 1980s is what you want to look for. Not that his rerun isn't good, but 1980s. Okay. There we go. That's the man. Yeah, he lives. By the way, he lives in a castle with a wizard named Ham, Ham, a bald wizard. And
this is the guy who wrote Nexus with Steve Rude, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I seen him in the documentary.
Yeah. Now, when you check out the Badger, man, just you see the fight scenes when Badger fucking snaps and he kicks bad guy ass between the martial arts and the animal attacks. It's some fucking top notch fucking artistic work, I think. And I just, you know, if you ever take martial arts, like I said, he really is able to, you know, actually illustrate, you know, a martial arts or street fight, whatever, you know, and you know, he was very groundbreaking in that sense. I hadn't seen, you know, there's nothing like it. Before Badger, when you would look at Master Kung Fu or even Marvel's Karate Kid fighting, you know, it was choppy and just kind of, you know, blur motion stuff, whatever they call that. I don't know what the comic book artists call those different things, but yeah, Mike Barron definitely captured I guess the term would be the aesthetics of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the story's so great too. There's one of his with him squaring off against Bruce Lee on the cover. So there's one badge that's probably one of my favorites where he fights Bruce Lee, but it's in his head because he's fucking crazy. I think. Like I said, I have like all the issues, all the early issues. I got them in storage. Just I have like all my collectibles in storage, and I just told my daughter if I ever croak, it's all yours, and just hold on to them. Because I don't got a big fortune to leave her right now, not yet, anyways.
Holy shit! Well, the volume 2 of Badger is $30.
Yeah, he's got a pretty big following, man. Yeah.
Badger Battle of 5 Wizards.
Yeah, I mean, you can buy him on eBay cheap, but if you want to support Mike himself,
might as well support Mike himself.
I respect that, brother. Yeah, it's very cool you do that. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd say get issue number 1 and start from there. And if you like issue number 1, see where it takes you. But I loved it, and it is funny and holds up. Like I said, he's funnier than the Punch. It's like he's like like I said, he's Deadpool before Deadpool. He's Deadpool with Dr. Doolittle powers.
My wife, I actually got her into Steve Rude today.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was showing her a bunch of Steve Rude paintings. I don't know why I was showing her. She likes Steve Rude.
What'd she say about it?
She likes his paintings.
Cool.
The ones of the women, the pinup like ones that he's doing nowadays.
Yeah.
Because I was explaining to her about commissions, about being an artist, and about the market and the demand of commissions and stuff like that.
Yeah. Do you ever do any art like to sell just like on eBay and stuff, like like a lot of artists do, just kind of?
I've tried.
Yeah. Do you ever do like just oil paintings and done anything like that?
I'm open for commissions. I've done paintings.
Yeah.
Primarily stencils, because that's a lot faster for me.
Right.
And some people like stencils because it's kind of the street art style, which is my primary background before I came back into comics.
Okay.
So familiar with like Banksy or Shepard Fairey, those kind of styles I was doing, because I was trying to do graffiti.
I don't know if you ever heard of Georgia O'Keeffe, but I actually had one of her originals, but it was damaged.
Georgia O'Keeffe?
Yeah, you heard of her?
Let me look her up.
She's famous for flowers, and flowers being code word for vagina, because she's a lesbian, but she's a beautiful artist, and her shit's worth a lot of money. Let me just put it that way. My brother Bernie, who he was a stockbroker when he was like 24 years old. He got a seat on the exchange, so he used to buy high art, and he had a George O'Keeffe, and it fell off the wall and got scratched up. So he's like, "You want this? It's worth money." I was like, "Sure." So I had it in my apartment, and every once in a while, somebody, I guess you would say culture, would come through my party pad, be like, "Oh shit, you got a fucking George O'Keeffe." I'm like, "Yeah." So it's nice, but I don't know anything about the high art. You know what I mean? Obviously, I can tell a Van Gogh from a,
Yeah, I never heard of her. It's probably good.
Her shit goes for big bucks, man. Yeah, she's
a street artist.
What's that?
She's a street artist?
I don't know much about her. I just know that her art's worth a lot of money. And she does a lot of roses, like she does a lot of flowers to symbolize the vagina. Actually, that's what the George O'Keeffe that I had, it was like a rose. It was white background with just like a very Picasso-like rose, kind of what I remember. I have that in storage somewhere just in case it is worth something someday.
Damn, she did not age well.
Yeah, I've never actually seen her face. Like, I had that thing before the internet was the internet, you know. So I had my first apartment when I was like 19 years old, you know. I was 20, which is kind of cool because I was able to get my first apartment before I was old enough to have my first liquid beer, you know. That was an
Well,
accomplishment for me.
I put it this way: she looked right before the Great Depression.
There you go. Okay, yeah. But yeah, you can see what her shit goes for these days, and it's quite a bit, right?
Yep. It's like uh, Michael Lynn's father, Egerin. If you're familiar with him, this is what interests me of Michael Lynn, the writer of the Never-Ending Story.
Yeah,
Well, his family is all Holocaust survivors, and his dad was a surrealist painter.
yeah.
And of course, during the Holocaust and stuff like that, Hitler didn't like his dad's paintings, so a lot of his dad's paintings and galleries were burned.
Really?
Hmm.
Well, I'm assuming he was Jewish, so that's why.
Yeah, he was not German either. He was from Bratislava.
I don't know. He was Jewish and whatever. Yeah, like Hitler cared. Like, and
Yep,
um,
yep.
you know,
Well,
you've seen.
he didn't like his paintings either.
Hmm. He didn't like a lot of stuff that Hitler.
Yeah, he didn't like surrealist art.
Yeah, you know, it's man, I used to love the History Channel before it got shit. Before it went to shit. Remember those days when History Channel used to be about history?
Yep, I remember when Animal Planet used to be about animals too.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about Animal. Yeah, you're right. I don't even know what's going on in Animal Planet these days. You know, no, I don't watch anything on cable very much because I don't like people putting it in front of me without me choose. I like window shopping on the internet, and if I like it, I'll click. Helps keep the propaganda away. But yeah, absolutely, man. I hear you there. But you sound like you're. I mean, you're very obviously a patriotic guy. You know your history, man. It sounds like you're from a very patriotic family or something.
My grandpa was a flying tiger.
That's right. So yeah, there you go, man. All it takes. I guess that's the problem, you know. I guess all these SJWs, they don't have an old man who's a nom. They don't fucking get it, you know.
It's not just that. It's just a loss of values and being bored. I was there being lost too. It's just a
Mm.
loss in value when you got these fucking and I've just been raised in a situation where you got these separated parents and one goes crazy and then constantly fucking coddling you and fear mongering you to hate
Yeah,
the other side. It doesn't work. It's not stability. It doesn't make fucking adults. It just makes fucking pansies.
yeah. You know, I mean, my parents divorced when I was 12, so I got that in common with you. But both my parents had very good values. It's just that my father, because he was a bad alcoholic, you know, that was why they had to get divorced. But they both had very good values, you know. My father was very patriotic. He was very hardcore conservative. My mom was more of like a conservative Democrat, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, because her father was a POW in Germany, she understands, she gets it, you know. She still doesn't like guns though, you know, but she understands, you know, like people, you know, she respects the Constitution. But she's not big on Trump, so and she's up there in years, so you know, she's still very Catholic and very Christian, goes to church every Sunday, but she gets really upset because no, she usually votes Democrat. All the males in my family would vote right, and the females, a lot of them would vote left. And me, from a young age, I saw the bullshit in both parties, and I always said, if I'm going to vote, it's going to be independent until, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to pick the lesser of two evils because I don't engage in evil. You know, if I don't have to, I try not to. I don't buy that shit. Um, last time I voted at all was for Perot, like as far as the presidential election. And
Well, I think it's funny when all of a sudden it comes to bare minimum. It's like it doesn't matter who's in office. Well, if it doesn't matter who's in office, then why are you so bothered that Trump's fucking in office?
you know, I was thinking the other day, after we were talking, I was actually my roommate. He's a big DC guy, and he loves Batman. Like Batman's his fucking thing. He loves Harley Quinn. You know, my buddy. And I was laughing. I was thinking, you know what? Maybe Donald Trump. He's kind of like Bruce Wayne, right? He's a million. Son of a millionaire, right? He becomes a billionaire playboy, right? And who is the president of the United States? Well, they're like our greatest heroes, right? So
Mhm.
he's like this playboy billionaire in the 80s and 90s, right? And then now he's fighting the cabal with the presidential superhero cape. He's actually got a bunker under his desk, right, with the presidential bunker with the bat cave and all the soldiers and the tools down there, right? Now get this: Hillary wears a blue pantsuit and the Joker wears a purple jacket, right?
Mhm.
And Hillary leaves a calling card when she kills somebody. She leaves the fucking scarf.
You know what's funny is
Yeah,
I made up this line from the end of the Dark Knight. Trump is
yeah.
not the president we need. He's the president we deserve.
There you go, man. Righteous.
Which
Yeah,
is true. You know, everybody's like, this is, you should not act like be like this and behave like a president. And you know, the way I look at it, what the fuck does a president have to behave? Because from the way I see it, Obama has lied to everybody.
they all fucking lied, man. They
Yep.
all fucking lied.
And you
You
know, that's a great line in the remake of Hills Have Eyes too. If you remember the beginning of that from the sergeant, that's what he said about every president when that one soldier referred to Bush. He
Yeah,
goes, "Guess what, dumbass? They all fucking lie."
yeah, that's right. You know, my biggest problem with with the Republican Party when I was a kid in the 80s, I had a very close family member who I'm still very close with, but he was working downtown, and he was straight A. You know, he was a good student his whole life. You know, he went to MSOE, Milwaukee School of Engineering. You know, and he dropped out, but I mean, he was destined for really great things. And then when he got a job downtown working at one of the exchanges, not my brother Bernie that I was talking about, but another family member who worked at exchanges, and
Uh-huh.
he sold some cocaine for a couple of months just to make some extra money, and he got busted his first offense ever. Never had a felony, never even had a DUI, and he got served he got sentenced to 4 years, first offense, served 2. And because the Republicans and their fucking war on drugs, and the Democrats were part of it too, don't get me wrong, I couldn't stand that because, the Republicans, they talk about small government, but then they're going to tell everybody what they can put in their body. And then, they were saying, oh, these dealers, they're trying to poison kids and they're out giving free samples in the schoolyards, which was bullshit. Nobody offered me any free samples of dope when I was a kid. And this family member I had, he was downtown. He was selling to adults. He wasn't advertising it. They were coming to him. And he actually, the reason why he did he got sentenced to 4 years, because he wouldn't rat. They wanted him to rat on his upper promotion. He was like, fuck you. I'll do the time. Strong guy. He made it through. He actually, when he was in the joint, he got into AA, and he's very successful now. He's actually a millionaire today. But that doesn't happen often. If you get fucking, charged with a felony when you're in your early 20s, usually doesn't work out happy afterwards. So he's very blessed to be where he is today.
That
But
happened to me in 2003, not with cocaine, but with lint marijuana. A girl was trying to give me pills in school when I was still in high school,
yeah,
and she got caught, and she decided to put me on a list that she gave me pills.
great.
When they searched me, they found the lint marijuana, which was 0.02 grams of marijuana.
You're talking about from Flint, Michigan?
No, this was Grand Haven at the time.
But when you say what do you mean by Flint marijuana?
Lint. Lint
Lint?
means
I
it was
mean,
just little speckles. This was during the time when, in 2003, when it was still zero tolerance.
so you're talking about like shake?
Yep.
Okay,
Little
yeah.
bit
So
of
you never
speckles.
called lint before shake, huh? Wow. Yeah,
I mean,
I heard that Vegas is fucking zero tolerance.
Vegas is not
Not anymore, but they used to be.
zero tolerance with meth and such, but
Right, but before the weeds finally got legalized, like I remember watching episodes of Cops in Las Vegas, and they're like, even a seed is a felony. If we catch you with a seed, we can charge you with a felony. They don't
See,
fucking
this is the weird part. They'll let fucking people who fucked and trafficked children out of jail.
yeah, right.
And
Man, you know why? Because they don't make any money, and the dealers they can seize their property, but they
and
can't seize the property of anybody else.
and
Right?
it's the same thing with the state of Louisiana. They got weird laws too, where they got strict laws against marijuana, but at the same time, if you're in there and you can declare you're too poor to be in jail,
Yeah,
they are required by law to release you. So
yeah. It's not much of a justice system, is it?
yeah, there's different laws for everything. So it doesn't it. I don't know 100%.
Yeah, well, dude, growing up out here, man, in Illinois, man, even now, like they just legalized weed, they just opened up weed shops, and I'm still not used to being able to just be honest about like, hey, if I smoke, because like, dude, cops would fucking always burn you just for having a bowl in your car or some shit, and they'd fucking hope to catch you with something else, which, I mean, like it was like, even though everybody out here smokes and drinks and parties, the cops love those marijuana fucking seizures, and they love being able to take your car if you have a bowl of weed. And you can't do that anymore, but they did it, man, all up until Pritzker fucking legalized it, which is the only good thing he's done so far.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just weird, when you live in a police state like that when it comes to drugs, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, this shit that we threw you and all your friends in jail for multiple times. I mean, I didn't go to jail because I never dealt it, but I got fucking like a ticket for marijuana and shit. It's like, oh, no, now you can just do that. Now we're fine with it. And I had friends I did have friends growing up in high school that just got caught with a fucking a half a pound of weed, and yeah, they got fucking scorched, man. One brick, and you're done. Back in the day,
Mhm.
and yeah, it's just amazing that now, like, I could actually just go to a store down the street and buy it. Like, I've been waiting my whole life for that, man.
Yep.
I was always I was always I was always more of a cannabis smoker. Like alcohol is fun, but I can't do it too often, especially like now at my age. So like that's just what I enjoy, and yeah, it doesn't fucking kill you. So especially
Now,
because with my father, I'm my family, we got alcoholism in the Irish genes. I'm Irish German, and so yeah, I figured probably good not to make alcohol my number one. Save me a
right.
lot of hassle. Yeah, but don't get me wrong, man. From the time I was a teenager, until the time I had my daughter, I drank rivers of fucking booze. I definitely had my fun with it. When you quit drinking booze, for like a couple of years, and then you just try and start up again, it's kind of bitter. I don't know. But I had my fun with it. I definitely, fuck, man. I've done all that fun stuff. Except for like the really hard shit. I never did meth or anything like that, but I've dabbled in shit. And I'm okay. It was stupid, some of it. Don't get me wrong, but nobody ever got harmed by smoking weed, man. Nobody ever got harmed by it. That's the one thing I didn't get. Yeah, the fact that they they cracked down on the fucking weed so hard with the drug war. Plus, it's unconstitutional.
Yep. There's only one problem I have with weed. I admit this.
It's that
Gives you a higher tolerance to actual numbers when you're going through surgery.
gives you a higher pain tolerance.
No, a higher tolerance to numbers when you're actually going through surgery.
Really, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, that shit don't work on you anymore. I had
Why?
to go through emergency surgery because I had a cyst in my ass,
Okay.
and I got high as a kite. I had edibles. I was high as fuck.
Yeah.
They started injecting me with numbers.
Yeah, like Novocaine.
Whatever they do to make sure you're not supposed to feel anything to cut you up.
Yeah, that's just that's a local. That's Novocaine basically. Yeah.
Novocaine. Yeah. I felt it all. I was screaming like a bitch.
You know what though, brother? I think I can relate to you because I was only like I was a health nut. Like I didn't party. I was in martial arts, like I said, so I didn't really start partying hard. I mean, I drank some booze, but I didn't even like really smoke grass until I was at least 18. So I was at least a legal adult when I started. And but when I was like 12 or 13, I had a cyst on my back shoulder, and they had to cut it out, and that fucking hurt. They gave me the same thing like the local, and I was screaming like a bitch, man. That shit fucking hurt.
Really?
Yeah, I was like 12 years old though, but we didn't have good insurance. I came from humble means, and I just remember I went to this really shitty doctor's office in like fucking Bufu. It's the only place to take my mom's insurance, whatever. And they just had like all these big fucking like weapon. Yeah, like it was a horrific looking operating room. Like no clown pictures on the wall. We're talking like just surgical stuff on the wall. Man, they're like, can you still feel this? And I'm like, yeah, it was bad. And I do have a very high pain threshold. I have a pretty, I guess it's probably from all the years of being a martial arts. I was able to take a punch. You're able to take a kick to the head enough times, and you can pretty up your, it ups your pain threshold. But in my older age, it's tougher, I guess. Yeah, no, man, dude, if you get something cut out of you, it's gonna fucking hurt. It's not the same as dentistry. For some reason, when they give you the numbers in your mouth, and you're having like dental work done, maybe it's because the skin is so thin. But like when they're cutting something to like the fat of your shoulder, the fat of your butt, maybe I don't know. Maybe there's a difference there. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, man. That shit fucking hurts.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy felt like he was raping me.
Yeah, they had to hold me down, man, when they were cutting the thing out, and it was just, it wasn't even like, it wasn't cancerous, it was just, benign, and it was only like the size of like an eraser head, but like they wanted to be sure, so I went through all this fucking hell to have like basically a little mole cut off the back of my shoulder. They had to dig it out, and they're like, well, it could grow tentacles and all this shit, because I was like, no, I don't want to have this done, and my mom insisted, so I went in there.
Yeah, I had an ingrown hair.
Oh, those hurt. I've had those. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't feel good, and it was my first ingrown hair. So at first I thought it was a broken tailbone.
Yeah.
And until it got worse and started oozing out, like, I couldn't even sit down.
No shit.
How bad it hurt.
That must have been terrible because I'm imagining you must have just had to lay on your stomach, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's where we go.
And I don't want to. This sounds worse, and this sounds stupid, and this is a whole nother stupid story. But I had a burn on my dick, so even laying on my stomach was uncomfortable.
I got bit in the balls by a dog once when I was a kid.
Ooh. I burnt my lap with hot coffee. That's why I had a burn on my dick.
Oh man, that would hurt bad.
Yeah, it was a big blister on my dick.
Yeah, that would be fucking painful. I can imagine. Jesus. Sorry.
I try not to being bit in the balls of the dog and being able to make a child. That's amazing.
Yeah, well, luckily he just hit the sack and not the nut. I was like I was young, and I had to go to camp the next week. I didn't tell my parents about it, and it was my friend's dog. He was a big collie, and he knew me, but he was senile and he was going blind. And so when I went to go to my friend to say hi, the dog just didn't recognize me and just snapped out. And it wasn't bad. I mean, I didn't go to the doctor to get stitches, but I remember his mom was freaking out, like, he could be true and he could sue us. Well, I have a daughter now, so obviously everything worked out okay, But yeah, it was just, it barely broke the skin, but I was bleeding. I was freaking out. But basically, I just threw a Band-Aid on it, went to camp, and tearing off the Band-Aid was about the worst part of it. But I had a fear of dogs for a while after that. You know, big dogs.
Yeah.
Because that'll do it for you. I mean, I was just like, the dog's name is Champ, and I'm like, Champ, of all the fucking places to bite me, what the fuck? So, yeah. Needless to say, I didn't pet that collie anymore after that incident. But you know, this dog I had petted before. You know, like this dog, I had been around my friend's house. My friend was an animal nut. He died of leukemia, sadly, but he had an alligator and a big horse trough. He had lizards and fucking boa constrictors, and I mean, we got a pretty funny picture of us at a kegger at his house where everybody's drunk holding up his fucking alligator in their arms, you know.
Damn.
He actually had to donate to the zoo because it got so big.
Damn. Yeah, my wife, when I first moved into her house, she had a pet water monitor.
Oh, water monitors. Yeah, those are cool pets. I'm not big on reptiles, man. You know, I've never liked lizards or snakes. They just always, I'm okay with, you know, a lot of insects and stuff like that. But yeah, snakes, poisonous snakes and lizards freak me out.
Yeah, they're too much trouble.
Yeah, well, lizards, I imagine a monitor lizard wouldn't be too hard to maintain, though. That would be pretty, right? They don't get that big, right?
No, water monitors can grow up to 7 feet.
Okay, so that's like iguana size shit, huh? Wow, I didn't know.
They're like a cousin of Komodo dragon.
Oh, geez, I didn't know. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I didn't know. I thought you were talking about one of the smaller ones. Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, that would be crazy, man. That would be a lot of work.
No, any kind of monitor is a large lizard. They're pretty much as large as a alligator, a pet alligator.
Jeez, man. I've seen Komodo dragons. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That same alligator that my friend had, that, you know, he got as a baby alligator and it grew so big he had to keep it in the giant horse trough, right? He went from feeding it mice to feeding it whole raw chickens, you know. But the alligators don't eat that much because they conserve energy, you know. Like they can eat like a whole. He would just feed the alligator a raw chicken, and then it would just sit there, you know, in the tub, you know, and just fucking wait for its next meal. But one time, he had a pit bull, and he had a fence in the backyard, and the alligator got loose, and I saw this fucking alligator, dude, go after this pit bull, and you know, I forgot how fast, because this thing would always just be sitting in the tub in the trough, you know, not moving around, and you could hold it and shit, and you know, like it was a big fucking alligator, man, you know, and this thing went after that pit bull to eat it, man, like just out of instinct, you know, just had that fucking dinosaur instinct, and I was just like, wow. He literally jumped and grabbed the alligator by the tail right before it snapped down on the pit bull. It's one of the few times you're going to see a pit bull lose a fight is when it's a fucking alligator chase. You know?
You ever heard of that professional hunter recently that they found his remains and they figured out he was eaten by a crocodile?
No, I didn't hear about that, because that sounds like an Australia thing or something.
That was in Africa.
Was it?
Yeah.
Jeez, man. So what, he went missing?
Yeah, he was a professional hunter that went missing, and they tracked him down and later discovered his remains in a river and figured it out. It was because a crocodile grabbed him, or that lady who got grabbed by an alligator when she was walking her dog.
Man, that's terrible, man. There's nothing worse, you know, than being eaten alive, right? Like you're literally fucking you're not even dead. Like the animal's eating you while you're alive. It's just like fuck.
Yeah, there's this Instagram channel called Nature's Gnarly, and you see that horrible shit with animals.
Yeah, man. Animal Kingdom, no mercy in that fucking place.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
No, they do not. They're on autopilot, basically. Swim, eat, and fuck. That's what they do. Or whatever, you know. Hunt, pray, and you know, whatever. Prey on shit. But yeah. I guess, you know, scuba diving, like I said, as long as I'm not great white, I'm pretty brave. But I'm very particular about the animals I am afraid of, but other than that, I'm not afraid of most of them. You know, but I had a water moccasin chase me down a dock once. Actually, that was when I was in Michigan at my friend's grandfather's cottage. We were fishing on the end of a pier, and a water moccasin. We were at the end of the pier, right, on this little lake in Michigan, and the water moccasin started sliding towards us from the entry of the pier, right at us. So me and my buddy were fishing, and we looked at each other, and this fucking moccasin came at us, man, slithering down the wood of the pier. So we either had a choice to jump in the lake or fucking hope this thing went off to the side of the pier and wasn't going after us. That fucking it was a giant poisonous water moccasin. It got pretty close, and then it fucking thank God I guess when it got close enough to both of us and saw how big we were, it veered off to the right of the pier, you know. But that was not fun. I don't know if you ever had any experience with water moccasins. They're pretty plentiful in Michigan, right?
Yeah, I never seen one of them in Michigan in my life, to be honest.
Yeah, you don't want them, man. They're fucking terrifying. There's a quarry out here that me and my friends used to cliff dive at, and out here on the south side, and there's a giant water moccasin in there that we didn't even know was in there until probably one of the last times we went to jump there. And my buddy was gonna jump, and people were down in the quarry saying, "Don't jump, don't jump," and it looked like a giant fucking boa constrictor, man, like a giant python swimming in the water. My friend almost jumped on top of it because he was, we were diving off the cliff on, into the quarry below. So they can get big, man, and they're poisonous. They bite you, you're in trouble. You got to get to the fucking hospital immediately. You'll die. So a poisonous snake that can swim, they usually don't bite humans, but if they can, if you come across one in Starla, if you're swimming and you come across with it, yeah, they're poisonous. So, and if you're in the water, even worse, right? You can't see them coming. Well, that's a nice picture there. Speaking of big snakes, what's this?
This is one of the Templar villains.
Yeah, is that the guy you showed me before?
No, this is a Pimp, kind of based off of R. Kelly and Minos from Dante's Inferno.
That's what I thought. Because my TV screen's still a little bit blurry. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, dude. No, he definitely looks like a pimp. I like that, man. A pimp with a giant fucking snake around his neck. Very creative, brother. Very well done. I like that.
Because originally the idea. Oh, here was the. I think this was one of the early Indiegogo campaign trailers.
Nice. Very nice. You got some really good ideas.
Thank you.
Yeah. You got to keep going with this, brother. You got some good stuff here, man.
Oh yeah, that was just an update. That wasn't even the trailer. I can scroll on and show you. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely. Give me 1 second. I got to take a leak. Be right back.
Go for it.
Okay, let's see what you got.
Oh, I was. Yeah, this was one of the earlier concepts of the found footage. This was kind of the firefight.
Look at that. I see you got a picture of Brie Larson up there.
Oh yeah, this was me comparing the upcoming Dora the Explorer movie of
Uh-huh.
somebody who was supposed to be a 17-year-old girl based off a little girl and some woman superhero. And it's like, really? There's something weird going on here. And this was right before this was the girl who played as Dora Explorer. She was still 17 when she was
Yeah,
playing
she
this role.
looks too old. She totally looks too old.
Yeah.
And
Like she turned 18 a month after the movie came out.
you know, that just doesn't make any sense, man. Why they would cast somebody so at that age, you know?
Yeah,
I mean,
she's supposed
she
to be a
looks like
teenage
Dora the
high school
Explorer.
girl.
She looks like Dora the Explorer at 18 years old. That's what she looks like right there. You know, that's what she
Well,
looks
she looks like a Dora Explorer porn parody.
like. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I get if she's supposed to be a teenager.
Uh-huh.
Why is she appealing trying to appeal to your fucking kid's dad?
You know, man, I noticed. Let me tell you something, dude. I saw this whole thing a long time ago, man. I remember like Britney Spears kind of started that whole thing where Britney Spears was the first one, and it was like, you know, I'd be hearing everybody talk about this fucking girl, Britney Spears, you know, from the Disney Mickey Mouse Club. I'm like, yeah, whatever. And I'd be at work and I'd start hearing her song and she's singing about how bad she wants sex. And it's like, this girl's fucking like, she's a minor. She's singing about how bad she wants it. And then I saw the video of her, you know, singing about how she wants the cock so bad in her school. I'm just like, this is fucking twisted, man. And the more they sexualize younger children, I would see these guys at my work as I got older getting into this shit. And I'm like, dude, and it was like, oh, jailbait. It's so fucking. Now, me, I've always liked older women because, you know, when I was younger, I had older sisters with hot friends, you know. So my older sister's hot friends would always like, you know, they'd make out with me, you know, they use me for kissing and stuff. So I've never, you know, been into, you know, I was always kind of, you know, older women were more of a challenge for me, you know. Obviously, it's a lot harder when you're younger, but I did my best, you know. I like women that were developed. You know, I liked a woman. You know, in essence, woman. Now, don't get me wrong. Of course, I always date girls my own age, and if they're legal, that's fine. I mean, fuck. If you know, if some fucking guy, you know, that's his business. If it's legal, it's legal. You know, it's not me, but I don't like when they're clearly underage and they're clearly, you know, sexualizing them to be like, ooh, look at this jailbait. You know, that you know what I'm talking about. It's so obvious what they're doing, you know.
Mm-hmm. But Dora the Explorer is, I don't ever remember it even being a boy thing, even a young boy thing. So I don't.
No,
If they're trying to get ticket sales for teenage boys, fine, but I don't see it.
No, man, my daughter liked Dora the Explorer when she was like 5. You know, like that's for really young girls. That's what that's for.
Yeah, I just don't see it.
I mean, there might be some like kindergarten boys who like it. You know, don't get me wrong, but it's mostly, you know, liked by a very young female audience. You know, that's definitely their market audience.
Yeah, so I don't understand why they would make her sexually appealing to the young girl demographic audience.
Because all these people in Hollywood, you know, in the entertainment industry, you know, they're fucking infested with pedophiles. That's why, and they have an agenda. That's why. Everybody knows it. You know, Epstein. Look at all that. He went up to the fucking White House, right? Forget Hollywood, man. That shit reached the White House. That's just the dark part of every. It goes on in every country too, man. But I wish we had a Templar for all those fucks. You know, By the way,
Yep.
I like that last shot that you shot. I like that. If you go back, I liked him the last one too. Go back go back to the one you had before. I want to check that out. If you don't mind.
This one.
Yeah, yeah, the one on the bottom. Yeah, that. Let me check. That's cool. I like that's badass with the smoke, and he's got the hood. So you
Oh,
can't see him well. Very cool. I like it.
yeah. I was on the right one. Sorry about that. I went back too far.
No, it's okay. It's good. Yeah, very cool, man. Um, but yeah, no, yeah, the one with him with the hood that you just showed, I really like that one. Yeah, that one there. Very cool, man. How long did you do this? Because I can't see the date.
That was March a year ago.
Nice. I like that. That's really cool, man. That
This
would be
was
like that right there, dude. Would be a cool cover. You know what I mean?
thank you.
That for like a cover, just with the whole mystique of, man, like who is this guy? What is this guy's deal? And the smoke and the hood, and I like the mask. You got some. I like the red cross on the mask and all that. It's cool, man. Dig it.
Thank
Yeah, very nice.
Let's see. This was the thing Ink Spots, Narwhal, and Spartan redrew. So yeah, I drew it plenty of times. Narwhal even liked it, even though they drew the gun wrong and drew Templar completely wrong. But I'm not complaining. They did it for me for free.
Marvel's he's such good shit. He's such a good guy, man. He's so cool.
Yeah.
I'm just meeting all you guys. I mean, I like I said, I followed EVS because of the Star Wars videos. He was so funny and he was so good, and I would always kind of forget. He'd be like, his early Star Wars videos. He'd be like, I'm Ethan Van Sciver, 20-year comic book, 20-year veteran in the comic book industry, and I would just think, oh, this guy probably had some kind of some kind of nice little job in the comic book industry. I didn't realize he was who he was. And I found him
Oh,
through the Star Wars, and then I'm like, oh shit, he's the Green Lantern guy. He's like that guy. He's Flash. I was like, that was just like a great surprise, man. And then not everything else, but yeah, you guys are all cool, man.
thank you.
I love Comicsgate, man. It's a good brotherhood and sisterhood to be in.
See,
Um,
this was April 1st, 2019, and see how I was changing things up, trying to adjust the lighting effects a little more to make it feel like a video camera, kind
uh-huh.
of, with the
Yeah.
street lights, tungsten lighting, and trying
That's
to.
what you need to do, man, to actually like portray it so that the reader knows you're looking through a video camera. Like I guess that would be kind of hard to convey on the page.
Yeah,
Right?
s- that was my biggest problem, and that's what made me insecure and made me stall because it was like, one, it was too boring, and two, you don't feel like it's through a video camera.
Well, yeah, I mean, probably one of the easier ways through a video camera would have to be circular, right? But if it's circular, then you can't see the whole picture.
Or three frame squares, but then I thought why not just put the whole film crew there and make the whole panel the entire area of where the film crew's from.
Right.
And that's what I started illustrating out. Let me see. Let me hope you can see it. If not, it sucks. I'll figure out a way you could see it.
Yeah, we're doing all right. We're doing good.
Okay, here it is. You see these?
Yes. A little bit blurry, but it'll come in like it always does.
All right. See, these are pretty much. Uh, ooh, we'll go back to that in a second. Ooh, too far. What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? All right. This is basically here.
Okay.
This is the scene where he's using the bolt cutters on the lock and opening it, like the scene opening. But see, instead I got Tristan and Shane with the camera guy and the boom operator.
Okay. Nice.
So like we're still viewing them as they're filming. Like we're still in the fourth wall. So we're
Right.
not even looking through the camera anymore.
Right. Yeah, that translates good. That's a smart way to go about it.
Oh, you like that better?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I think it's cool. My personal opinion, I do. I like it. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's not that I didn't think the other one wasn't good too. I guess just like, you know, you explain it to me and like, yeah, I can totally see it, you know, by looking at it, like I can tell what you're doing. So, um, it's only one part too, you know, it's like, it's one scene. You know how many pages you want to make this thing?
Well, um, as for right now, I'm kind of thinking about going with the flow because, to be honest, like Narwhal said,
Yeah.
it's kind of like a James Cameron way. I got scenes together, but
Uh-huh.
they they don't concise in a great story. There's dialogue, there's scenes, but there's action shots, but you know, it's not a story.
Right.
It's like if you ever seen that movie Exit Through the Gift Shop, that documentary.
What's that one from?
It's about Banksy.
Banksy?
Yeah, the street artist.
Oh, I've heard of Banksy. I don't know a lot about him, but I've definitely heard of him because I
O-
saw some documentary I was going to watch about him, but I didn't get into much of it. You got to refresh me on Banksy.
Okay, basically nobody's ever seen his face, and that was one of the main ideas of the Templar too.
Okay.
But anyways, the documentary Exit Through the Gift Shop, this guy Terry, he's basically a guy who's just one of those weirdos who walks around with a video camera and films everything.
Uh-huh.
And he accidentally got into the street art world because his cousin was a famous street artist known as Space Invader.
Okay.
Anyways, Space Invader also knows Banksy, and of course went on this giant tour and filmed everything. And when this guy who compiled all this footage up was done, he put it all together and put it into the movie. And when the movie came out and turned into Banksy, turned out to be a pile of shit. I mean,
Yeah.
Banksy didn't like the movie, so he told the guy, he goes, "Listen, just go." He took all the footage. He's like, "Listen, I'll get my people to come together, edit this, and make a movie."
Okay.
And that's what basically Banksy did. And of course, Exit Through the Gift Shop became a successful documentary. And the irony is, the documentary is not even about Banksy. It's just about how this guy who was this weirdo with a camera fucking managed to hang out with Banksy and film Banksy for a while.
Okay. That's cool, man. You know, I have this weird long-term memory, and let's see, when you said Banksy, even though I didn't like, and then as you talked about it, it refreshed me because, like, I know I used to watch a lot of documentaries. You know, I went through, I still do on occasion, but I used to watch a lot of them. And I know at the very least I saw a preview about, you know, what you're talking about, that documentary. And I definitely never watched it, but I know enough because when everything you were telling me, as you were telling me about it, it was kind of coming back to me. It was came out a while ago, right?
Yep.
Documentary. I don't know, like I don't know what year, but we're
Yeah,
talking
like
about
10 years ago.
yeah, definitely like in the earlier 2000s, I guess we're at now. Thanks, history artist.
Let's see what this is. See if this is one of my funnier ones.
Very cool.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I like that too. I mean, I like them both. Don't get me wrong.
But see, it was, some of it was just jumbly, and I could have done better, and I'm going to do better. And originally it was going to be a 300-page book, but I'm,
Yeah,
from what Courteous has done, and
right.
from what that mess,
Yeah,
I really gotta aim smaller, and then trickle my way up.
yeah. That's the way to do it, man. Slow and steady wins the race, brother. You know that. But you're doing good. You're well along. Like the best things come. That you take your time on. You do it right. But is that Owen Benjamin meme?
Which one? The
Is
one?
that the guy getting hit in the face with a fish or whatever that was?
Oh, no. Oh, that was supposed to be the bet. Nobody really suggested, but I found out a catfish was dangerous. But I didn't finish the Templar
Yeah.
by this year, and I'm too broke. But I was supposed to get waterboarded and then slapped in the balls with a catfish, exactly like this.
Jesus. I shouldn't even be cursing.
See that? This is what I was going to do. I suffer.
Now what? This is gonna be what if you didn't finish your project?
If I didn't finish all of Templar, which I didn't, I still got to do that, but I can't afford a catfish, especially a catfish that size right now.
Yeah, dude. Don't be too hard on yourself, El Gargoyle. The world's gonna do plenty of that for you.
I was going to slap myself in the balls with Smiller's shark book, but I gave that to my cleaning lady. She didn't seem to appreciate it. I told her to give it to her kids. But yeah, she didn't seem to appreciate it. Oh, this is when I first showed Narwhal the Templar. This was some of the scenes. This was called Judgment Day, and of course, if you know, this was supposed to be on Friday the 13th.
Right.
Of course, when all the Templars were tied to the stake and burnt for treason. Same reason, this was all a bunch of Detroit's most wanted people making their big confession. This was a big scene because the Templar was revealing himself to the entire city on video.
You just made me have a thought about something real quick. Did you ever catch the series Nightfall? It was on A&E, but now it's on Netflix about the Templars.
I gotta check it out.
Dude, Mark Hamill's in it, okay? And he plays the Templar. It's basically the Luke Skywalker that you wanted, okay? And Mark Hamill is in season 2 of Nightfall. They only made 2 seasons, okay? And he's in season 2. And the first season's really great, but Mark Hamill enters at season 2 as Master Silas, right? Or Talus, sorry, Master Talus, Talus. And he's like the Jedi. He's fucking Luke Skywalker. He's a badass, and he's training the young Templars how to fight. And so it's like you can tell Mark Hamill picked this fucking series because he knew like he got fucked on Skywalker by Ryan Jerkoff Johnson. When you watch Nightfall season 2, brother, you will be inspired because it is Mark Hamill giving us Luke Skywalker through a Templar master. I mean, that's what he does in the series. I mean, he's not the main star of it, but he's the fucking Jedi Master training the fucking young Jedi in that show. And by the way, I mean, I was thinking like maybe he's only going to be, because like at first I'm like I just watched the whole thing because people had told me this in the Star Wars community about how great it was. So I'm like, okay, I got to check this out, the Luke that I wanted, but I didn't get. That's worth a fucking view, right? And
Right.
sure enough, man, when you start watching season 2 of Nightfall, it's on Netflix. You know, it was, but it was originally an A&E show, and the first season's very great. It's very entertaining. I can understand why it got very popular. And then when Mark Hamill enters in season 2, you're just like, oh yeah. They basically, dude. How about this? Just to give you a little taste, they go up against fucking Luciferians.
No shit.
Yeah, the fucking Templars and Master Talos, aka Mark Hamill, they go up and they fuck up a bunch of Luciferians in the forest, like fucking killing, sacrificing people. And there's a big battle. There's all kinds of fucking battles, but you'll love it, bro. Well, we got much free time in our hands. If you want a good fucking, Luke Skywalker, how he should have been in Last Jedi, watch Nightfall season 2.
Damn, that's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's face it, Mark Hamill might be a goof, with his politics, but he's a beloved, iconic character, and always will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, even he doesn't bother me. The shit he says, it's like, okay, I get it. You love animals. I think the Hoth Wampa thing was stupid, right? Like, it's a fantasy movie, man. It's a space bear. Like, it was trying to eat you. Of course, you could have killed it. You didn't. You just cut off its arm. You wounded it. You didn't kill it. And the fact that he cries about that, like, it's animal abuse. It's like, first off, Mark, that's not a real animal. So it's not animal abuse because it's not a real animal. And 2, I know that you wanted to just singe the arm of it, but Luke Skywalker isn't a fucking PETA warrior, so he would have chopped off its fucking arm.
Yeah.
A Sith would have killed it. A Jedi would have done what Luke did. And I think George Lucas was fucking genius for just lying to him, being like, "Oh yeah, sure, we're just gonna singe the hair." And then he did the arm chop. You've heard that story, right?
No, a lot of the new Star Wars stories I'm hearing new. Like, I just got on YouTube and I watched that weird video of when Ewan McGregor came over to George Lucas's house and cut off all his hair and left that one strand. He's like, "Yeah, I don't know when I'm gonna cast him in yet. I'm just gonna cut his hair."
I didn't hear that story. Well, dude,
It's not a story. It's a whole video. Fucking Ewan McGregor's at his house. Fucking George Lucas's kids are all there talking to George, going, "Yeah, I don't know when I'm casting yet. I'm not sure." And he's fucking got this goofy ass haircut, the Obi-Wan haircut with that long strain of hair.
Yeah, for Phantom Menace. Yeah, you know why he had that little thing on the side? Because that was supposed to be a Jedi pupil. That was like a tassel to show that you were apprentice. That's why George said he had that. But the Hoth Wampa story, let me tell you that one. Somebody sent Mark Hamill a birthday cake, or they I shouldn't say they didn't send him a birthday cake. They had a birthday cake just like the severed Hoth Wampa arm from Empire, right? Chopped off arm as a cake. And they showed him, they tweeted him a picture of it or whatever, right, on Twitter. And he fucking tweeted back like, "I didn't like this scene. It's animal abuse. I told George, like, you're not going to hurt the bear, right? And George told me that he was just going to singe the bear's fur, the Wampa." He called it a space bear. That's why I'm saying bear. He goes, and then George Lucas was, he knew Hamill was being goofy. So he just lied to Hamill and said, "Oh yeah, don't worry." And then of course, he just, with Hamill not knowing what was going on, he had the guys, edit in a chopped off arm. So he didn't know until he saw the premiere, and he was pissed about it. And people love that scene where Luke's in the cave, in Empire, Yeah. And so Mark Hamill to this day doesn't like that fucking scene. He thinks it's animal abuse because he's a big PETA warrior, Which means, whatever. He's, I get, whatever, man. I'm fine with animal lovers, but PETA, they're more just, organized fucking goofballs to me.
I heard about Hamill bullying that one girl to have an abortion.
Yeah, dude, that was fucking sick, right?
Yeah, that was crazy.
EVS, he liked my comment. I got a bunch of likes for his. I put a comment. when EBS broke that story, I put a comment on there, and everybody gave me like a lot of fucking likes. I got like 1,000 likes. It's not crazy likes a lot sometimes, but I didn't think EBS had read it. So when he was reading off our comments on a live stream, I go EBS. I go, do you not see the irony of Mark Hamill's grandchild, the mother having to hide the child from the evil father?
Yeah.
Like, is that not art imitating life?
See,
And he laughed. He thought it was fucking funny. He's like, yeah, no, I guess I didn't think about it that way. But yeah, man, it's like, oh yeah, it sucks. I mean, I get it, man. You know, Hollywood, of course, they're all, big on, yeah, abortion's great and all that shit. And, I don't even like to talk about it because, I've had friends that have gone through that. I don't judge. That's not for me to judge. Luckily, I never had to deal with that. But, hey, man, I wasn't married, when we found out our daughter was on the way. And, we could have been like that. I was in a rocky relationship, and my daughter is the best thing that ever happened to me. So all these people who say, oh, it'll be easier. It might be easier, but that doesn't mean you're not missing out on the greatest love of your life, So that whole fucking argument about, well, it's, it'll be easier, you'll be. Now I understand, it's like, I understand too. It's not a black and white issue. You got people that, aren't Christian, and like if they're raped and stuff, like they consider that, like they shouldn't have to have a child. And I'm not, woman, so it's a touchy subject. And like I said, I've had friends that, when they were younger, they did, have that. But I'm very glad I didn't have to go through it myself. So, but I don't like how they at the very least, though, man, I hate how they glorify it. God was a Christian, so I believe all life is precious. But I hate how they glorify it like it's cool now if you have one. It's not cool. It's a tragedy if you have to have one. There's a million ways now. You know what I mean? It's like to not get pregnant. You can use birth control. Like there's. So the fact that
they need to tell people the real health ramifications of abortions. True or not, regardless of what you think of the soul, abortions are not healthy for women. Regardless of how young they are, you're putting a machine that's going to tear you up, and you have to do repeated visits, and there's going to be parts still left inside the body. It's cruel. It's horrible.
I know, brother. I've seen it, man. I've seen the doctors talking about it. I've seen the pictures. I've seen it all. It's fucking right out of ghoulish hell.
And you, as a father of a daughter, I would hate for you to be in a position where you have to sit there and hold your daughter's hand to go through that, and her being frustrated about being that. So, it sucks. It's like the same thing about being a father with a pregnant daughter. I don't have a daughter. I would hate to be in those situations because you know what? You know what? In the reality, the parents of young father is not dealing with the situations of the parents with young daughter. They're not.
That's right. Yeah. Now, let me, if you can see this. It says.
Give me a second. I'll put my screen down. Put your screen up. Give me a second. What the fuck am I doing? Sorry.
It's okay. That's my daughter.
Oh shit! Hey, Hail. Nice creation.
She's not here with me, but yeah.
Why the fuck am I up? Sorry.
It's okay.
Nobody cares about me. Everybody wants to see your daughter. There we go.
Yeah, man. That is, she's a straight A honor student. And we had her, I was in love, you know what I mean? Like, there was no debate about it, but you're telling me that this wasn't, you know what I mean? Like, when these people talk about how simple these issues are, I think this is the most simple thing, man. Cherish life, and God will reward you greatly. So.
Yeah, she's an individual.
Yeah.
Can't tell me she's not.
Saved my life, kept me going, man. Kept me going through some very hard times.
Oh, there we go. Now I figured out what the fuck is wrong with the audio. Now I got you through my ear set. It's a little weird. Okay.
Yeah. She's my pride and joy, and she is just adorable, man. So yeah, I love her to death. And you know, I could have been one of those guys, man. You know, like, hey, man, my girlfriend and me don't get along so good. You know, maybe this will be easier for me, but nah, I was in love, and I didn't even think about it. It wasn't. I didn't even tell. When my girlfriend told me we were gonna have a, you know, she was pregnant. First word, you know, words on my mouth was, "I love you," you know, and we just held each other, man. It's beautiful, you know, and you know, I've had friends, of course, that you know decided, you know, like when even with girlfriends of theirs, that you know they decided not to go through with it, and we're still hurting to this day. So, I mean, I used to run with a pretty big crowd, man, like a lot of people after high school. So, I used to run with like lots of, you know, like acquaintances. You know, I used to be in the, you know, in the party scene, and people, you know, would you know, I had a lot of friends, man, like a lot of friends. You know, we're all grown up now. We've all, you know, like gone off and gotten married and went our separate ways, but we're all still good buddies. A lot of us, we still keep in touch, you know, through the usual channels. And yeah, some of them still talk to me about, you know, how they regret it so bad, and they're just the guy, you know. So, yeah, man, I tell I tell anybody, you know, like the younger people that I talk to, I always try and tell them, like, you know, don't do it to yourself, you know, if you don't have to. You know, like just don't make that decision so rashly. Don't let some college professor talk you into it. You know, that's between you and God. I don't know. I'm just saying. I guess it's like it's so easy for me to
Just prevent it beforehand. Contraceptives. Nobody's saying don't use them.
right. And even because of yeah, I believe it does start at contraception, but they have the morning after pill as well, right? It's like
Right.
there's all these safeguards. It shouldn't be a bigger and bigger problem. It should be a problem that's less and less and less.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't like I said, it's not. I'm not the one. I'm. You know, I'm not God. I have no right to judge anybody but myself, and I try to do that. Unless somebody's committing an act of evil, then I will judge them on their evil deeds. But if they are truly if they truly are sorry and they're repentant, then you know it's my duty to forgive them as a Christian, because I've wronged people. I mean, I've tried not to, but I've made my mistakes, and you know, I've been forgiven. So you know,
But we
forgiveness.
live in a world where contraceptives are affordable enough, so we've forgiven enough.
Exactly. Right.
Let's
Yeah.
just face reality. If you can buy a case of beer,
Yep.
you can buy a contraceptive. A condom costs less than $1. Birth control pills cost less than $15.
Yeah. You know, you just made me think of a funny story just to bring some levity to this conversation. Yeah, I can't hear your mic.
You can't hear me? Hello?
I can now. You just cut out for a second.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at my dog. He's staring at me funny. I don't know. He's always needy.
Take care of that dog, buddy. It's okay.
It's all right. I'm listening.
I just had a funny story. I remember one time, you know, when I was like 19, you know, and we met some pretty girls, you know, and we wound up drinking at the hotel room, you know, and it was time for me to go and get a rubber. And I was all drunk, and I went to the gas station, you know, I was fucking wasted, and I put the quarters in the machine and I twisted it, you know, got my packet out, right? Go back to the hotel room, you know, you got a bathtub full of ice and fucking booze and good times, right? All kinds of fun stuff. Me and my buddy, two beautiful women in the hotel room. I'm prepared, right? We get down to the business. We start getting on business, and she's like, you know, you got a condom, right? I'm like, yeah, I got one. So I go to pull it out, and it was the wrong fucking thing. It was like lubrication jelly. So, brother, I'm sitting there like, oh yeah, here's jack off juice. And she looked at me like, oh, and I'm like, oh no. I was too fucking drunk to drive back to the gas station, you know. And, I had to go without. A missed opportunity nonetheless, but I still love the story. She was cracking up. She thought it was fucking hilarious. We made up for it later, don't get me wrong. But talk about embarrassing, brother. Oh, I got protection. Here's scented fucking lubrication oil. Yeah, good times. I was a wandering youth.
Shit. The only thing I remember is hearing about I used to work at a strip club. Heard about this one woman who went up stage and she had a condom hanging out of her asshole.
That's a fucking funny picture.
Yeah, it was just hanging right out of her G-string.
Oh, that's fucking funny, man. I wonder if somebody told her.
I think they realized when people were snickering and pointing at it, and she was one of those known hoes, so you know, it was just like, oh, predictable hole. Look at that condom hanging out of her asshole.
Well, you know what, man? I mean, at least she's using protection. God bless her soul. That's embarrassing. That would be embarrassing. Crazy dude. So, anyways, man. So,
be embarrassing for a whore.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm glad I was born a guy. That's all I can say. You know.
Yeah.
I'm very thankful. You know. We us men, we have our struggles too. You know. But yeah, I've always very much just been very happy. You know, very. You know, whatever, man. Just
as long as you don't accept the Snickers if you ever go to prison. Don't ever take a Snickers.
A Snickers bar.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've done a couple overnighters in a local tank. You know, I've never, you know, fucking no felonies, never been a county, anything like that. But yeah, I've had a couple buddies, like I said, go down and do some hard time, and yeah, you know, they were tough guys. They're okay, but you know, that one family member that I had that I said, you know, he got sent upriver his first offense for the coke thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was very concerned about him, and you know, I asked him. He's a big tough fucking guy too. So I knew he'd be okay fight wise, but still, it's prison. You know, he was in there with fucking. He was in maximum security, dude. He didn't go to minimum security for a while, so he had to be in max. You know, in fucking Chicago. He's in Cook County. You know, and I asked him. I'm like, you know, listen, man, I don't care, but you know, fuck, bro. You know, it's prison. This shit happens. But I'm like, you know, did anybody try and jump you in there? And he's like, man, he's like, there's guys in prison that'll fucking blow you for a pack of cigarettes. He's like, you know, like fucking, at least when he went there, he's like, you know, that shit, if that goes on in there, it's because it's, you know, usually because it's mutual, or it's like, you know, somebody, you know, just was weak, you know, like they just let somebody psych them out in the head. But he's like, no guy's going to risk getting his fucking dick ripped off when he can get it for free, unless, you know, he's trying to prove a point, you know, at least for the most part. So, you know, but he said something to me. He said, you know, and if it would have happened, he said, I don't fucking care. He goes, you want a piece of my meat? Come and try and fucking get it. He's like, I'm not gonna let some guy get in my head if he, you know, because he got one over on me. He's like, I don't allow anybody to fucking get, you know, get under my skin like that. He's like, it's a physical act, you know, it's a physical act. And he's like, I'm not gay. So, you know, if I was overpowered, if something happened, I was overpowered, you know, why would I give that fucking puke the satisfaction? Those pukes, whatever the satisfaction. So, my favorite stories, by the way, were he was friends with he was cellmates with an Aryan Brotherhood guy, and they became good buddies. And he used to talk about how they fucking smash the child molesters in the face with the weights and what they do to the pedos. That's the
Yep.
only bad thing about prison. Justice for the child perverts.
There's that one guy in Michigan that killed a pedophile that was in court a couple times.
Oh,
They
so
didn't do
you
Yeah, he was like, yeah, I killed him. And then there's that court video of that guy who was in shackles and he just started headbutting a child molester. They put him right next to him and got right up and went, bah, bah, bah.
Yeah, man, it's so good to see those guys get their justice. It's like, just man, I literally hate those guys worse than murder. How murderers. I'm not talking about serial killers, but how like some guys, they go to jail for murder out of act of passion.
Yeah.
They're not. I don't loathe them near like fucking. Pedophiles are way worse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. If you murder a child or something like that out of an act of passion, then you're fucking just as disgusting. But yeah, our prison should be full up with 99% of those type of people, man. Not fucking people who fucking were caught with a plant or a chemical fucking variation of a plant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they should still separate them, man. If you're fucking in there for fucking tax evasion, you shouldn't be in there with fucking guys who are, serial killers. You know what I mean? They should segregate.
They do.
Yeah, but sometimes they, the system changes. They didn't used to,
They didn't. Well, I mean, there's 6 different types of prison system.
Well, they had to because it got so bad. People were getting killed. But back in the old days, dude, everybody was with everybody. I mean, they would self-segregate because of the gang. But I mean, unless you fucking want to stay in your cell for your entire term.
Yeah, but I mean, they got those prison systems where they're basically halfway houses. You can leave, but you got to be back a certain time. And they
I
got
remember going through that with my family member. I remember going to visit him in the halfway house, and I remember visiting him in prison and stuff. I was really little, and I remember like just the bullshit he had to go through. It was pretty ridiculous, but he took it well, man. He took it like a man, and he said, my uncle that retired as a sergeant, by the way, he worked as a prison guard and a firefighter before he became a cop. So he helped out my family member because he knew all the prison guards. So that helped him too, But even then, there's only so much they can do,
Yeah. I mean, that's it. I mean, it's only rehabilitation if you want to rehabilitate.
Yeah. Yeah, I was raised with a lot of love, as a child. For my mother's great. She's like a saint, almost. She's very, very, very good woman. She won't she won't do anything if she thinks it might be wrong. Like she's always worried about her taxes being wrong. She's always, she's just very, very morally and high moral standards and stuff, obviously. And so I wasn't raised.
My mother's the same way.
Yeah, right. Yeah, dude. It seems like we have a lot in common. We do. We have a lot in common.
Except my mother is an alcoholic and a compulsive liar.
Okay, well, that was my father. So my parents divorced, and my dad was the alcoholic, compulsive liar. My mom was the same. But 2 sides of the same coin, my brother. And but I guess what I was saying, it's like I was never, I didn't experience like growing up with no love. I had some rough times, like I said, because of my old man. But even he wasn't that bad. I mean, I still had good times with him too.
Yeah.
Basically, once I got old enough to be able to kick my father's ass, which was pretty, probably about 13, he stopped. Actually, I think it was that picture I have of me at Bruce Lee's grave holding out that sidekick.
That's cool.
He kind of, he hadn't tried something for a while, but my parents were divorced. We were on a business trip, and he snapped off, and I snapped back, at him, and he went to, take a whack, and I just squared off, and I'm like, old man, I'm gonna fucking knock your teeth out if you fucking come one step towards me, you know. Because now, before when I was little, I mean, my mom, was trapped in the house with him, like we kind of had to deal with it. But at this point, they were now divorced, and that wasn't gonna fly anymore, and I wasn't gonna take that shit anymore. Um, one of my brothers, my brothers have 10 and 9 years on me,
Mm-hmm.
and my brother, Bernie, my old man, basically, when my brother Bernie he took Taekwondo first. He got into it through a park district, and then his sensei started his own school, which I went to. But basically, my old man, like, he tried going after my brother Bernie. My brother Bernie was now like 16, taking Taekwondo, and he sidekicked my dad right into the kitchen table. Just knocked him in. We were all sitting around the dinner table. My old man told my brother, he said, I'm gonna go to the garage and get a 2x4 and fucking bash it over your head. My brother dared him to. And my dad backed down. And my dad's, he's a tough guy himself, but he realized, man, like, okay, now that my sons are big enough to really fight back and hurt me, I should probably drop this guy. And I'm not accusing him. I love my dad. He made his apologies to me. He did. He went through he went through a liver transplant, all that shit. But he apologized to me. He made his peace with me, and he at least apologized, for that shit when we were younger. So at least I have that, and I was forgiven. But
When I was younger, I wasn't a good brother to my little brother. One of my little brothers. One
yeah,
of the biggest revenges he got on me. I don't know how the fuck he did this. We had a pool table at our mother's house, right? In the basement. Grabbed one of the pool tables, was running at him, and he was a couple feet away.
yeah.
And he throws a pool stick at me. Gets me right in the fucking right nutsack. Or right
Ooh.
testicle. Right there with the tip. It hurt like shit. I laid there for a minute crying until I could fucking chase him, and I was still limping trying to chase him.
Man, so yeah, see, that's the thing, man. My brothers, because they had so many years on me, dude, I couldn't chase them. They fucking just had way too much time on me, man. And they were tough. They still are. They're tough guys. But yeah, brotherly shit like that. It's funny, ain't it?
Yep. Oh, I got him back once by accidentally shooting me in the eye with the. Remember at one year they had these weird paintball guns. They were mock paintball guns where
Oh
they
yeah, I
didn't
remember
paint
those.
your clothes.
I remember those.
I did a drive-by on them. I got in my car. I grabbed one of them right when he was outside. I just drove by him, shooting him, then I got him in the eye.
Jeez. I've seen that done as a prank, man. I bet you that scared the shit out of them.
Yep.
Jeez. Did he think it was real?
No, he knew what it was.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, I remember like watching the news, man, when those things came out, and like some kids were pretending to be like gangbangers, and they were just going around for pranks, shooting people, and they got in big trouble, man. They got arrested.
Well, I remember the people actually doing actual paintball guns. Remember the footage of the kids who actually froze the paintballs?
No, man, I didn't know they did that, but that sounds like something they would do.
Oh yeah, they froze the paintballs and shot on people. There was a guy on a bicycle.
Well, that's cool.
It's cruel. I'm sorry. I hate to laugh about it. It
Oh, dude,
was
it's okay.
hilarious. I was young, but they were shooting this guy, and he's blocking riding the bike, not having a clue, and he slams in the back of this big white van. You just hear, "Whoa!" Hang on. Let me see. I won't get in trouble if I screen share that shit, right?
What stuff?
That footage of the drive-by paintball footage. because
I don't
I
think so.
guarantee they still have it.
Nah, I mean, has YouTube ever fucked with you before?
With music stuff, but they don't put me in jail.
Like what kind of music stuff? You mean just if you had it in the background playing or something?
Cover songs. I've damn, they done it in Detroit. I've done things that said they were non-copyright, but turned out they were, or something like that.
Well, like, how did you format it? You tell me, like, is it just that you were playing it while you're live streaming or something?
Yeah, I just play it while I'm live streaming through Labs.
So basically, like right now, if you just wanted to like have some music on the background, you couldn't do that because that's a copyright. You know, like if you're just live streaming right now and you want to turn on some music kind of quietly while we're talking, that would be fucking illegal.
I don't know.
Well, that's
No.
is that why they told you it wasn't right? Like you couldn't do it because it was on the background, or were you like, did you put in a video or something?
Put it in the background of my video while I'm drawing.
Well, see, now that's transformative art. That's fucking fair use, man. Even if it's copyrighted, you're allowed to have fair use of copyrights. Man, YouTube really fucking sucks.
Yeah, there's this guy Meat Candy. He makes fucking hundreds of dollars every day. He has hundreds of viewers, and he live streams his new animations. You ever seen Meat Candy?
No, sir, I've not.
That guy's fucking awesome.
How did you get away with it?
I don't know. I just think it's because he's so popular. On average, he has nearly 200 streamers, and all he does is live stream his animations. He has an assistant read his comments, and they do music requests, and he plays whatever songs they want to hear. And it's generally a lot of metal because he's a metalhead.
Okay. Well, I can relate to that. I grew up with a lot of that.
But he's a young guy too, so.
Does he have like a lot of subscribers? Are we talking like 500,000 or 30,000? How big are we talking?
Double check. On average, on his live streams, he has nearly 200 people watching him.
Wow. Well, yeah, then he's probably pretty big.
And then he gets super chats. I've watched one of his live streams. I'm just surprised he's not Comicsgate. Totally fit in. He has just over 500,000 subscribers.
That's why YouTube is a mess with him, because he makes them so much revenue in the commercials. That's why they give him a pass.
Actually, am I still screen sharing? I'll show you one of his videos since we're here.
It's so fucking wrong. Fucking YouTube.
Since you hear who I'm talking about. Since you know what I'm saying. Know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, man.
Yeah, man.
Fucking YouTube. Remember the good old days of YouTube? The Wild West YouTube, where you could just do whatever you wanted and everybody left you alone? Right?
Okay, this is not the frozen paintball shit, but this is one of Meat Canyon's animations. And this guy, like I said, he live streams his animations when he's animation main.
He live streams his animation after he's done making them, you mean?
No, he live streams his animation process. So he does all the boring shit. It's like 6 or 10 hours.
Okay, yeah, like that. That's a warped-looking Ronald McDonald, brother. That looks like an Adult Swim Ronald McDonald.
I know, he's amazing, right?
Yeah, he's very good. Very talented.
And you know what? I can totally think of fucking 6 people right now that would totally work for him and pay him.
Oh, yeah, easy. I'm sure he's got. Well, it looks like he's doing really good as it.
Well, he makes money from super chats, like I said.
Yeah, and then if he's not demonetized and he's got that many fucking viewers, he's probably making some good fucking revenue off of that too, right? He's got
Not
probably.
really.
Well, he's
I
probably got
mean,
Patreon supporters. If he's got super chats, he's got Patreon supporters too. So he's got that too.
probably.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'll bet he's got Patreon or subscribe star. Right, that's the other one. Just beyond the golden arches. I like it. Very nice. It's fucking funny. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check out this guy's site. It's cool.
What the fuck? Yeah, that's me, Canyon.
Nice. I like it. Meat Canyon. Okay. I was thinking
Yeah,
that was Meat Candy. Okay.
yeah. This guy makes bank, and like I said,
Yeah, look at all the patrons, bro. That's some fucking cash.
yeah,
Shit's adding up.
and he live streams himself animating. So you watch the whole process.
Yeah, I can see how that would be really cool for like other like aspiring artists and animators. It's a good idea. That's what I love about the internet, man. Like fucking internet is making Hollywood irrelevant, you know?
Damn, 1.6 million views.
Wow.
That was a week ago. Damn.
That's fucking cool, man. I like him already. Yeah, he looks like you can tell it looks like he does work for like a lot of the. He looks like a guy that would be working for like Adult Swim or something, you know.
But what is it? Fucking Von Klaus would totally pick him up. I can see that shit being some shit from Monster MD. I mean, Joe King would definitely pick him up. You know, I don't know. I
Yeah,
just
that's
see a
cool.
bigger opportunity for that guy in Comicsgate. People would totally pick him up and want him to make ads.
Yeah, you know what? He probably just doesn't want the heat of fucking. Obviously, when you join Comicsgate, you're taking a stand, basically that hey, man, artistic freedom, and that's not allowed anymore unless you want to fucking. You know what I
With
mean?
that,
Like how crazy things have gotten.
with how dark his humor is, with the
Yeah.
shit he's putting up, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
If those people can look past his
Uh huh.
humor, I think at that point it wouldn't matter about Comicsgate. It would just be him being personally scared.
Well, every time like I see them trying to do a hit piece on EVS, they go like, EVS, member of the alt right movement, Comicsgate. Yeah, they try and throw that alt right label on you. Gotta watch out for those alt right people. It's so stupid. Labels upon labels upon fucking labels.
Where's the camera perspective? Damn, what kind of asshole are you just fucking shooting at road workers doing their job? Look at this shit. This is some dick move right here.
Do they not sell paintball guns like they used to? Do they ban them or something? Or they still make those, right?
I mean, they still sell paintball guns. You can still get paintball guns in Walmart and any kind of fucking store.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I mean, I remember it was such a big craze in the '90s, man. Like the paintball retreats people would go on and stuff.
It still is. I mean,
You know.
here you got a paintball-based zombie apocalypse experience.
Yeah, see, this is what I remember. I remember when people were doing it as a joke, just rolling up on innocent people and making them think that they were getting shot in a gang crossfire, and scaring the shit out of people.
Yeah, but that's road workers doing their fucking job. That's some fucked up shit.
Yeah, no, that ain't cool. I had an idea once when I was younger. Of course, I never did it, but I always thought about. We used to have like Monopoly money, that looked like very real money. Like it wasn't from the Monopoly game, but my buddy had bought a whole bunch of. He just for some reason had like stacks and stacks of like, that kind of that fake money that looks very real. You know the kind I'm talking about. Like it's like they sell it like as in novelty shops, and then once you really look at the bill, it's got a joke on there or something, And I always thought about what would happen if you went up like an overpass bridge, and you just threw a shitload of this fucking fake funny money over the fucking highway, and watch all the people like slamming on their brakes to run out and try and grab it off the street. Can you imagine? All the people like going crazy, and then how pissed off they would be realizing they're all acting like idiots for nothing. Of course, like
this is it. This is it.
Okay, here we
go. Look it.
Yeah. There we go. Jeez. Oh man. Oh. That's fucking brutal, dude. I can't believe like this dude just keeps peddling. Yeah, man, I have a feeling that guy went to jail. Right?
I don't know. This was a long time ago. Probably not.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if the people, he was shooting at caught the plate, they call it in, cops would fucking be on. Oh, jeez. Like, that's so bad. They're doing this.
But this footage was like in the 90s or something.
Yeah, no, I remember. I remember when this was a thing in the 90s. Yeah, people are doing this. Nowadays, people think it's funny to go and lick ice cream and shit in the fridge at a store.
Yep.
Which, by the way,
now we got the coronavirus now. Thanks.
Yeah, right. But dude, those people went to jail, man. Like when they started doing that shit, going to stores as a joke and licking the fucking ice cream, putting it back, they fucking cracked down that shit real quick. Oops. Excuse me. Yeah, because dude, it's gross enough having to fucking just trust other people making your food for you. You don't need that kind of shit. I mean, the funniest thing was EVS made that Butter song. You remember? I don't know if you remember the Butter song by EVS.
I don't remember that one.
That was the joke, you know, before that whole thing. EBS has a song called When I Lick the Butter in Your Fridge. It's hilarious.
Oh
It's
yeah,
called-
yeah. I like the butter in your fridge. Yeah.
Yeah, so he made that song and everybody cracked up. And then, like, about 5 months later, these idiots just happened to, not because of his video, doing it for real, you know?
Mhm.
And EBS was like, I can't believe these fucking idiots are doing it. I wrote this song as a joke, and all these fucking idiots are doing it for real. Yeah, man. See, now the cops see you doing that though, man. They might think that you got a real gun, and you know they might shoot you with their real bullets. That's why it's a dangerous prank, you know. I mean, think about what if a cop saw you and he thought you were opening fire on people? You'd be fucking dead so quick.
Well, not even just that. A lot of these people, what if this person died of a heart attack? What if the person on the bike snapped their neck? The person on the last footage. What if there was an oncoming car behind him? That guy got ran over by a car. Now
Yeah,
you're dealing with manslaughter.
Yeah, that's just fucking evil, man. So that's the thing. I don't like pranks where anybody gets really hurt for real, you know.
Yeah.
um,
Same thing. What if that individual had some certain health problems?
yeah, man, absolutely, man. What if it was your 70-year-old grandmother or something? You know, she had a heart attack. Absolutely, man.
Mm-hmm.
Twisted.
I mean, that's manslaughter, and then you killed somebody just because you wanted to prank them by doing this drive-by shooting just because you wanted to be on Jackass.
Yeah. You know what was one of my favorite pranks when I was in junior high school was I went to a magic shop and I got this. You remember smoke from your fingertips? They'd always advertise it in the comic books.
Oh yeah.
You ever buy that stuff?
No.
Okay, well I got a hold of some of it when I was in junior high school, right, like 6th grade. And basically, you just rub it between your fingers, and it's not real smoke, you know, but it does look like it, but it doesn't smell like it. It's just like lint, you know, but it does have the appearance of smoke. So I would carry a tub of it in my fucking coat at school, and when I'd be bored in classroom, the science class I had, I'd start rubbing my fingers together, and then the teacher wouldn't know where it was coming from, and everybody in the classroom didn't know what it was, and they were like, "What is this stuff?" And my science teacher was like, I don't know. It appears to have some kind of a like. It was me being a fucking a clown, but I was sitting there laughing my ass off, trying not to break character, you know, because I was like, I don't know, where is it coming from? And when my friends found out, you know, that it was me, and they laughed their ass off, we had an assembly about a week later, and I brought a big fucking like goop of it in my hands, and I made such a giant cloud of this stuff that it floated towards the band and was going in their tubas and shit. And I kind of interrupted a band show. You know, it wasn't like, it was when we had to sit there at school. It wasn't like the parents came, but the teacher came over, was trying to find out what was going on, and they couldn't fucking tell because it wasn't smoke. It didn't smell like smoke. It just looked like smoke, you know. But it was like very sticky, you know, almost like. So it would float, and then it would just kind of, disappear onto whatever. But when the whole band got a big cloud of this stuff from me, the teacher came over, and she blamed my buddy next to me. And she's like, "You're doing this." She's like, "Whatever you're doing, stop." And he goes, "It's not me, it's him." And then she looks at me, and I go, "It's my sweater. It's all the lint coming off my sweater." And I remember the teacher was like, "You better keep your sweater on." But yeah, if I would have filmed that, you would have thought it was funny. It was a good prank. It was a good harmless prank, you know.
Damn, that does sound funny.
Yeah, it comes in a little tiny tube. I bought like a shitload of them. They were like 25 cents a tube, so I bought a bunch of them. And yeah, it's just a fun gag because nobody ever does it. So if you're ever just you're bored and just want to see, people get goofy, just do it, and they'll be like, "Is that smoke?" And they'll be like, "What is this shit?" And they'll never know it's you because you just put it. it's translucent like a salve. So when you put it between your fingers and you rub, they don't know. They have no idea that it's you doing it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So if you just buy it and you just keep it a secret, you want to joke with your friends, they'll be like, "What is this shit?" And you just go, "I don't know. What the fuck is it?" They'll think it's a ghost. They don't know what it is. Of course, you live in Vegas with all the magicians, so I don't know. Maybe they'll figure it out, but
We got ghosts too. Zach Baggins.
kids can't figure it out.
Anyways, found Roe if he was ever a species of bird.
That guy's
Roe. Huh?
that guy's an actor. I can tell the guy in the video here. That guy was in V for Vendetta. This guy right here.
Oh yeah, no shit.
Yeah, I got a good eye for that stuff, and I bet you that's him. Yeah, he was the talk show host that was like he ended up getting executed because he was helping out in alley court.
No shit.
So this is this is just what type of bird is this?
This is a rare species of parrot.
Wow, I was gonna say it looks like I've never seen a parrot that fat and bulky like that.
Can't fly, but apparently found this guy sexually attractive.
That's fucking great. Oh, that's great, man.
Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at this man. Look at this parrot. He's so happy.
Yeah. Jeez, man, it's a rare species. Like, I wonder how many of them they have.
Look at that face. Look at that face.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
Look at that face. Look at that face.
Fucking, yeah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
That parrot's like, no, what the fuck you doing?
Yeah.
I want more.
Yeah, I only had one bird in my life. We had a cockatiel when I was a kid, and that was it. I never, they're supposed to be able to speak, but I never got to. I was trying to get to talk. It would just sing.
I do. After
Yeah,
that, I would not want to fuck with a rare parrot.
No, dude. Yeah, no. Parakeets, yeah, man, they can hurt you.
Here we go. Breaking. Rosie O'Dowson cast as Ashaka Tano.
Yeah, I know. Twitter is gone mad.
They definitely made her look more attractive in that photo. She looks more like a tweaker nowadays.
Who, Rosario Dawson?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I like, Latina women, whatever you want to, I know it's Latina for female. Beautiful, man.
Here's another thing I saw recently on the YouTube. I didn't watch this. Let's turn down the volume to avoid copyright, but
yeah.
I think
Rosario Dawson, she looks like she's like maybe Puerto Rican or Guatemalan or something. It's hard to tell. She's beautiful. I've always had the hots for her. But yeah, I know she's a libtard.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Doesn't matter.
I'm the young Turks. Well, anyways, Eric Andre did this skit on Jimmy Kimmel to pretend being Beyonce and trying to prank fans. Right?
Yeah.
Now, with the whole politically correct transgenders and cross-dressing and subverting expectations and all this shit going on, and with mainstream people, I don't understand if this is supposed to be funny anymore. If this is supposed to be some kind of tolerance mumbo jumbo.
It's gaslighting, man. It's the commies put a lot of money into breaking down the nuclear American family. They really have.
Like that new movie these two Eric Andre is coming out in with that comedian.
Yeah.
That movie makes no sense to me.
It's so funny, El Gargoyle, because like I so don't watch I miss this stuff because I don't watch commercials. I only watch movies and shows on Amazon Prime or Netflix, commercial free. So I don't even see previews a lot of time.
Okay.
unless it's on YouTube and like obviously like the big new trailers for big new movies. I check them out. But I miss a lot of these trailers.
Are you familiar what kind of movie it's supposed to be?
No, I've seen Eric Andre's show like once, and I didn't think it was funny, but
Okay, the basic premise is it's supposed to be a prank. It's supposed to be a prank sketch comedy.
okay.
But you got Eric Andre starring into it. You got another well-known comedy starring into it, and then you got Tiffany Haddish starring in it.
So it's like, is it supposed to be like a Jackass type of thing?
Yes, but that's why it doesn't make any sense to me because Eric Andre, of course, you got him everywhere, so of course you're getting him well known. The other guy is that fat black guy with the glasses.
Yeah, I don't know who he is. Never seen him.
He's got the beard. He's everywhere. He's everywhere if you've seen him.
Wait, no, is that Ripa, Young Ripa?
Who on my chat?
No, I'm just saying. It looks like Young Ripa is doing my screen's a bit blurred, my TV screen, and I'm talking about this one right here. Can't see that. Okay, yeah, now I can see, but no, that's not Ripa. Never mind. Ripa makes fun of a lot of people that are idiots. I like Young Ripa. I'm sure you know who he is, right?
Yeah, Eric July, great guy.
Yeah, he's cool, man. I like him a lot.
I knew his band before I realized who he was.
Yeah, it's funny. He's so serious, man. I remember, I one time I put a comment on his channel. I said Ripa looks like the guy behind you at McDonald's that's always really pissed off about something. He looks like the guy at McDonald's that they fucked up his order and he's pissed. And he's really cool. I love how he stands up to the bullshit and calls out the SJW garbage. Just
Right
flush that shit down the toilet. Well, yeah, man. Him,
My point is how are you supposed to make a prank comedy movie about a road trip comedy with three people who are the main people, and all of them are well known?
I don't know, man. You know how they're gonna fucking act like people are? It's gonna be all hired actors, and they're gonna pretend they're just surprised. I bet you everybody's in on. Yeah, they have to be because you have to sign a release, right? So yeah, they're just staging.
And this shit, how you I can't even tell if this shit's supposed to be funny anymore.
It's not funny, not to people like you and me. This is funny for like very, people fans of his show. But is this show big enough to warrant a movie? I don't think so.
But not even his fans. I mean, who? If you're told that transgenderism and cross-dressing is supposed to be taken seriously, how are you supposed to take this as a prank and then accepting people for being ugly and subverting expectations is supposed to be a thing now?
Yeah.
How are you supposed to take this as a fucking joke?
Well, you don't. That's the thing. SJWs aren't funny. They're not funny. You can't be funny when you're an idiot. Like when you have all these rules, and all this shit about what you can joke about. They're always criticizing each other. I mean, I love watching them cannibalize each other. That's the fun sport of it. It's like because the whole thing is set up to just make people go insane.
Let me just see if somebody complains about this.
Yeah, it's a weird time to be alive, buddy. I will tell you that. It's a fucking weird time to be alive. I'm glad that this shit didn't go on when I was a fucking kid. I really I didn't appreciate it, I guess, but in retrospect, man, we had our shit too. We had our goofy shit, but nothing like what's going on today. It's really, I mean, I guess it's just the internet, right? It's just the internet, man. The internet took off. Even in the early 2000s, it wasn't like it is now. I mean, shit, everything now is online.
Mm-hmm.
because of this coronavirus thing, the celebrities have all had to do their shows from home, right? Like Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon, and they don't have the laugh track and they don't have the writers to do all their comedy for them. So you can see how like unfunny they really are. Now Jimmy Fallon, I don't have anything against him. I know a lot of people don't like his show, but like he was okay on Saturday Night Live. And he seems like a nice enough guy. I don't fucking know. I don't know.
Kimmel's full of shit.
Yeah. I fucking Kimmel's a fucking piece of shit puke. I fucking don't like him. He's literally just a mouthpiece for the DNC and nothing else. He doesn't fucking make jokes. He basically has like his audience isn't applauding because he's funny. They're applauding because he's making political points to a very small demographic of people who agree with him politically. Johnny Carson didn't do that shit. Letterman didn't do that shit. You know what I mean? Like Letterman, Conan O'Brien, and Johnny Carson, they
You
just
mean,
had people.
not Letterman. Wait. So, am I getting there? No, you mean Leno.
Yeah, Leno, right. Well, Letterman, he got really, I mean, I didn't really see his politics come out until the latter years before he retired. Because he used to be just pretty, I mean, his show was not a political show. I mean, even Letterman's nothing like Kimmel, I mean, I thought the Letterman show was funny, but yeah.
Oh, Letterman's worse.
Well, I know he's a big libtard. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, I was watching when I was a kid.
After the mass shooting in Vegas, he's like, "Oh, it's a terrorist attack. Stop making this a white privilege thing."
Oh God, did he say that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he posted that on Twitter.
See, that's the thing. I don't read Twitter, and that's the thing. Like, I don't like celebrities. I don't like to hear celebrities fucking telling people, fucking what to do and how to think. So I avoid it like the plague. Helps me separate the art from the artist.
Look, I'll be straight up. I used to work for the security company that worked at we called that the oh God, that was the MGM Village. But there was another name for it. I forgot another nickname for it. But anyways, we always did security on that block every fucking day. There's an abandoned motel in the middle of the property because it's a whole separate property.
Yeah.
So I was at my other job at the MGM arena when it was going on. I actually heard the shooting happen.
Oh, no shit.
But one of the guys that died that I knew was this gay Brazilian dude.
Yeah.
Who stuffed 8 people in a dumpster and pushed them out.
Oh, he like saved them?
Yeah, he saved their lives.
Wow. And then he got shot?
Yeah, he got shot. Nobody talks about him. You hear these gay right activists. You want to fucking talk about Latin. He's fucking gay, Latin, fat.
Right. Well, that's because, they don't really care about those people. I mean? They just exploit them,
Yeah.
And that guy's a fucking hero, man. I mean, I'm glad you told me about him because he should be known to people, man.
Eric Silva. That's his name.
Well, I'm doing a sign of the cross right now for Eric Silva. May you rest in peace, brother.
Yep.
You're a fucking hero and you save people. God bless him. God bless his soul. Good for him, man. Dude, I actually didn't even think about that. Like, yeah, I mean, being in Vegas, that fucking horrible shooting, dude. So, yeah, I guess I'm surprised I didn't even ask you about that.
It's not a thing to really ask. It's kind of one of those things. It's not highly likely, but it's likely.
Yeah, well, I just like obviously like when you hear somebody's from Vegas, it's just like obviously, from what you told me, like you work in Vegas, right? So
yep.
You must have. It sounds like like it was. I know it was at nighttime at a concert. Like you probably were around when it was going down. The same.
I was on a smoke break outside. Like I said, MGM was just less than a block down from where that property is. It's an MGM property.
Yeah. Now, do you think it was a helicopter, or do you believe the story about just one guy from the window?
Well, how he had it set up, he had two penthouses set up with arsenal of already ready up arrayment of rifles, which I'm assuming were all different calibers of AR-15s, but
Yeah.
they
You know,
weren't too clear on the type of rifles.
You know, it just seemed like there's a lot of weird shit that went on with him. I mean, I know he was part of it, but it seemed like there might have been other elements involved. You know.
His brother was arrested right afterwards, manufacturing child porn. Not the brother on the news, but there was a brother who lived in Hollywood. So yes, there could be.
Yeah, and then remember that Saudi prince went down right afterwards and shit. I mean, and you know, they were fucking, you know, the Saudis are all up into Vegas, you know, because they got all that fucking money. Yeah, and they trapped in that shit.
I don't remember that, but the Harvey Weinstein thing started going down.
Yeah. Man, you know what pissed me off about the Vegas thing too, bro, is like I follow a lot of that truther stuff, you know, and you know, I keep an open mind about it, you know, but some people would be like, you know, people were saying, oh, you know, people didn't really fucking die in that fucking Vegas thing. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, man? I'm like, that's just fucking ignorant, man. I'm like, if there's that many fucking witnesses, a whole concert full of people, and there's these people that are like, oh, you know, it was all just fake. They were crisis actors. They weren't.
Here's my answer to that.
Yeah.
I've worked for that security company, CSC. Those people in the yellow shirts stand out there for 12 hours a fucking day. 12 hours standing out there for $9 an hour. The people in the blue shirts only make $1 more than the people in the yellow shirts.
Wow.
And the people in the white shirts are the ones who are making bank out of everybody.
Yeah, it sounds.
And the blue and the yellow shirts are standing outside for 12 hours a day, and half of them back to back. Other ones are struggling. None of them planned getting shot at that night. Those stagehands, like me, we bring our tools out there. That costs us thousands of dollars. A lot of us are sitting out there for 20 hours, laying out there underneath the stage hammock, sweating our balls off. Some of us traveled states to states. Some of us haven't seen our families.
Yeah.
You know, fucking tired. I can say this from personal experience. You probably know this too. Ain't nobody went out there to plan on getting shot at.
Right. Yeah, I had no doubt. That's what I was saying. I actually got a fight with some people in the comment sections on YouTube because they were talking that shit. And you know, like with the Sandy fucking Hook thing, you know, I understand there were some anomalies, there was some weird shit going on, but in fucking Vegas, I'm like, you guys are just fucking assholes. You're being disrespectful. I'm like, those fucking people were killed. They were murdered. And by the way, brother, I'm so glad that you're okay, man. Like, thank God you didn't get hurt.
Thank you, sir.
Holy shit. You know, Gargoyle, brother, the more I talk and get to know you, brother, we got a lot in common, man. You know, just because, like, I actually have a half sister, and she was in a school shooting, man.
Damn.
And this kid went into the fucking. My sister was in the principal's office. This wasn't that long ago, up in Wisconsin. And I mean, it was, you know, a while ago now, but you know, she's still pretty young. She's got some kids, you know, now. But when she was in high school, I think it was like her senior year, maybe junior year. Yeah, some kid, he was messed with by his old man, whatever. You know, he had issues. You know, he was like abused at home. He walked into the principal's office, and my sister was right in that office, and he blew the principal's head off. And he probably would have shot my sister and everybody else in the office, but the janitor tackled him the second he shot the principal and took him down and disarmed him. Probably, damn. I'm sure he saved my sister's life. And you know, my sister, thank God she's okay. And it was an awful thing though. She had to watch that. And even with that, man, people would say, you know, I tell very few people that story. You know, it doesn't come up much, but they say, and you're not for gun control? And I say, fucking absolutely not. You know, absolutely not. You know, I'm for fucking people who are criminally insane being, you know, institutionalized if they're criminally insane and they have a due process trial. But no, bad people with guns are only stopped every time with good guys with guns. And I'm pissed off that they didn't have better security at that school. That's what I'm pissed off about.
Mm.
You know? There's only so much you could do. He would have used a knife. If you did that intent on killing the principal, you would have, you know what I mean? You can make stuff. You know, I mean, you know what we're talking about here. It's like somebody's intent on taking out a bunch of people, they're gonna do it. Right?
Yep. Bad intentions are done by just bad intentions. That's it.
Right. So the experience that I went through, you know, having a, you know, my actual sister being, you know, almost murdered in a school shooting, and you being through that Vegas thing, we're both still pro Second Amendment because we get it, you know. And that's the fucking thing. A lot of these people that just talk about gun control, it's like they'll be like, "You don't know what you're talking about." I said, "Really? Was your fucking sibling involved in a school shooting? Because I know what I'm talking about more than you do. Don't you know? So go fuck yourself."
Well, there was nothing you could avoid with Stephen Paddock. You could have had everything done at the thing. He was a millionaire.
Yeah.
Everybody knew him.
Yeah.
People with that much money who are regulars act fucking weird. So
Yeah.
going in and out.
Security, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
people are going to bring his bags in and ship him in, no question asked. This is fucking Vegas. The guy's a millionaire. Jay-Z does the same thing. If you ever move cases for musicians, they bring weird ass shit.
Right. Yeah, no, I believe it, bro. I'm sure they, you know, sure they bring their adrenochrome and all that other twisted shit, but they don't call it Sin City for no reason.
Well, I mean, driving in and out with a car, bringing bags and bags of shit, staying there for weeks, getting 2 different penthouses. They do
Right.
weird shit. I mean,
Yeah, no, yeah, you got the eccentric, right? Millionaires and billionaires, of course. Yeah, no, I hear you.
I mean, he was a wild card. Nobody predicted it. There's no precautions that could have been avoided. I mean, nothing. You couldn't have done anything any different to avoided it. That point, nothing. He had a penthouse called the Ogden. That was a penthouse that was overlooking the Life is Beautiful festival, which was another area in Vegas that I worked at. That I actually could have been in the middle of.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's the thing, man.
To do that place.
You know, that whole thing, you know, with Benjamin Franklin, man, people that would trade their liberty for safety deserve neither. And there is no such thing, you know. As long as we have gasoline, you know, available for anyone to buy, somebody can hurt a lot of people. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's just, yeah, you can't, all you can do is when evil presents itself, do the best you can to stop it. And that's it, man. No guarantees in life. Just like you can get hit by a fucking bus. We don't ban buses because of that. You know what I mean?
Right.
You just do the best you can with what you have. And, you know,
or like I like to say now, every time a person gets killed by a drunk driver, you're not suing Jack Daniels.
Exactly. That's right, man. Of course not, because that would be fucking crazy. But for some reason, when it's a fucking gun, it's somehow different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, let's face it, man. It's like, you know, we got a bunch of people that infested our government that just sold us out, and they were out to do. We haven't had a pro-constitutional government in how long, right? Like, when's the last time we had a pro? We do now. I don't know, man. Trump, I'd still like Trump to be better on, you know, getting our constitution back to where it should be. But I guess it does take time after decades of treason. But when's the last time we had a pro-constitutional government where every part of the Constitution, you know, the politicians were afraid to fuck with? You know, not since like the 1920s, because they actually started the drug war at the end of the 1920s. So that was the first infringement where the government said, we're going to get in all your lives and we're going to tell you what you can put in your body. And they start off real slow. And then you get to the 60s with Nixon, and he created what would become the DEA. And then Reagan amps up the drug war in the 80s, which is why I can't, I don't like Republicans, because I like that they're supposedly pro Second Amendment, but the whole thing about Republicans talk about how big government's a terrible thing, and then they want the government to be going through everybody's to be throwing everybody in jail for just victimless crime. Which to me, if there's no victim, there's no crime. You can't commit a crime against yourself. So to have contraband,
Well, nowadays the Republicans have been loosening up on that these days.
Right, yeah, and then of course you got alcohol, but I mean nobody ever fucking shoves drugs down somebody's throat. It's always a conscious decision. Now if you do, that's the thing. It shouldn't be legal for kids, but if you're an adult, what you do with your body, as long as you're not harming somebody else, is your business.
Well, you're already making kids addicted to drugs anyway, so.
Well, that's why kids do it so much more here, because it's taboo, and it's like rebellious. But in Amsterdam, where it's legal, they don't have near the the rate of use like we do here in the States with young kids.
No, I mean Ritalin, Adderall, and Prozac. Those are all drugs that can be abused and can be used wrong, and kids when they're prescribed to it can develop a dependency towards it.
Yeah, man, I've had Adderall, man. That shit's basically just fucking, low grade amphetamine, what it felt like, I mean, I've never had like meth, but like, I know it is. It's just a very basic form of amphetamine. That's what Adderall is. That's what Ritalin is. It's a very light amphetamine. So yeah, you're giving them fucking a very Bud Light version of crystal meth, basically, And by the way, they don't like to give that shit to adults, but they want to push it out like kids, man. Like, I see the doctor every month. I have some health conditions. I'm working out, and with my knees from all the years I was in Taekwondo, and I might need knee surgery. I might not. I'm trying to work it out, and basically, oh shit, sorry, no, never mind. I'm watching this as I'm talking. I'm losing my train of thought. But yeah, shit, I just lost my train of thought. I'm watching this stuff as we're talking. The stuff you're pulling up, and I'm looking at all the stuff you're looking at.
I'm just looking up what's on the YouTube. God
bless you.
No.
Triple blessings.
My wife got me.
Gesundheit. Yeah. Well, you know what, man? I get bad allergies, and like this time of year, like I'm always like sniffling and shit, and like I eat a lot of hot peppers, man. I've been eating a lot of hot peppers and like sriracha sauce, and that keeps my sinuses clear. But until the summertime and it gets warm, man, like I'm always sniffling and shit and sneezing. So I wouldn't fucking know if I had something, but
see, how are you supposed to keep up with the journalism? And this is the problem. And this is my point. It's either you're up with it or you're not.
Yeah.
Here's about the new Marvel creations. Zach's video about the new Marvel creations.
Wait, do me a favor, would you? Go. Okay, stop right there. Go down. Go back down.
You mean go up?
Yeah, go up. I'm sorry. Okay. You had to think of Evangeline Lilly. Keep going up, slower. Keep going up. There you go. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Sorry. I was just trying to see what that was. Yeah, keep going. Just keep going until I say. Keep going up.
You got a leg, so.
I'm sorry. No, it's not a big deal. There's a thing about Evangeline Lilly, from Ant-Man and the Wasp. It's on the left hand. I was trying to read the title of that one. I have the hots for her, man. I have the hots for her so bad. Even though she's a crazy, she's a crazy liberal too. She's still smoking hot.
As long as she doesn't shit on your bed, right?
Evangeline Lilly could definitely take a shit on my bed, and I'd be like, yeah, it's okay, baby. She's so.
Yeah, I don't see Angeline Lilly anywhere.
Yeah, it was on the left. Yeah, that's not a big deal. It was like she was on the left hand thing. I don't know.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Angelina Lilly refuses to cooperate during crisis. It's one of Josiah Rice's videos from yesterday.
No, I wonder what that's about. Oh well, I'll check it out later. I wonder what that means. Refuse to cooperate. Maybe she don't want to do that stupid fucking celebrity song. You know, the celebrities did the whole fucking sang the Imagine song. But there it is. Yeah, John Lennon.
Yeah.
Celebrities are lost.
Yeah, that was a little goofy. Basically, my point is with those goofy new Marvel characters,
No.
everybody's covering it. Even Eric got two different videos about it.
Ripa.
Yep.
Yeah, he covers that. He's probably I think one of the best journalists covering that stuff right now. Give high props to him. How come is he part of Comicsgate?
Nah, but he's Jason. But I mean, he's pretty much Comicsgate.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he just doesn't take the title, but I mean, he's been on Geeks and Gamers. He's never on EVS, but
see, even the Amazing Lucas is covering it. And the Amazing Lucas mainly covers video game stuff.
Yeah, you know, it also is going to be another dumpster fire is when they come out with that Eternals movie. They already fucked that one up too. And comic book friends that really love the Eternals, man. And when they heard what they were doing to the Eternals, they were just like, "Oh, give me a break," you know, changing everything around like that, checking off the boxes. You know, the first gay kiss with a superhero. Yay! It's like, wait a minute, Batwoman beat you to that. Batwoman's got that shit going on every night.
Even before that, John Constantine was bisexual in the comic books.
Oh man, good point, dude. I totally fucking forgot about that, dude.
And then even before that, you got a supervillain like Air Star from Preacher who was sodomized.
Right, but you know what they're saying is well, never has a big screen superhero movie had that. And it's like
now they're doing big screen superhero. Well, then you got Deadpool who was pegged by his girlfriend.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I lose track of it, man. You obviously read way more comics than I do because you know.
Well, that was in the movie.
I haven't seen Deadpool in a while. In the first one, it was.
Yeah, the first one, Ryan Reynolds takes a strap and then he asks for National Women's Day.
I don't remember that, man.
It was one of the jokes because remember they had that romance holiday where they were fucking on every day.
Oh
and
yeah.
it was like Happy National Women's Day.
Okay, yeah, it's come back to me now. Yeah, it's been three. That's the thing. Deadpool is rated R for adults, so they're saying it's the first time we get to show the kids, hey kids, you know, look at this, adults doing stuff that most mommy and daddies don't. I guess you expect a presidential Medal of Honor for that or what? You know? Yeah, it's just come on, man, entertain us. Just entertain us. Just stay true to the spirit of the fucking stuff, and you know you'll make a dump truck full of money. But for people who complain about global warming, they sure do burn a lot of cash to push this fucking propaganda, man. You know, Disney has burned billions just on Star Wars alone to push the Kathleen Kennedy agenda, right? They lost billions of dollars and they're still doubling down with the Marvel movies now. They're going to go full SJW.
Well, the last Star Wars was terrible too.
Yeah, man, I would not own stock in Disney right now, man. I would be selling it because they are purposely, you know, falling victim to this shit, man. I don't know, man. I don't know why I think it's probably because the government, you know, has the dirt on all the Hollywood people and you know, whatever you want to call it, you know, the cabal or the fucking deep state, you know, they tell the corporations, you got to do this, right?
It's a guilt thing. It's just a guilt thing. It's the idea that, you know
Shit, man, when I was growing up, man, it's just like, nobody ever fucking wanted to go hurt people that were gay. Nobody wanted to go fuck with you. Like you didn't see that shit. Like you'd hear about in the news, freak stuff. You'd just be some crazy asshole. But, nobody was out hunting. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like, but they make it out like they're under every corner, or they're around every corner and under every bed, They exploit this stuff and they make people who don't leave their houses think, hey, boy, like everybody just decided to become a Nazi and a homophobe overnight. It's like, no, come on, man. The
It's
fuck?
because they're bored as people.
Yeah, and they don't get outside in the real world. You know what I mean? Like even like when they're at school now, they just go home and they fucking just go online and they game and shit. When we got out of school, man, we would fucking play like football, in the park with a Nerf ball, Nerf ball before we even got home. And then we go home and eat, and then go right to the fuck back outside to play, ride our bikes, skateboard, do whatever, just have fun, man. And I'm glad, man. Like I'm older now, so like yeah, I can actually. It's like a guilty pleasure, with being online because I've done my run around, brother. I've traveled quite a far on these feet in the time I've been on service. So, but when I was a kid, man, I was very hyperactive when I was a kid. Like you could like I was just running. I was very hyperactive, and I didn't need Ritalin. I just needed shit to do, and that's what I did. I would exercise and shit when I was younger, very hardcore, and I would work hard labor jobs when I was very younger. And if I would have fucking just been born in the age now the way I was when I was a kid, I would have went nuts, man. Because I couldn't just sit at home doing this, all day like they do now. Like, plus they teach you how to interact with other people, man. It's like it's cool to interact online. It's great. It's a great tool, but it's like now people do it when their friends live 5 doors down the street. You know what I mean? Instead of just getting together and hanging out, they'll just do, they'll shortcut it. I don't know, man. It's just something, I guess, because I was born in a different era. I really have a hard time understanding it, but that's okay.
Depends. I mean, my sister-in-law, all her online friends were actually out of state. Her best online friends.
Well, yeah, and that's where it's great, and that's where it comes in handy, But
None of her. She never had any friends in the vicinity of where she lived.
Yeah, well,
which was a little weird to me, but hey, it's a new generation,
right? But yeah, me personally, like that, and when I was a kid, that would have driven me fucking nuts. I hated being in the house, man. I hated when I was in my room. I didn't have a TV in my room till I was like, I don't know, probably 12 or something. And I had like a Nintendo and shit. I finally I got a free TV that somebody was gonna throw out with a remote control on like an old Zenith, and I put it in my room. I hooked my Nintendo up, and I felt like I was living a life, man. And even that thing, me and my friends, we play Nintendo for like a few hours, and then we'd be out the door, doing other stuff, and it's so much different now. I was into Nintendo and Sega and PlayStation 2, and then I had to stop gaming. But I stopped gaming before the shit got really cool. Like I see the stuff kids play today, and it's like, wow, man, pretty amazing the stuff they can do now with these video games. Do you still game?
Every now and then, unfortunately, with all that amazing stuff, PC has been the everlasting with video games.
Yeah.
Console is actually destroying video games.
Is it? Yeah, I don't know anything about it these days.
Well, because PC's the biggest thing is you have the modders.
Right.
Which guarantee a video game life for all gamers because they can mod anything and put anything in the game and make the game better. When you're on a console, you're kind of stuck on thing, and console setup tends to try to make you pay for in-game currency.
Right.
And now with the never guaranteed premium passes, they tend to have you charge for, which guarantee you nothing half the time. There's not really an incentive to buy a new game anymore these days. You're just better off just waiting till you get it. You can play it for at least $10 a month off your Game Pass.
Yeah, they're also trying to, now they get all these new ways to extract more money and more money out of you, like a gambling casino,
Yep.
hitting you up with all these. I mean, not, I'm saying it's like not really.
That's the microtransactions.
Right, yeah, all that bullshit, man. I mean, I like to, you just go buy the cartridge, you know what I mean, or you go buy the disc, put it in your console, and bam.
Oh, and
I,
that's the other big problem I hate is a lot of times a game is still broken when it comes out.
yeah,
And then you don't get a fixed game till 5 years later, and half the time, that's too fucking late.
you're right. Yeah, I was never like I never did like the online gaming, like I used to just like to play against the computer, I did it a couple times with friends, I played those capture the flag type of games, but I had quick, like I said, I had to put away the PlayStation and the gaming once my daughter was born, give her my full attention, obviously, and yeah, that was PlayStation 2, obviously that was before you had the online gaming with everybody, and the headsets and all that shit.
Yeah, gaming wastes a lot of drawing time.
It does. It wastes a lot of everything time, man, and it consumes you. It does. It's very addictive, man. I mean, I get it. That's why I think I like movies so much. It's like I can just
Look at that. Sagana Cod is even covering this.
Covering what?
This. Look at that. He's even covering the New Warriors.
Oh yeah.
See how bad this has gotten? Everybody's covered this.
It's a train wreck, and they haven't even released it yet, right? It's like, I wonder if they're even going to release it now because it's got so much hate. I hope they don't. I hope
they are going to release it. Of course, with all this reaction, they're going to release it. They're going to pay every fucking critic to say how great the comic book is. And they're going to fucking find the most ghettoest black people and offer them huge stacks of money and tell us how great the comic is and tell us that we're ignorant and make hillbilly fucking voices.
Yeah, but that stuff's not working anymore, man. I mean, I don't think it's going to sell many copies. This is a joke. You know who's going to buy that comic book? People who have video channels making fun of it, so they can say, "Look, I got the New Warriors."
Look, they did that with Captain Marvel. They did that with Star Wars, and I'm saying that for real because I.
And by the way, Captain Marvel was required. Like, they made people think that it was required viewing between Infinity War and Endgame. Captain Marvel 2 won't have the biggest movie of all time as part of required viewing. So, Captain Marvel
also, Disney and Marvel spent $1 billion on their own ticket sales to make it look like Captain Marvel had a ticket sales, and then people were turning in these pictures of empty movie theaters of supposedly this popular movie.
That's right. I remember Jeff from World Class Bullshitters. Well, that's a mouthful. World Class Bullshitters. He did a whole piece on that, a very excellent investigative piece about them lying about the box office returns, which, by the way, that's fraud. Disney has had complaints filed against them by the SEC, and they went unanswered. Which is, dude, you got to be big like Disney, man. Because I worked at the Securities and Exchange. I worked at worked at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, and I worked at the Chicago Options Exchange. And I saw guys get fucking millionaires get taken out in handcuffs more than a couple times, man, for insider trading and shit like that, falsified fraud. So only because it was
what video? Oh yeah, Ubisoft got in trouble for that a while ago, insider trading.
Yeah, but like Disney is the only corporation that is so globally huge that they can have a file complaint, a complaint filed against them, and the Security and Exchange Commission just let it go. Which with Disney they did. They don't ever do that, man.
Yeah, but also they did that with Star Wars too. Is they started buying tickets,
right?
And
Yeah,
then before it came out, they had the mixed reviews that were very confusing on Rotten Tomatoes.
yeah. I mean, it's so obvious now that what they're doing. It's like they're trying to push this agenda so bad. They're literally trying to gaslight people into thinking, even though I hate it, everybody else likes it, so maybe I'm wrong. It's like, no, you're not wrong. It's trash. But
Which is exactly what I guarantee you what they're gonna do with this all the new Warriors comic book.
I don't know, brother. I got more faith in humanity these days. I think people are coming around. This shit can't last in America.
Look,
America
look.
likes freedom too much. We have it too good here, man. We've had it so great, for so long.
Look,
mean,
I'm telling you because I found out. Guess what the #1 comic book last month was?
What's that?
Comic-Con. You tell me.
You mean like from Marvel, DC, or from independent creators like you guys?
Comic-Con, just the #1 rated comic book from the Comic-Con list that Zach always shows off. Last month.
Man, I wouldn't even be able to venture a guess. I wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to choose. Really, I would have no idea. I don't know.
A Wolverine comic book that sold for $8.
X-Men?
No, it's just a Wolverine title comic book. See? How the fuck is this comic book fucking #1 if I haven't even fucking heard of it? You haven't even fucking heard of it. You're even shocked about this. An $8 Wolverine comic book.
Yeah.
Doesn't this bother you?
Yeah, something smells rotten in Denmark, man. I guess it's #1 amongst the 5 people that still buy comic books these days.
It sold 190,000 copies.
Yeah,
That's the #1 selling Wolverine comic, $8 Wolverine comic book.
I was just thinking about something, man. Now with all this, all the businesses being shut down, the comic book industry has always been, fucking, losing money, getting deeper and deeper in the hole. Look at DC and Marvel and all the shit that's been going on with them losing money, and Stan DiDio and all that stuff, right? So now with all this fucking shit happening with them having to fucking lay everybody off because nobody's buying stuff, nobody's going to go out and buy, nobody's going to risk getting the coronavirus. Nobody's going to go out and buy a comic book to risk getting the coronavirus, right? Not your most even hardcore fans, and so those stores are shut down anyways. So it's going to be interesting to see how they recover from this. These assholes that ruin comics for everybody. I hope
they're not going to recover from it.
No, even if they've been a life support forever, man. I'm telling you, brother. EVS is the Stan Lee of independent comics. He's going to become the Stan Lee, is what I'm saying. EVS has got the personality, the business sense. He's got the charm. He's a good guy, like Stan Lee seemed to be. Stan Lee seemed like a really good guy. And
as long as he doesn't want to line us up and shoot us with a machine gun like Stan Lee did.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. But yeah, I just think EVS, man, is just going to, he's going to be, who everybody goes to, the independent, he's going to get his own label, like I was talking to you before, man. And he'll have like the family-friendly stuff, and he'll have, the darker stuff, like what you're doing. And like, like he'll just have a company that and it'll be just the EVS brand, like a label. And EVS will be like, if it's good, I'll sell it, how it should be, just like how it used to be at Marvel and DC. He'll give good young artists a chance and young writers a chance. And if they make a hit that somebody likes, that people love, he'll stay out of their way and let them do their thing, as artists should be left to do.
All right.
That's my optimism, That's I mean, look at what EVS has already done. He got fired, and he fucking did better for himself. He's the #1 independent, comic creator on the planet right now.
Well, he had no choice but had to.
Yes, he had absolutely no choice, man.
At that point, people were just going, "Well, just do it. Just make it on your own."
Right. Yeah, I know. I love that shit. But when it comes time for them to just do it, that's the thing, man. It's like the comic business wasn't created by these fucking wackos that infest it. It was created by just normal artists, that just
Well,
loved and had freedom.
well,
And
they
then
just feel like they're outcasts and nerds.
Yeah, it's like you build a business, you get a career, and then these freaks come in and decide like that you're just no longer allowed to be there because they just don't like the way you think.
That's exactly what it is.
You're not talking about a fucking restaurant or something where what I mean. It's like you're talking about like a mass consumed product. You can't do that shit, man.
Well, it's like that the Master Chef. There's one challenge I kept in memory is how they had the perfect sunny side up egg test.
Right.
They had to make as many as possible, but they all had to be perfect.
Right.
Looking. They had to be a certain way that was acceptable, and that's exactly what drawing is. Comic book art is. Storytelling is, and just the general business.
Yeah. Right.
You can season it whatever way you fucking want to, but regardless, as a cook, you gotta have it the way everybody likes it, or the way it's acceptable to every way.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second, brother. Right back.
Dude, even fucking Sargon is fucking explaining how a superhero should look like in the common superhero look. And look at him. He lost some weight. He was a tubby fuck. He got defeated by alt-right leader Richard Spencer. But he knows what's going on here. Damn. I'm just looking at a little bit of Sargon's commentary, and he's explaining the features and how they should look like, exactly how your boy would explain it like.
Yeah, my roommate, he loves your boy Zach. I like Zach too. I don't know him very well, but he seems like a really cool guy, nice guy. I know he's a nice guy.
Oh,
I
Zach
left
is
him a
awesome.
couple comments to say I supported him and shit when I heard about him through EBS. I gave him some Comicsgate support. Just gave him some thumbs up and likes. I know. I'm just so broke right now. It's like I don't have extra money for shit.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Yeah, but it's like, man, just by I going out and giving them a view, giving them a thumbs up, that's supporting Comicsgate too. If everybody did that, it would, just those little things, that makes a huge difference. That's like whenever I'm on, whenever I see you in Narwhal, I always try and and remember to give you guys a like and a thumbs up and a positive review.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, brother, that's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about, brother. There's a woman that you might see her. She's a moderator for EVS called Cyrena Sketches. Have you ever heard of her?
No. Who?
It's Syrena, Cyrena Sketches, and she's actually a very good artist herself. And she's a moderator now for EVS. But she's pretty funny because she's like one of the few female artists that have a channel. She's got a cool little channel with a couple funny little videos on there, just talking about She-Ra, how they made She-Ra look like a man for the Netflix cartoon.
Oh God, that was awful.
Yeah, so I'm just like I was talking to her online, and what I should say, not online. It's not. I'm saying I was talking to her on the chat with EVS chat, And I was like, Cyrene, because I was looking at some of her artwork, and she actually worked on some video games or something. She actually like has some kind of a property where she worked on for years. I don't know what it was. I'd have to refresh, but I haven't talked to her in a while. It was long ago, and it was just to the comments, and the live stream. We're in the comments thread, and we're talking, and she's got, she's a very good artist, and she's Comicsgate, she's anti-SJW, and I was like, man, like, yeah, she would be great. Like, I was like, you should start up a channel, and she was like, oh, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I don't know.
Sorry about that. Done
There's
do
a lot of
fucked up.
talented people.
What
Yeah,
up?
there's a lot of talented people in Comicsgate, man, that just need to get together, Like, that's why I love what, you and Narwhal and the other guys are doing, man. That's really cool, Because otherwise, everybody just puts it on EVS to do, And he's got enough to
That's
play.
the first rule. Don't put it on EBS.
Right. That's right.
Or John Malin.
Let Caesar be.
In fact, don't put it on anybody. You're responsible for yourself.
That is correct, man. That's right. I mean, obviously, yeah, he's a nice guy, and EBS does so much now about people. But I was hoping, in the early days, like Mike Miller was gonna, like it was gonna be him and Mike Miller, doing it together, and then fucking Mike Miller decided to become an idiot, and Doug TenNapel, well, what the fuck, man,
Hey.
like.
He wanted to be superior. He was like, I did video games for Steven Spielberg. Man, Steven Spielberg wasn't even playing your fucking video game.
Right, and it's like, he basically wanted EVS to come out and, go like, oh, I don't want any gay, stuff, or, you know what I mean? And, it's like, right, that's not the whole point of Comicsgate is artistic freedom, man. It's like, if it's a good character and people like it, then fucking I don't care. It's like, why is that so hard to understand? EVS never said he was a religious crusader,
That's it. I finally realized the character who was the first gay character in a comic book. One of the first gay characters. It was the chick in Gen 13. She was also Native American.
Really? What era is that from?
That was J. Scott Campbell.
Okay. And it's
Image,
like
early Image.
like what decade?
The 90s.
90s? Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with J. Scott Campbell.
You don't remember Gen 13? Sorry, didn't mean to change the subject. You just triggered a memory.
No.
Gen 13. All right, go on. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Yeah, no, I'm mostly familiar just with the basics, the big ones. I never there was a couple independent comic books I love, like the Badger, and I don't know if you remember Moonshadow. That was more in the 80s. That was the first comic that they had like boobs and stuff, So when I was a kid in the comic store, it was like, ooh, I can get a comic book with titties, So I remember Moonshadow was like one of the first, and they're like they had it behind the counter, but they would still sell it to you if you were underage. It wasn't pornographic, but it had Moonshadow. It was like about wizards and and princesses. It was like whatever Dungeons and Dragons type of fantasy with nudity and sex and stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Really good illustrations. Just called Moonshadow, anyways. And I just remember those days. But other than that, like, yeah, I just like like I said, I read a lot of Spider-Man and Batman and Superman and all the ones a lot of people know. But you seem to be when I asked you if you were like Marvel or DC, and then you said whatchamacallit,
Image.
Image, yeah. I'm rolling a cigarette as I'm talking. When you said Image Comics, yeah, like that's pretty impressive, man. So like you were more for the non-mainstream stuff then.
Yeah. Well, when I was introduced to comics and getting in, I was about 10 years older than me, so you were about in your 20s when I was getting into it. So I was a little more immature, and during that time, you know, of course, Todd McFarlane was reaching all the young kids with Image.
Okay, so yeah, that's his label. Okay, well, no, that's actually more mature, man. It's like it's good, you know. Even back then, man, I think most kids were still into like the Marvel and DC stuff. They absolutely were. You know, I mean, they were bigger sellers.
Yeah,
So,
I mean maturity level that
oh,
you
you mean
know.
like the darker stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, the Spawn wasn't really dark. It was a goofy comic book title, and Todd McFarlane was ripping things off. He was just making things very very edgy.
Right. I mean, but like, yeah, like, you know, Doctor Strange. I do like Doctor Strange. I always liked that. I always liked Doctor Strange, and I was so excited when I heard they were making that movie with Benedict Cumberbatch, and I did like it, although it really pissed me off. Pissed me off when they made fucking Tilda
Here,
Swinton
found
the
a
ancient one.
picture of the character. Uh, sorry. This is Rainmaker from Gen 13. She was one of the first gay comic book characters.
Man, bro, I can't wait till I get my buddy on the streaming too, because he knows all these things so well. He'll be
And
like,
she, and she was Native American.
okay, and she was bi.
She was gay.
Right, but I'm saying, was she a lesbian only, or was she into guys too?
She was lesbian only. She loved
Okay,
that pussy.
she liked the pussy. Okay, well, good for her. I like it too. um,
So stop the virtual signaling. Sarah Rainmaker. Sarah Rainmaker. And now now she's in DC because of course these were Jim Lee properties too.
yeah, well, she's pretty hot looking there, man. I do like
Um,
the big jugs. You won't see that today. She wouldn't be drawn like that today, brother. Right?
yeah,
They,
one of the most iconic characters out of the group from the way back was Fairchild. Sorry.
you know, no, it's funny as we're riffing like this. I just had a funny thought. I'm like, you know how the SJW is trying to say they're trying to make the women look less sexy, right? Because they're like, well, the guy, it's objectifying the women, you know, the male gaze, you know, that whole stupid bullshit.
Oh, speaking of which, you'll love this. You'll love this.
What about the
Anyway,
lesbians? What about the lesbians that like seeing sexy women in comics? Is that the female gaze? Or are they
this was
objectifying the females?
this was the Gail Simone run of Gen 13, and Fairchild, the leader,
Mm,
they decided to put her in pants. Why?
got to cover that up, man. They're the new Puritans, right?
Uh-huh. But anyways,
And you know,
all
now,
right,
now,
go on. That's I just wanted to show you since you brought that up.
yeah. There you go. Head to make her unsexy. And what? So,
But
in the fact that
not
she's a
even just
lesbian character.
unsexy. Her outfit. I mean, this was one of the iconic images. I was trying to find the Campbell cover that I have,
Well,
but
I'm just
this was
saying. I mean, that first picture that you showed me, or that first drawing you showed me, was she's smoking hot, man. You know, big old boobies. You know, the bikini. I mean, she looked like she was a Playboy model posing, and then cut to the next one, and she's been, you know, sloppied up, and she's been covered up. I mean, she's obviously, well, there she's like, well, that's a good thing. Yeah,
that was the '90s one,
yeah,
Fairchild.
nice,
She
yeah,
was still the leader, still
mm,
attractive.
yeah. They don't make them like this anymore. I mean, they do. They're just called independent comics. There's nothing more beautiful than the female form, man. It's like I can't believe in fucking 2020 they're trying to bring us back to like I don't know where they want all the women to be walking around in burqas like in the Middle East. Like, what exactly are they aiming for here? Like
This
women,
is this is worse.
yeah, like they want them to
They're
wear pantsuits or something.
they're
I don't.
trying to make the white man castrate themselves
Oh,
and
good.
suck dick, and then they're trying to make make every guy they're attracted to fuck everything they demand them to when it's convenient for them, and if they don't,
Yeah.
they're Semites and they need to castrate themselves.
Yeah, that'll never work. It'll never work. It'll work on a small percentage of people. And you know what, man? If fucking that small percentage of people, they don't need to breed anyways. You know, if you're that easily fucking gaslighted, that's on you. It's like, I don't have any pity for the. It's like, fuck,
I
man.
I agree with you, but these people don't realize it, and most of these people think, "Oh my God, I'm gonna get some pussy. This is a chance that I'm gonna get some blowjobs," and it's like, dude, that's not how it works.
No. Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, like these simps that they have now that like that yeah they just spend all their money on these fucking these cosplay girls to pretend like they like them through a camera. It's like you can just get a literal like real Pornhub girl to do that shit for you. Like what, right? Like
Well,
you know.
well, nowadays most women are shallow. You can just bullshit them with anything and get them to fuck you. I mean,
Yeah,
women will go for anything these days. I've seen women make out with men and show their tits out for a shot.
yeah. I mean, I saw that, but I'll tell you what, brother. Like, man, when I was a kid, it was hard. It was hard to break that barrier, man. I mean, it was hard, dude. There wasn't any kids in my fucking junior high school. There was maybe two or three that were actually getting real sex, And even in high school, man,
Well,
not, nothing.
this is the generation in technology too. I mean, I've seen these people who live in the middle of nowhere are capable of making friends and just meeting people. So, you know,
Yeah,
all I can say, if there's a will, there's a way. You can figure it out. And I've heard of stories, and I've seen people figure it out. I've met a guy who lived out in the middle of nowhere in Michigan and told me he met a girl out here on the internet and lived with her and started living with her and being with her, and now living out in the middle of nowhere in the desert, fucking her until he broke up with her and got his own house.
yeah. Well, good for him. I
But
mean, yeah,
people do random stuff and wind up succeeding. So I don't know. There may be an error. You may have a success story. You may be listening to me and hear something crazy and go, "Hey, I know. I met a guy once who's a bus driver who made bank in Aspen." He
yeah,
said he saved up all his money, and then all of a sudden one day he lost all his savings in the middle of Aspen,
yeah.
and he got stuck as a resort transporter. But he loves it.
Well, yeah, man.
So
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's not all about the money. It's just doing something you love. I mean, I'd be fine being rich, but like anybody else, nobody would be like, oh, I'd never want to be rich. But I'm just fine, just just doing okay. Just keeping just being able to do some nice stuff. I just like to be able to take a nice vacation, like to buy
my
me more nice stuff.
I just mean my point is I don't know. As long as you have the will to figure out how to make a situation work for you, I guess it will work out for you. I guess that's my point. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a point well taken, man. I mean, dude, yeah, well, there's a will, there's a way, and life does find a way. But
Yeah,
that's the thing, man. It's like white males are, they're gonna still like, like there might be this phase, but they're still gonna settle down and have kids with the women they're attracted to, and they're not gonna do it out of a sense of guilt. Look, you can't guilt people into loving each other. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
so you can try, but it's gonna have such a minimal effect. It's just a wasted effort. I think it's just to demoralize the country,
It's
and
called rape.
it's all head games, brother. And
You
there are
guilt
some things
somebody to sleep with you. It's rape.
yeah. But like
Um,
women, if you had lots of money, though, I mean, shit. I mean, when I was growing up, I mean, you could still like get an escort out of the phone book. Like if you had money, you could go to a bar and pick up girls. If you had money, they were always a bit there was always shallow women out there who were just looking for a sugar daddy. But
well, regardless of that, women are shallow. It don't matter where you are.
yeah,
It could be a big city or a small town.
Right. Just depends. Just depends on the woman. I mean, obviously, you know, there are some that aren't, but a lot. Yeah, a lot of them can be, sure.
Yeah.
But that's because, you know, throughout. That's like, you know, the evolution of history. You know, like though women were used to guys, you know, going out and hunting the food and bringing home food to the cave and all that shit, right? And we live in a society now where women are in cubicles and they're working, and they still want to have that that old way and then have the new way, and you can't have both. You got to make a choice, you know. Like some people can, but it's very hard to do. You know, we just live in such a different society. You know,
It's a
people
little
don't
worse than
food
that.
anymore. They don't hunt anymore. You know what I mean? Like they used to. So it's interesting to see how it's all going to unfold. But
Women
I
are
don't know,
just
I'm
bored
hoping with
chicks who want to live dangerously.
yeah, I guess what I yeah my point. I was like, I'm hoping for a Star Trek future and not a Mad Max, not a Mad Max future. You know.
Oh, we got something way worse. I wish it was a Mad Max.
Right now, it's just Clown World. Yeah,
Oh, it's
just,
way worse.
yeah, it's
It's
Hong Kong.
way worse.
Yeah, but you know, it's not this. This just can't last. And like I said, I can already see it. I mean, SJWs are losing. Trump got elected. If you know, he wouldn't have gotten elected if fucking SJWs were really their message is really getting through. Trump would not have gotten elected. You know.
Yeah,
So
but the problem is still, these people just willing to destroy other people just to fucking try to get their way. And I'm saying this from personal experience and personal perspective. The
right.
sanctuary cities are the reason why the coronavirus came in. Every one of these outbreaks or death, if you look at them and read about them, all of them are in sanctuary cities, particularly in California, which is a sanctuary state.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no,
Um,
I wouldn't argue that. I mean, it's definitely contributed to it, you know, I mean, for sure. But they didn't stop air travel either. So people were
yep,
flying with it from all over the country. They didn't stop air travel until recently, you know.
yep.
So this shit was everywhere.
And
But you
then,
know, it's a
oh,
joke.
sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna
Oh,
say, you know, that old typical hypocritical argument, you know, with the SJWs, you know, they want a sanctuary city and they want open borders, but then like, you know, they want to have it both ways where Israel, you know, they you know, whatever, like there's a lot of people that are here that support Israel, and they have a wall, and you know, you can't just walk into Israel, and they support that, but then they want open borders here, and I'm like, well, that's fucking crazy. They said, well, it's different over there. You know, people are really trying to hurt them over here. I'm like, you don't think people are trying to hurt Americans? I'm like, we're hated by a lot of fucking people, man.
I
You know.
just don't support paying for Israel's wall. That's it.
You know,
Israel can pay for their own damn wall.
of course they can. They're the ones that print the fucking money. I mean, come on, man. You know, it's like,
Yep.
of course, it's a joke, man. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's just a fucking no-win subject. You know, either way, it's like no matter what you say, unless you just say I fully support Israel, and if their government can do anything they want, and you're like you're called a name. So I don't engage in it much, but I don't fucking care. You know, I work downtown. There's a lot of good Jewish people, and then I worked downtown with some that were just snobs, and they thought that I was beneath them, and the same
Isn't
goes
your
with
mayor
fucking
still Jewish?
what's that?
Isn't your mayor still Jewish?
No, the mayor now is a African American woman named Lori Lightfoot, and she's a lesbian.
Lori Lightfoot, is she really Native? Is she Native American too? She's got more of a Native American than Elizabeth Warren.
No. She's black. She's African American. That's what she
Yeah,
calls her. Yeah, she's African American, very butch looking, openly gay lesbian mayor
her
of
last
Chicago.
name's Lightfoot.
Yeah, Lori Lightfoot, and we had Rahm Emanuel, Barack Obama's buddy. He was our mayor, and then fucking after he left, she got elected.
Yeah, Robin Manuel's an Israeli immigrant.
Yeah, well, of course he is. Tiny Dancer, we call him out here because he was a ballet dancer and he's about 5 foot fucking one.
Tiny dancer.
Yeah, that's what we call him out here. Rahm Emanuel, Tiny Dancer, and Yeah, Richard Daley, you know, he was the last good mayor the city had, and even he was, you know, like I say, Chicago has always had a Democratic mayor since before the Civil War. I don't know, a long time, man. And but Illinois always has a Republican governor. Usually, the last Democratic governor we had was Blagojevich, and he got thrown in jail. So, yeah, Chicago's a big, you know, liberal city, but it's surrounded by farmland and a lot of conservatives. Now, with all the illegal immigration here, you know, obviously Chicago's a sanctuary city too. But that's the thing, man. It's like it's not like crazy as it is like in California, man. Like fucking in Chicago, man. Like they go to jail out here. You know what I mean? They can't just fucking run amok and do whatever they want.
Hang on, I gotta check on my dog. I'm sorry. Damn dogs. Ah, did I close a window on you again? Nope, I didn't. Thank God. Thank God.
It's so weird.
Yeah, I'm here. I see you.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the screen. It's funny, even when I'm waving something in front of my camera phone, it doesn't pick up. You see this bottle?
Yeah, I see it.
See, when I'm looking at it on my TV here, I don't see it. It's so weird. Like it's not a lag either. It's just weird. I got Ghost though, I got Ghost though, Gargoyle. Ghost are my machines.
Ooh. Yeah, I got a werewolf in my closet.
I had a werewolf.
You see John Malin right there?
There it is. Yeah, see now I'm seeing my lag. Now I'm seeing the bottle wave. Now I see it. I can see the lag.
My camera's working quickly. But then again,
Yeah, no, you're all good. You're all good. It's just a lag between us. That's all. Yeah, there you go. I see that. See, I see yours right away, I think, but mine took a while.
Oh no, it's a lag. I see it on your TV lagging. Nope, yeah. You're right.
But see, just to finish up my point, you know, last thing we're talking about, you know, I've been embraced by the Latino community out here as a young kid. You know, I have a lot of friends, you know, that were Mexican American, and I even had some friends in the car business that, you know, they were brought over here illegally by their parents, and Yeah, I don't blame them unless they commit a crime, of course. But it's like, listen, I would love to fucking live in like tropical island paradise, right? Like the let's just say like Tahiti, right? If I could just walk in, I could just take a boat and walk into Tahiti, and they would give me like free apartment and free fucking food stamps and free shit. Like, is Tahiti to blame or am I to blame? You know, it's like, of course they're gonna do that shit. You know, it's like we're the only country that really allows that shit. So, you know, they're just, you know, they're just being used by the Democrats for votes. You know, I get it, and you know, I've been to Mexico like you have, and you could see the poverty. It's, you know, it's a third world country. You know, they got a lot of problems over there. They're not allowed to run a firearm over there. Their government's fucking corrupt. So,
well, even with immigration, you have to have $25,000 in your bank, some shit like that. And if you're there illegally, you have to pay $5 million, not pesos, dollars. And
yeah, I was always thinking about maybe when I'm old enough to collect if Social Security, if it's still around, because I fucking paid into that shit. You know, I was working since I was 12. I had 2 paper routes when I was 12 years old, and I was telemarketing when I was 15, and I had to get a work permit because I was too young to work, you know, without getting a permit. And I never stopped until I had some injuries, you know, a couple of years, you know, here and there and stuff like that. But the point being is, you know, you just I always think I see these videos. There's guys that they moved down to Mexico with their Social Security and they live like kings. Like they can, you know, they can live like actually not too far from the ocean, and they can live like kings for $500 a month. You know, that's, you know, food and maids and cable TV and internet and all that shit, and they live good, man. And they're like, if you live off of $750 a month down there in certain parts of Mexico by the ocean where it's very beautiful, you know, obviously not in Cancun or Cozumel, but still, you know, you can still go to places that, you know, the ocean's maybe a half-hour drive or maybe 45 minutes. You can live like a king there, man, with American money on $750 a month. You can live really good, man, and just take like a taxi, you know, to the ocean or whatever you want to do, you know. So I always had this kind of dream, you know, like if I don't meet the woman here that I want to settle down with, and I make my retirement age, maybe I'll just go to Mexico and live there a couple months, most of the months of the year there, and just, you know, live like on the beach, man, with some margaritas and some senoritas. Just fucking be happy, man. I'm spending my time in how I've been there, brother.
it's pretty easy to get a firearm down there too.
Yeah, but if they catch you with one, it's probably way fucking not worth it, though.
Who cares? It's not worth it if somebody breaks into your house and kills you.
Well, that's true, but like, you know, that's here, you know what I mean? Like, even if you have an illegal firearm, somebody breaks your house to kill you and you pull it out and kill them,
Yeah,
you got to be odds.
Regardless if somebody's robbing you, don't expect to call the cops and them to arrive to help you.
Yeah,
that's the thing in Mexico. That's the reality. So you're better off just having a gun and just burying the guy.
Yeah, you know, the only time I've ever had something like that happen, and, you know, I worked in the worst neighborhoods of Chicago, and I worked in a lot of the worst neighborhoods, you know, just doing rehab. When I was living downtown and I was working downtown at the Mercantile Exchange, I was coming home late night from an office party, walking through the park. Some bum tried to mug me. He had a knife. You know, he was hassling me, you know, and I was like, no, man, you know, sorry, I don't have anything, you know. I only had like $10 in my wallet, you know. And, you know, sometimes I'll give homeless people, you know, a couple bucks if they don't, you know, nag me for it, you know what I mean? Just if I can, but, you know, that's not, you know, a normal thing because I've never been that wealthy. But, you know, yeah, I can give them a couple bucks, you know. It's not a big deal. But I won't do it if they're being ignorant about it, if they're trying to, you know, like chump me into it, you know. But, and, you know, like if they're like, I can tell, like, you know, if they're like a homeless person who has mental issues, like there's this woman was clearly, you know, mentally unstable, and she had like 10 cats, and she'd be out there like, will you help me feed my kitties? And like, she was not an act, you know, she was definitely mentally deficient, and she was being exploited by somebody, or either way. And I would, I felt no, absolutely, I gave her a couple bucks whenever I could, and a lot of people did, but I'm sorry. The point being is I was coming home from an office party, walking through the park at night. I was living at Presidential Towers downtown. My sister had an apartment down there a long time ago. A bum came out at me, and he pulled a knife, and I kicked in his knee. I broke his kneecap, and I just kept going. Like I ran after
Nice.
that. But that's the thing with the bum, that he's if anything, he's just gonna have a knife. Bums usually don't carry guns, so.
I had a gun
And
pulled on me by some black dude in Baltimore.
pull out a gun.
Yeah, he waited for me in front of my apartment complex.
Fuck, man.
They were scaling me. I was working at this bar. It was a strip club, and I was walking home with the DJ like I always do.
Yeah.
Guy was waiting in front of our door. Pulls a gun on us, like, "Give me all your money." I'm like, "Fuck you! I have no money." Pistol whips my friend, the DJ, in the head, and then he
Jeez.
tries grabbing him, and I don't know why he grabbed him. Anyways, puts him down in the alley, and I fucking distract him, and my friend runs away. I run fucking behind him. Security guard lets us in. My friend's like bleeding all over the floor.
Jeez,
And
man.
my friend got a bunch of staples all the way across his head.
Was this
But
in Vegas?
no, this was in Baltimore.
Baltimore, okay. Oh man. I'm glad
Nah,
you guys.
I got a CCW, so I carry everywhere I go in Vegas.
Good. Yeah, you can't do that in fucking Baltimore though. That's a problem, right?
You gotta see. You can carry in. I think you can carry. You can get a CCW in Baltimore, but you can't defend yourself. There's no self-defense laws.
Right. So that's what I mean. I mean, they make it so it's just fucking kind of pointless, to try
Yeah.
and go through their system. Yeah, like that's like I said, man. Like out in Chicago, everybody, most people out here have it. That's why it's such a joke, If gun control worked, there wouldn't be so many shootings in this fucking city in the gang areas, But
Yeah,
yeah,
I remember when that chief who just recently got fired because I pay attention to a lot of the news. This was horrible. This was right after that kid with Tourette's got kidnapped, or wasn't kidnapped, but got scalped and was tied up.
Oh, that was
Anyways,
terrible. Isn't it when Trump got elected?
yeah.
Yeah, that's disgusting, man. That poor kid.
Right after that, there was a girl who was live streaming being sexually exploited on a live stream. And
Jeez, man.
her mother and her family and the cop, the chief of police, that black guy, is in there going, "Yeah, we gonna do something. We gotta do something." I was
Yeah.
like, "Really? All you black folk, you all sitting here, time to take your opportunity to do something. This girl's being live streamed, sexually exploited, and here you are doing nothing."
Yeah, that's just fucking tragic, man. I don't understand. It's really baffling, man. And obviously, it's like you hate seeing anybody just get fucking messed with like that. I just saw something really cool online, man. I don't know if you know who Tommy Robinson is over in England.
Yep, great guy.
Did you see him? He just put out a video today. He's the only channel I'm subscribed to on YouTube where I have to confirm that I want to see him. It'll warn me, say this guy is like not a good guy. Do you still wish to proceed? And I have to hit confirm. And even though he doesn't do it, you're not allowed to leave any comments. And so this guy is really like, But anyways, basically he was driving downtown somewhere in England there, and with his kids, and he saw these two kids were coughing, and these two punks, right? They were a gang. It was like a couple white kids and a black kid, and they went up to this old lady and they were coughing in her face on purpose. This older couple, husband and wife, and they punched the old lady. It gave her a black guy. Tommy Robinson got in the car and beat the fucking shit out of him. So check if if you want to see that video and have some fucking laughs, check it out. I mean, that guy's a fucking hero, dude. I mean, he had his kids in a car, dude, and they started kicking his car and trying to punch his car, and he got out and he fucking, you know, he in the video you can see he still got a couple lumps, you know, because he's fighting 3 at a time. Yeah, that guy's a good fighter. And, but he beats the shit out of him. It's great.
Yeah, there's this video like that in a chicken place. There's this black guy beating the shit out of his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Black girl and another black guy in dreadlocks starts yelling, "Hey, you don't treat a fucking woman like that!" And just grabs the guy fucking by the throat and choke slam him on the table.
Yeah, it's I love when somebody steps in and says, "Nah, this ain't gonna happen on my watch." Actually, I'm glad. I'm glad when I see stuff like that. It restores my faith in humanity a little bit when I see that kind of stuff. People sticking up for the innocent, and then when that shit is seen online and people see that, you know, it inspires other people to do the same. You know, it's like people forget, man. You know, like hope and goodness can spread just as good as like evil and degeneracy. You know what I mean? Just depends on who's putting out the message and who wants it more. You know, which side. So. Yeah, thank God for you know, concerned citizens, man. The few that are left.
Yeah.
So. Anyways, have you talked to Narwhal? Like through like I don't know, like do you like email him or just talk to him on the phone? Have you talked to him lately?
Every now and then, like I said, I try not to pester him. He's got big things going on.
Yeah, no, I know. Well, I don't think, you know, I mean, I don't think you consider you pestering him. He's a nice guy. You know. But I was just wondering because I haven't seen him live streaming a lot lately.
He did today.
Did he? Man,
he was on a Team Carla stream today.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, see, I mean, I'm just subscribed to his channel, and I sleep during the day. I'm more of a night owl myself.
Oh, have you heard of Rotten Glory's in the hospital too?
No, I didn't hear that.
I mean, not Rotten Glory. I'm sorry, wrong guy. Ink Spots.
Is that the one you're talking about? He had like the things on his face, like the puffy things on his face.
Puffy things on his face.
Well, no. Why is he in the hospital?
Don't know. Hopefully, it's not the coronavirus. He works as a plumber.
Oh yeah, man. I hope he's okay, man. That's fucking terrible.
But pretty sure it's not the coronavirus.
Yeah. Well, probably not, man. You know. Well, it's kind of weird. I mean, if you don't even know like what brought him in there, that's kind of scary, you know.
But he's a great guy. If you're not familiar with him, he is the colorist for Cash Grab.
Okay, all right, I got you.
And yeah, he's hilarious. He's funny as fuck.
Well, I hope he's okay, man. I hope he. Well, I mean, I'm sure. Well, you know, hey, man, as long as you ain't pronounced dead, you're okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But being in the hospital always sucks.
Well, especially having to go to the hospital now with all the shit that's going on, right? Because, you know, the hospitals are like packed right now with everybody who's got a sniffle. They think they got the coronavirus. That's why it's because all the panicking and shit, you know.
Well, like I said, I don't know what to think yet. I really don't. You know, there's just two conflicting things going on. It's so concerning that you have to put people in tubes and fly them in private jets to get them to the right hospital.
Yeah.
And then maybe you should start telling us what kind of precautions. Maybe you should start, you know, making saleable options for hazmat suits for some of those workers who are considered essential businesses.
Yeah, no.
In the area.
I know Trump's trying to fix that shit. He's on that stuff, man. You know, he's signing a lot of bills. He's basically, you know, helping people, you know, that are going to lose money, and he froze, you know, evictions and foreclosures, and You know, he's signing bills to get people like some, you know, $1,000 cash or whatever for the next couple of months maybe and stuff to help them and just keep cash flowing into the economy to keep us from another 1930s Great Depression, you know. I don't know, man. You know, I mean, you know how it goes, bro. I mean, our whole, you know, monetary system is just a house of cards. It's the big Ponzi scheme, you know. Just, you know, they print more and more paper, more and more debt. They tax us more and more. I mean, this is not how capitalism is supposed to work. And it just seems to me like they're purposely trying to crash the economy so they can bring in their fucking cashless society and all that stupid shit that they're trying to do, you know. Chip everybody, whatever their twisted things are. Ain't gonna fucking dude.
I don't think Trump would try to make it a socialist world.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but they want, you know, they're trying to take him out. So they just figure they're going to get him out of there one way or the other. They're going to either get him you know, they're just going to miss the elections because of this thing that's been released. You know, they're taking advantage. I don't know. They've been trying to get him out, you know.
Then why try to demonstrate an idea of socialism?
Well, you know, with Trump, I mean, what Trump's doing is basically, you know, that's really not socialism. That's just a strong social safety net. You know, he's not saying you're going to just get $1,000 universal basic income every month. He's saying during this extremely unprecedented crisis, because everything's shut down and America's never experienced such a thing before, you know, we're going to have the Fed, you know, help us out because the Fed has been sucking us and bleeding us dry forever. So he's making them fucking, you know, do this shit. And also he's telling corporations, you know.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, brother. So yeah, like he's basically just giving us a you know, a social safety net, but he's not saying, you know, just nobody has to work and we're all just living in a utopian society. He's not a Bernie Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you what, man, you know who it's going to be? It's going to be Biden. You know, Tulsi Gabbard dropped out and she endorsed Bernie Sanders. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna be Biden, but Biden's still gonna lose.
He's gonna lose terribly. But here's the thing. So yeah, Tulsi Gabbard, she dropped out today. I think it was today, and then she endorsed Biden. And Bernie's gonna be dropping out, and I guarantee you within the next week or two, and he's gonna endorse Biden. And I just don't understand, man. It's like, yeah, Biden's gonna get creamed by Trump. He's gonna get annihilated by him. I mean, the guy's a senile creep. You know, I mean, all those videos of him snipping the girl's hair, you've seen all that shit, right?
Yep.
The guy's
and then getting in the face of that union worker.
Yeah, I mean, he's a psychopath. He'll never fucking win. And even most of the Democrats, because it's going to be Biden against Trump, they're not even going to bother voting.
Well, the most rational person the Democrats had, and they fucking lost him in the beginning, and they should have just kept with him, was Andrew Yang. And
yeah, and Tulsi Gabbard too. Tulsi Gabbard was, you know, she was, you know, one of the only Democratic senators that she did not vote to impeach Trump.
Yeah.
She voted present, but she did not vote to impeach him, and that was a tough thing to do. She went against her party.
Yeah, there was another guy who, well, he switched to Republican after he was against the impeachment, but everybody knew that. Everybody knew it was ridiculous, except for the morons that were totally for it. I mean, They wasted $3 million.
Yeah, it's all about the money, obviously. You know, because they get so much money for running that the reason why they finally quit is not because they completely run out of money, but they get to keep whatever they want. So when they realize, like, hey, if I don't quit now, I'm not going to be able to keep that extra $1 million. You know, they go as long as they can, and then it's not because they drop out. You know, the moment they're completely broke, they drop out when they realize, hey, you know what? I'm gonna be able to keep another $1 million if I drop out now as opposed to next month.
That's why I made fun of the Yang Gang.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Yang never had a chance.
Well,
not, you know,
the funny part about the Yang Gang, every time they made out, we made this much money. Okay, Yang, you might as well start practice giving out that allowance now. Start giving out them people $1,000.
Right.
Get them
Yeah.
used to it.
Yeah. I mean, there are some real things. It's like there's issues that are unprecedented. It's like they are trying, replace everybody, with robots, so they don't have to pay them pay any workers anything, right? I mean,
Certain jobs, there's not every job's gonna, not
not
every
every
job
job is
has can be replaced by robots because
right.
robots aren't quite there. That's what people don't realize. We're all paranoid about this, but let's be honest. Like IKEA furniture, it's a
Yeah.
great cheap option. All
Hmm.
that shit's made by robots. It comes out like shit. You pay a little more money to get hand labor. Let's just be honest with ourselves. We don't go to IKEA for the great handcraftsmanship. We go to IKEA because it's cheap because it's made from a conveyor belt machine.
Well, and
And
you got to assemble it yourself, right? I never bought IKEA stuff, but you got to assemble
you
it
gotta
yourself.
you gotta assemble it yourself in the end, but the product itself,
Mhm.
the reason
Right.
why it's cheap is that it's made off an assembly line, a conveyor belt, which is
Yeah.
basically a giant ass robot.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So
We're not there yet, but what I'm saying is, I mean, they are. I'm not talking about probably in my lifetime, but I'm just saying, who knows, But it is heading that way. I think they eventually will make robots so like an actual like synthetic robot like human like robot that will be able to do labor like a human, where it will wipe out so many jobs. Nobody will be able to buy their shit. See, that's the funny part about it, right? Like if they cut out every worker with robots, then who buys their stuff? Nobody. It's a
yeah,
codependent relationship, right? But
but that's my point exactly. The paranoia is robots aren't going to cover every single job. Even if there's a robot designed for everything
right,
out
because
there.
then nobody would buy their stuff.
Well, not even just that. A robot can't do everything a person is capable of doing.
Of course, yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely, right. Like I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying that's the joke of it. It's like even if they could replace every person, every job, then who's got money to buy their crap? Nobody.
Yeah.
So they have to keep enough of us with jobs to buy their stuff. But they will cut out as many of us as they can because that's what a business does. It's all about making as much money as what a corporation does. It makes as much money as possible and it pays as little as it has to in expenses. That's just how business is. But you know, um, whatever, man. Humanity. No man lives on an island. It's like we all are independent. And
Hmm.
that's basically, I guess I'm just preaching to the choir on capitalism 101. But true capitalism is like, yeah, you grow apples, you set up an apple cart. I grow oranges, right? I give you oranges, then you sell those oranges. I sell your apples, whatever. It all spreads around, right? And everybody's happy. And then come in the suits, and they come in the banks, and then they can, give your congressman, a $5 million, a month in lobbying, where all the citizens combined, don't give them that money. And as long as politicians can be, I just believe we need to end lobbying, man. That's just bribery. I call it lobbery.
Well,
Because
that was what the union design was. You
yeah,
know.
I mean, it's bullshit. They're like money is speech, right? Right? Like corporations are people. No, they're not. I mean, like I said, I'm a capitalist, but I also don't believe that corporations should replace the government. Like we still need no fucking government.
Well, that was also the problem where everybody wanted everything in one umbrella eventually, one big umbrella. And
Yeah,
that's where people need to understand. Well, do you want true capitalism? Do you want all these little things and individuals and options that you can't make your mind up? Or
right.
do you just want to feel safe with one simple umbrella? I'm
Yeah,
sorry, but
right.
what is it? You all need to pick one.
That's right. Remember that skit George Carlin did about, like they just make widgets now to, just to keep people entertained. They
Hmm.
just make a whole bunch of stuff and a whole bunch of crap. You know, they're not making you know, Ford 2s anymore. You know, they're not making the old drags. You know, they're not making the old beautiful, you know, Lincolns and stuff anymore like they used to. You know, like in the 50s and stuff. You know, everything's made as cheap as possible and by computer design whenever possible. And you know, bread and
Well,
circuses only go so far, man. You know.
even look at the 90s, you know, the console wars, the beginning of the console wars. We had Sega, we had Nintendo, we had Jaguar, we had 3DO.
Yeah.
Even if we didn't buy them, those were still just options just right there in the competition. Now it's just down to 3.
Yes, and then there was 3. Yeah. Same thing with the banks too, man. You know, banks used to all be independent, and then they all got bought up, and you know, there's like 3 major banks now. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And now it's become that way with the movie studios.
Yeah, I know, man. It's yeah, and that's when things get like that. That's when everything turns to shit, and it's kind of fall apart, and then people, you know, bring back a balance. You know, a balance is kind of forced. It's you know, things always go kind of overboard, and then fucking you know it gets so crazy. It's you know greed. Greed is the most deadliest thing on the planet. You know, greed. It drives us, you know, but at the same time, it's like our worst enemy. You know.
Well, it's depending on business too. We think about these rich people in 1%. I've seen these people as Bernie Sanders this question over and over again, especially with small business people who are considered 1%. You know, hairdressers and such. You know, when you're in a situation when you're a small business where if you hit 45 employees, you're forced to expand a monopoly.
Well, right.
By
That's
law.
the yeah. It's never about just you know and that's the thing. Yeah, like I don't know, man. I mean, you got a guy like you know Jeff Bezos. You know, that guy
Or
looks
these. Oh,
looks
sorry.
awesome. But I just think about you know like you know our money. You know, because they keep printing more and more of it. It's like we owe so many trillions of dollars. Our money is backed by nothing. It's worth nothing. So it's like you go to a store and you got a $10 bill to buy something. So that's just an IOU. That's just like a piece of paper that says IOU, right? So like I go into your store and I hand you a white piece of paper that says IOU, and then you pass that on to some other guy and you buy his shit with the IOU. And that's what we're doing right now. Our money is just IOUs circulating around and around because we can never pay off the debt the way it's set up right now. You know, they keep taxing us more and more, right? Taxing businesses more and more, making government bigger and bigger, right? All this shit about controlling everybody, all this wasted money, all this wasted bullshit, you know. And that's not sustainable. You know, you need to have a balance, man. You know. Yeah, I'm not worried about you know the future being like. I think the future is going to be okay, but I think we're in for some rough in between times. You know, like the shit we're going through now. You know, we're in the storm, but the storm eventually always passes. But it sucks to be in the storm. You know.
Well, it's going to be laughable this time.
Yeah. I tell you what, bro. All we can do at this point is just sit back and enjoy the fireworks. You know, and protect our own. You know, just protect the ones we love and just you know keep company with you know good trustworthy people, man. That's what we can do. The rest of it's out of our fucking hands, and it's in God's hands. Or if you're an atheist, you know, or you know, which you know, I know you said you're not. I'm saying people are, and give it up to the but you know, yeah. I'm actually amazed. I think I guess you know the older I get, you know, just the more relaxed I get about just focusing on just what I can control because that's all you can do, man. You know, I always try to be that way, but I used to worry, especially when my daughter was really young, you know, because I saw the world going nuttier and nuttier as you do. But no, you know, I've made it through, you know, raising a child, you know, for the most part, you know, she's an adult, but she's, you know, like I said, she's still got college left. My daughter, I feel really bad. I was talking to her today. She's not going to be able to go to prom, probably, you know. So that's, you know, she's gonna be cheated out of that. You know, it's a shit like that that sucks, man. You know, she was really looking forward to that.
Because of the coronavirus.
Yeah, you know, her school's shut down. They say at least until probably end of April or maybe even May, and that's a maybe. They might not even reopen until next year. Who knows, right? How long she's going to go on for? So, yeah, they've already kind of announced that they're not going to be able to do a prom like they wanted to. Or, you know, I told Maddie, my daughter, I just said, you know, you're probably going to have to. You know, you guys will go out and get a banquet hall. You know, you guys will still have the ceremony. It probably just won't be like when it usually is held, like in May or whatever it is. You know, the prom. So
Yeah. If worse
yeah,
comes to worse, just do that thing that Matt Damon did in that fucking movie for his daughter.
I didn't see. I don't. I've seen a
That
little bit of movies, but I haven't seen that.
Contagion movie. Basically, the kid's boyfriend didn't got the antidote,
Right.
and he just made up a small prom in his living room for her because they couldn't go anywhere. If worse
Yeah,
comes to worse.
I saw that movie once, and I don't think I saw all of it. What I saw, you know, looked pretty cool. Isn't it kind of weird that we had all these movies about pandemics, like, you know, Outbreak and Contagion, and now we're going through this shit? Like all the
Well,
zombie movies and all the virus movies.
it was bound to happen.
Right, but as it's funny within, you notice within Hollywood, like they tend to somehow have like they tend to have like a time machine where they can tell the future a lot of times. You know, like they had all these movies about hijackings and terrorism before 9/11, right? And they had all these movies where Morgan Freeman played the first black president. You know, Hollywood's pretty good for some reason at being able to predict what's going to happen with their movies. And then they had a whole bunch of movies about. Now, don't get me wrong. Of course, it's bound to happen with all those things, right? Terrorism exists. You know, nobody ever thought that there'd be an Irish Catholic president, and we had one until they blew his head off.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, eventually there would be a president, who was African American. But as far as guessing that right, guessing 9/11 right, literally, the plot of The Long Kiss Goodnight is they're going to blow up the World Trade Center, using fucking and blame it on the Arabs, like 9/11, dude. There was so much shit that showed that stuff happening before it happens. That's just saying. I'm just saying, man. Like the Simpsons cartoon and all that stuff. Like, it's I'm not saying that obviously there. I know anything, but it's pretty odd, all those coincidences.
Not saying you're wrong or right. It's just way too big for me. I don't even know anymore.
It's too big for all of us, I mean, I guess I just kind of study all these things so I can at least try and understand the best I can, because I remember before, I got red pilled, as they say, like I was really just like clueless about the way things were, in a lot of sense. I mean, not to a lot, but yeah, like I just had no idea, like I didn't know about Bohemian Grove, I didn't know about all that shit, I thought like there's no way something like that would be real, like that shit would be on the news,
Like I said, or not like I said, but what was it? Not Brian Singer. Brian Singer was really disturbing with his pedophile thing, with all his pictures of the 15-year-olds in the pool party with the red water.
I don't know why Brian Singer's not in jail. It's so obvious that he's guilty. He's already got kids that have come out saying he raped them.
Because he's a protected class.
Yeah, but he should be arrested.
Because regardless, he's a protected class. He should be arrested, but regardless, he's a protected class. It's the same thing with Kevin Spacey.
Well, the other thing too is, California purposely has these laws where children who are abused, if they don't, what do they call it? If you don't, it's like, like aside from murder, it's like basically if you don't go to the police after so much time, they can't charge them,
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they call that shit. Hollywood set it up. California has it so that these kids, by the time they're old enough to basically comprehend what's been done to them, and they want to go to the police, it's already too late because too much time has passed, you know?
Yeah.
So that's probably why Bryan Singer's been arrested, maybe. But I don't know. Harvey Weinstein went to jail because eventually these guys just can't help themselves, you know?
Well, Harvey Weinstein was international and
Yeah.
and yeah, international. So it was kind of different because he was being charged in different states. It's the same thing with that other guy, the guy who had been charged for elderly abuse against Stanley.
Yeah.
He's being charged in 2 different states also.
Okay. Good. I'm glad he's got charged. Good.
Arizona and California. So
Well, thank God there's some justice in that, man. Bring them all down. They're all a bunch
and
of freaks.
and those are not the only individuals, and I don't know how that goes. I understand charges in one state, but when you're being charged in several different places, and I
Mm-hmm.
have no knowledge of this, I don't know how that goes. I don't know how you get charged in different places and how those charges work, because
Yeah.
charges in different states and different places are different.
Yeah, I think it depends if it's considered a federal offense too, you know, all that stuff. I mean, who knows? You know, they might charge it with, you know, if you're doing it with other people, then it could be like a trafficking thing. You know, I guess, yeah, it just depends.
And then when you're serving that time, are you serving that time there, or do you have to go to a different place to serve that time there? So you get what I'm saying? It gets really confusing at that level.
Yeah,
So when you're trying to explain these different charges, like with Bill Cosby and Harvey Weinstein and some cult leader,
right.
you're just
Yeah,
like,
that's
what?
up to the judge, you know. The judge, I would imagine, as far as like time served already, you know, that's up to the judge. But when it comes to that kind of offense, the judge probably won't include, you know, time already served. They'll give them the maximum amount they can. Because otherwise, the judges, if they don't, you know, they get fucking, you know, they won't stop hearing about it. They'll be like, you know, you're being light on fucking child predators, you know.
Yeah,
And
but depending on what state. Like
depending on what state it is.
if this is a child predator who's trafficked this children at this state, this children at that state, this children at that state, but that children went to that state, and then he sexually assaulted that children there, and that,
Right.
and there, and then all of a sudden, these charges come up, but he's taken different time shaved off in this state here because he went to a plea deal, and of course, it helped him in this. It it just starts to get jumbled up because a lot of times in a lot of these conspiracy theories, and this is what gets frustrating,
Yeah.
they start manipulating the system going, well, why don't they talk about these charges before? Well, they probably went to an agreement to get less time.
Yeah. Yeah. They exploit the cracks in the system, but here's the thing, man. It's like, you know, they've worked to make the laws lenient because this shit didn't used to fly, man. You know, back in the day, man, that shit was way underground. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, those people used to go right to jail and get the fucking electric chair. You know what I mean? They get hung by noose immediately, no matter what state they were in. So, you know, that's the thing. Eventually, you know, enough pedos got in power where they were able to fuck with the different laws in the states, you know. I
Yeah.
think that's part of it because, you know, unfortunately, some of these guys become very successful, you know, and they get into the arts. And, you know, like Bryan Singer, right? He's just a fucking director, right? Writer, director. And he's worth fucking, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars, I'm sure, at this point, you know. Got a vast fortune. That when you have that happen over generations, you know, guys like that get that rich. Hollywood contributed to that quite a bit, I think. Not just Hollywood, but they're a big part of it. Then these guys are able to then lobby politicians to pass these acts, you know, in the under night when nobody's watching, where they like soften up some things here and there. Yeah, man. Well, you know, it's that thing about, you know, the shepherd. You know, it's like you if the second you take your eyes off your sheep, man, the wolf's gonna fucking come. You know, eternal vigilance is the best defense against tyranny. You know, and against predators. And obviously, these guys are just wolves looking for sheep to eat, and they do. and they look to exploit. They pack up just like wolves. These pedos, and they surround the farm, they surround the sheep, and they try and do attacks and packs. Just a matter of having good shepherds. In your law enforcement, in your government office. I think that's the key to most of it. Thank God we got Trump on that, man. At least these fuckers are finally starting to go down. God bless that, man. That's great. So.
God bless the Orange Man. He ain't the president we want, but he's certainly the president we deserve.
Yeah, dude, I love my buddy. He gave the coolest nickname. My buddy calls him T-Dog. So in public, and I don't want to hear I don't want to have to punch some SJW in the face for fucking with me, and I want to talk about him. I'll just say, yeah, T-Dog, he's really doing great, man. You see what T-Dog did the other day, and then nobody looks twice,
Man, I don't care. Half the time I lost my job because I was discriminated as a fucking Trump supporting Republican.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, I don't care either. Don't get me wrong, but like, I'm not good, with people confronting me angrily in my face. So, and where I live, don't get me wrong, like most people out here are Trump supporters, but and even if they're not going to attack you. Basically, saying SJWs, you don't see them out here in the suburbs. They're downtown, and they're not like fucking Portland and the crazy shit I see out in like Portland, right? But on occasion when I do go to the liberal parts of the city, when I do go to a very liberal part of Chicago, I have a sister that lives on the north side, very upper, middle class areas, and there's a lot of liberals. And she'll have a party, and she'll have some friends that are very liberal, and they very much hate Trump. So when I'm talking to their family members, we'll just say T-Dog. So I don't gotta have some kind of a scene, But yeah, fuck them, and the fact that you're discriminated against just because somebody found out who you fucking support as a politician it's bullshit, man. It never happened. It never happened until Trump got elected. It's so evil. It's unbelievable to me. There should be class action lawsuits nationwide for all this shit that's been going on. You know what I mean? Maybe there will be. I don't know. But any job that will let you go for that is not fucking worth having, brother.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of an asshole is going to fucking fire a good employee because believe me, man, anybody who would fucking do that to you is not a good employee. Yeah, like who would do that, man? It's just like, I can't imagine, having a business and firing a good employee just because some other employee didn't like his politics. I'd be like, oh, you don't like his politics? Don't talk politics with him or stay away from him, It's not.
It's because protecting the other employees' fees because of who they are.
And
that's all it is.
That's the joke of it. Because they're never satisfied. Once you start doing that kind of shit, then they have new feelings. And then it's like, I don't want the air conditioner on because it's sexist to have it too cold in here. It never ends. So once you start capitulating to that kind of fucking bullshit, it's like having a spoiled kid who throws a tantrum every time you don't give him a candy bar. Well, you keep doing that, and it just gets worse and worse. And then you just got a terrible person at your hands. And you got to fucking say, listen, this ain't fucking kindergarten. You grow up or you fucking get another job, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, in the same world, that's how it would be. In the same world, that's how it used to be. I remember when I worked at a lot of jobs, man. I didn't like other people's politics too, but I didn't go to the boss. I didn't even fucking say anything to them. I would just, well, that's their opinion. They're entitled to it, I didn't give a shit. Yeah, but we're living in this crazy age. They don't see it that day, so I don't know. I'm lucky, man, in that sense too. I just kind of hang out with people that I hang out with a lot of the same old crew since I was a kid in a lot of ways. My best buddy, and, my friends, and none of my friends have gone radically to the left or radically to the right. We're all just Americans. We just love the Constitution. I mean, we're libertarians. That's like most of me and all my friends, and that's it. We're not right. We're not left. We're just independent. We don't trust either parties much, and I don't have to deal with that crazy shit, but man, I see it so much, and like I see people that live in the big cities and live in the very, these crazy pockets where these people are starting to fester. I feel bad, man. It sucks, you know. They fuck with Narwhal too, right? I mean, that SJW's fuck with him. Apparently now, I mean, you got messed with by one. It's like, man, I'm glad. I don't want to run to these people because I could not keep my kindness at bay for too long if they got my face. I would, you know, that's the thing. I would just give it right back to them. They would be the first one to not handle it and try and put hands on me, and then, you know, then I got to deal with all that bullshit. No, I can't be getting, you know, at my age, man, I can't be scrapping like that anymore. Sometimes I just get, like, you know, fuck it.
Well, half the time I realize what's insane is that half these people, like half these social justice warriors, are angry lesbians who also want to be pedophiles.
Yeah,
Also
they're
want to find excuses to fuck 13-year-old girls. The reason why I know this is because I got in an argument with a lesbian who told me I was an idiot because I think it's wrong grown people are marrying children.
well, yeah. I mean, you know, it's kind of a silly argument because there's a reason why we have age, you know, marriage age laws. You know,
But parents can give their children up for marriage at the age of 13-year-old in some states and some areas. Like, for instance, a famous Courtney Studden, who was 16, who married a 51-year-old man.
yeah, but I mean, 16 is the lowest it gets. I mean, don't get me wrong, 16 is fucking disgusting.
That's age of consent. That's
But you're
not
saying it gets
marriage age.
Are you saying it gets as low as 13 years old?
To marry somebody.
You
Not
can marry
to have-
somebody at 13?
Yes.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
Not have a sexual relationship. Sexual
Oh.
relationship, the lowest is 16.
Where's that? Fucking Utah? I have no idea where that.
Quite a few states, 32 states. In Nevada, the age of consent is 16.
Yeah, out here, man, it's 18 years old. Unless, you know, obviously, yeah. I mean, like, there's, unless you literally, I think it might be 16 here, but I don't think so. Out here, it's always been 18. Anything under 18, if you're over 18, you go to jail. That's the way it's been. Now, maybe it's changed, but it has to be very recent because, yeah, that's one thing I do like about it here. They never fucked around with this shit out here. It's always 18. Now, if you're 19 years old and your girlfriend's 18, yeah, then the cops aren't going to fuck with you. But pretty much the universal rule in Illinois has always been 18 is the age, the age of consent.
But here's where it gets complicated. Like, in the state of Michigan, there's also a law called the Romeo and Juliet law.
Yeah, God.
So
just by the title alone, brother, I can tell I'm gonna want to vomit.
Yeah, you can have a 3 to 4 year old gap.
Yeah.
So an individual can be 18 years old and date somebody 4 years younger than them.
Yeah, I guess that's why, everybody's a parent, man. You gotta just take care of your own. You gotta guard your own kids because the government ain't gonna do it for you. So the government's gonna help these people out, apparently.
Hang on, but anyways, that's just the law right there. But anyways, out of convenience, the parents, for some reason, and if they don't like and get mad or snappy, they can still charge that individual for sexual assault.
Right. Of course. Yeah.
So when does it become the person's choice to be in that relationship?
Well, here's the thing too, brother. The government doesn't consider you a legal adult till you're 18 years old. You can't vote till you're 18. You can't go in the military until you're 18. You don't graduate from high school usually until you're 18.
Here's the complication once again. Yeah. But depending on the crime you do in the state, you could be clarified as an adult.
Yeah.
So guess what? If you all of a sudden get charged for rape, then all of a sudden you're a fucking adult.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, that double standard is fucking crazy, dude. I know. Like, I had a friend that he was he did some petty shoplifting or something. He was like, I don't know, 15 years old, and one of my friends, and the fucking store charged him as an adult, even though like he wasn't even 16 yet. I mean, it was still petty shoplifting, but that's on his record for 18 years old and up. Like even though he wasn't 18, it's on his record forever. I think he had an expungement on it, but that followed him around, man. Like it's petty theft,
But
So
yeah, there was an 11-year-old who murdered his parents.
yeah,
Nathaniel Jacobs in Detroit, notorious murder. Went to prison, 11 years old, for murder, double
yeah.
murder. So people could go to prison as young as 11.
Well, and that's the thing, man. I mean, obviously, and sometimes they should, man. Like, I don't think they should go to adult prison, but they should go to juvie, juvie prison. I mean, you don't put, even if a child does an adult murder, like an adult type of murder, you don't put them with other adults. You know what I mean?
But
Even
but the point is, if that's your level of thinking in the justice system, isn't that the way how you should treat somebody in the sex thing? If some kid in the Romeo and Juliet law wants to be adult and fuck somebody who's 18 years old, and you're all of a sudden giving them consent.
I think, obviously there's no, super simple answer. I just think it should be the other way around. It should be like, okay, you can't, only when you're 18 should be the age of consent, because you're not an adult until you're 18, like I said. You can't vote until you're 18, all that shit. Can't join the military 18. You still can't even drink a beer until you're 21, right?
Yep.
So they should just, if a kid commits that kind of a crime, and that's what they used to do. They used to put kids in juvenile hall in juvie homes. They weren't allowed to leave. Juvenile home was for kids who did shit like murder. And they stopped having juvenile homes like that. Mm-hmm. So that's why they just try and throw them with the adults when they do really heinous shit. But yeah, they should just, that's the thing. If you commit a crime like that, you should just be locked up with kids your age who do the similar stuff, even if there's only 3 of you, and you guys all can get rehabilitated together. Or if you don't rehabilitate, and you don't get it,
Is that your phone?
Yeah, it's all right. My family's it's just a text I got. My family's having a because of all the dumb shit that's going on with the coronavirus, we're gonna do like a video. It's my sister-in-law's birthday today, so we're gonna have we're gonna sing happy birthday to her through like video chat through Zoom or something.
Damn. Speaking of which, we've been over 7 hours in this.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, man, we're about to wrap this up. But dude, I love fucking chilling with you, brother. I love talking. I really enjoy this, brother. I really appreciate you having me on, man. It's a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, this is fun. Oh, finish your tangent, man.
Which one?
I don't know. Before your phone started vibrating, you were talking about something. Finish it off.
Oh,
finish it off.
I think I was kind of just, when a child or somebody who's not 18, a mind that's not fully developed, because that's the thing, an adult has a fully formed mind, and they commit a crime. Children, their brain isn't fully developed yet. They may have fucked up parents, so even if they commit a heinous crime, they need to be punished, but they just should be segregated with other kids who commit similar crimes, and they should be given more leniency than a full-grown, fully sane adult who does the same type of crime. You don't throw children into jail with adults. That's fucking that's just as evil. You don't fight evil with evil. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You fight evil with justice, true justice, and that's make the crime fit the punishment, or make the punishment fit the crime. You know what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just what everybody's gotten so fucking backwards on. It's like everything got flipped upside down, and it stopped becoming about justice and the punishment thing, the crime, and it became about politicians racking up points, and on both sides. I let all these people out of jail because this crime is acceptable to me, and then the other side be like, I locked up all these people because I'm tough on crime. They don't even care about the crime. They're just trying to get elected. And it should be like, it should be a bipartisan thing if there was any, when it comes to that kind of shit. Like,
Mhm.
can we agree on some basic stuff? Like some basic stuff. There are some basic truths, even between the left and the right, that they should be able to agree on. And if they can't agree on the Constitution, if you don't believe in every single one of the Constitution and amendments, you have no right to run for president, because when you become president, you swear on a Bible and you swear an oath to defend that Constitution. So how can you fucking run for office saying you're going to fucking ignore the Constitution or betray it? You know what I mean? The Constitution is not a piece of paper. It is what America is. It's it's our code, it's our foundation, and that's what people died for. So it's just like basic common sense 101. Now, if you want to lobby, like if you say, I want to run for president, I don't like the Second Amendment, I'm going to try to get it appealed, just like we repealed the Prohibition Amendment, right? Now that's different. Now you're saying I'm going to use the government, I'm going to protect the Constitution, and then if the voters don't agree with me, then I will have to respect what the voters want. But you have all these people that say, I don't care what the voters want. I'm going to make these laws that circumvent the Constitution, like the gun laws. You know what I'm saying? No, you have no fucking right. You're just going to run for office and openly say you're going to circumvent the Constitution. That's basically saying you're going to commit treason against it, and that's treason. No, we have a Constitution.
That's exactly what the impeachment did.
What's that?
Which is exactly what was the intent of the impeachment.
Right. Absolutely. And thank God, that didn't work.
Of course it wasn't. It was hilarious. It was even more hilarious. Everybody was celebrating. Yes, he was impeached. He's still your president. You just wasted a bunch of money.
Well, Clinton was impeached when I was in high school, and he was still president. He finished out his term. Same, he was.
Don't even remember him being impeached.
A lot of people forget about old Slick Willie getting impeached. It's the same thing. It was sham impeachment. They tried impeaching him for banging Monica Lewinsky, not all the other crimes he did. Not that the Monica Lewinsky thing wasn't wrong, because you shouldn't be sleeping with your fucking shouldn't be sleeping with your interns or your staff. That's a violation of oath of office. Last time I checked, but you're not
they were going to anyways.
But yeah, so the impeachment's a joke, dude, and I don't think anybody but the far left really thought that something was going to happen to Trump. Like, there was no way that a majority Republican Senate was going to impeach their own fucking president, party.
Even if they didn't like Trump, they know if Trump got out of office, it would be a fucking shitstorm against them.
It would be civil war. If they fucking would have succeeded in impeaching Trump in both the House and the Senate for no crime, I mean, even before with past impeachments, a real crime was committed. But with Trump, they just made up crimes that didn't exist, and just figured out a way to, to pin something on them, and they admitted it to the public. So,
well, the sad part is they still try to convey it as evidence that doesn't exist. We have this evidence. You guys didn't listen to it. Dude, everybody asked you for this evidence. You sat there 11 hours saying you can't provide it. You're not going to show it.
Right. I know. That's not exactly what you call right to face your accusers, is it?
Right. They had these witnesses, but yet they weren't going to name them. None of them were going to come up to stand up. Well, right, you want this president gone or not?
Right. It's this little pesky thing called due process and the right to face your accusers. And also, there's another thing called discovery, which they don't like at all. That's what the Democrats really hate, that, the other side gets to poke through their bullshit and put holes through it, They're just used to using it to get criminals off. They don't like it when it works against them. See, they like it when they can get a criminal out of jail, right? Like somebody does something awful, and then a murderer or rapist gets off because he had a good lawyer. which is that's Benjamin Franklin said, and I agree. It's better than a guilty man go free than an innocent man go to prison. Like, you have the right to a fair trial.
Right. And you know what
So,
Trump did? You know what Trump did since he knew that impeachment was such bullshit? He did his own fucking rally in Battle Creek, Michigan, out of all fucking places.
yeah.
You know
Yeah.
why? You know why you should be grateful. People should be grateful and recognize that, because he didn't go to L.A. He didn't go to no big ass city. He went to some simple fucking folk town that make your fucking Kellogg's cereal
Yeah,
and
dude.
rallied some fucking manufacturers and some fucking Hicktown cereal.
I never even knew really anything about Battle Creek, Michigan until I started watching some. I saw a documentary on this guy called Airsoft Fatty. I don't know if you've seen that kid, but
Nope.
he's a really popular YouTuber. He's like he's a kid with he's obese. He's got a weight problem, but he plays with his friends in Battle Creek, Michigan, and he has they just do silly shit, and it's just goofy kid shit, millennial stuff. But it was funny because I just watched the documentary, and it was this guy iDubbbz, and he basically just showed the wacky world of Battle Creek, Michigan, and
I know iDubbbz.
You know iDubbbz?
Yep.
Yeah, he's got a special that he did on this kid Airsoft Fatty from Battle Creek, Michigan. He actually goes to his house with his cameras, and he films this kid because he's just like this YouTube star in the middle of nowhere, aka Battle Creek, Michigan. And Airsoft is like trying to show him the wild town of Battle Creek, Michigan, taking him to the supermarket, taking him to a restaurant, and it's kind of the documentary is kind of funny, It made me it made me laugh a lot. It's a pretty funny documentary. Too much.
But there you go. Trump had a rally there out of all places. So
yeah,
he's trying to he's reaching the people's people.
How far was Battle Creek from where you were at out there?
About an hour. That's where my dad's from, actually.
Okay, so you've been there before?
I used to go there every Thanksgiving. I used to see my grandma and my aunt. They live next door to each other.
Yeah, there is one thing in the documentary I saw where Airsoft goes to like a pretty cool looking lake there. Like they got a nice little lake with a beach there.
I got a few lakes and a few rivers. I mean, it's definitely hasn't changed much since the 70s, but it used to be nothing from what my dad used to tell me.
It's pretty cool, man. Just when I was thinking about this on our last thought, and on a light note, my mother, she lives a couple towns over, and she lives in a condo complex, and my daughter lives, with her mother, just a couple of buildings down from my mother. So when I go to visit my mom, I can see my daughter, and my daughter comes over here. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying. But right behind, it's a private little, it's condos, like half condos and half apartments, and they have this beautiful little spring-fed lake right behind a balcony view of the lake, and I can take, when my daughter was little, I'd take her swimming in there. There's a beach, and it's spring-fed, so it's clean water, and there's bluegill in there, and there's good fishing in there. And it's just really nice, man. I still go fishing there every once in a while. I'll drop a line in and just fish, do some bluegill fishing off the pier. I'm sorry, not the pier. They got like benches and stuff on the side. I don't fish off the beach because I don't want my hooks to get anywhere near where people, enter the lake from. I always fish off the side of the lake, but it's just a cool little, small little spring-fed lake, man. You never know it, until you go into the cul-de-sac and it's just right there. Like you've seen the suburban, but it's not like your typical. I mean, this is really nice. It's not man-made. It's just natural, and it's always been there. I think it used to be owned by the church way back in the day, and then they sold the property, and that's how it became the condos and the apartments. But it's really beautiful, man. It's a very beautiful little hidden little alcove, beautiful little lake with a tiny little beach, and you can just take your little rowboat out or your little raft out there. And I mean, the whole thing's about as big as like your average. I don't know, man. Your average small, tiny little lake, you know, that you would go fishing in like in a forest preserve or something. But it's got this when you know you go on the balcony, it's a nice little view, and yeah, it's just nice to go on the beach there with the kids and play and take them fishing, or in the summertime take them swimming. The water's nice and warm because it's not too deep, so when it gets nice and hot in the summertime here, it gets humid out here in Chicago, you know, as you know, being close enough when you're in Michigan, you know what it's like. Yeah, in the summertime it heats up really good because it's pretty shallow except for one part in the middle where the spring comes up, and so yeah, good swimming, clean water, good fishing. Nobody fishes in there that much, so there's just packed with fish all the time. You know, you can catch fish left and right all day off the sides, with just a worm and a hook. And if you're a pro, if you like to really fish seriously, like my buddy Nick, he goes out there with a boat and he goes fishing. He's caught some pretty big sized fish out there. I mean, some big ones. So yeah, it's just really cool, man. Maybe one of these days, brother, if you ever come out this way, man, I'll take you on the tour. We'll go drop one.
I might. Got to bring my bulletproof vest.
Not out here, brother. Not out here, brother. No where I'm at. Ain't none of that shit going on out here, brother. This is the south suburbs, not the south side, the suburbs. And that shit don't happen out here. I mean, you can wear one. Nobody would think differently, but they'd be like, "Why is he wearing that?"
He looks stupid. He looks stupid.
But yeah, if we decide to go downtown Chicago to have a couple drinks, maybe hit up the strip clubs. Yeah, maybe you want to put it on in between if we drive through some rough areas. But yeah,
You're probably running the Diaz brothers.
The Diaz brothers. Yeah, no, that's all downtown. That's all fucking little downtown nonsense.
Oh, are they downtown? Deep downtown? I don't know how big Chicago is.
You know, I mean, like right outside of downtown, you know, like, you know, maybe west side or something. I don't know. North side's all the money, you know, as you know, Chicago. North side Chicago's north side suburbs, like where Walter Payton lived, you know, all the Bears live, the Chicago Bears. They live in like Barrington and stuff, and Lake Forest, Illinois, and which is like north side suburbs, big money, rich. And south side is where you have the factories and the train tracks, you know. But then you got to the south side suburbs, and it's, you know, you start hitting farmland pretty quick. So we're right between the farmland and then the south side of the city where I'm at. So it's nice, man. It's a nice, large, open area, very peaceful, low crime. And people are friendly. I really like it out here, man. I have no problems out here. People are pretty nice out here, at least at the moment, you know. So yeah, it's very nice, man. But I'm glad we hooked up too, brother. Because it's like I've never been to Vegas, so that's cool, man. Now I'm making a friend, and if I ever do make it to Vegas, I got a friend to show me some cool shit.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's pretty cool out here. Vegas, well, believe it or not, Vegas is smaller than what you think.
I've heard like, yeah, like it's pretty small, and obviously I've seen all the movies and shows, and you got like just the main strip and all that, right? So.
Yeah, it's not what you see in the movies. The movies make it look a lot bigger.
Yeah, and plus too, you know, once you live out there for, you know, it's one thing when you're just visiting like a tourist, but you know, you live out there, so you get used to it, right? It's like no big deal.
Yeah, you get used to the stigma, but after that, it's just another city. You know, the weekends it's always the most wild.
Yeah.
Everywhere else, it just dies out. It's just every other city.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's the thing. Like when I lived in Wisconsin Dells, you know, they have all these water parks. I don't know if you've heard of the Wisconsin Dells, but it's got just water parks and hotels and roller coasters and miniature golf courses and all kinds of fun shit. And you know, we used to go there on vacation a lot when I was a kid. You know, it's only about a 3.5 hour drive from Chicago. And you know, I ended up living there because my father moved up there, and my daughter's up there for a couple of years. She went to school out there for grade school from like, I don't know, 4th grade or 3rd grade on. Forget now. And you know, when you live there, it's really fun, but you get, you know, it's I have a sister that works in the hotel, so I get like to all the free passes. You know, I get to all the water parks. They have indoor water parks and outdoor water parks. You know, all all in this big L-shaped strip. And they got roller coasters, and they got haunted houses year round. I mean, it's a fun little inexpensive vacation place. And then they got all kinds of timeshare, and yeah, the Wisconsin Dells. It's basically surrounded by lots of like little mountains, but more like bluffs, you know. So it's very hilly and very beautiful scenery. And they got like Black Rock Cliffs and Wisconsin duck boat tours where they take those little Army duck boats from World War II and they turn them into tourist boats.
Oh yeah. Baltimore had those.
Yeah, so you know, Wisconsin Dells, you know, it's like we used to go there for vacation. I was a kid, and I was like, yay, you know, water parks for the whole weekend or the whole week, you know, roller coaster parks and candy shops, and you know, they have like all these little stores where they sell, you know, there's a lot of Indian reservations around there. So
Mhm.
like there's a lot of stores that they have like Indian moccasins and you know peace pipes and shit and all kinds of cool, you know, Native American jewelry and stuff, you know. And but once I moved up there, you know, it was like after a while, you know, it's like, oh, this is just where you live, no big deal. So, but my daughter, you know, she certainly, it was cool, you know, having my daughter when she was living up there because I got to take her to like the water parks every day for free. And because my sister was a manager at a hotel, like there was 2 indoor pools with waterfalls and jacuzzis. And since my sister was manager there, like we could use the hotel pools and the you know everything for free as long as we wanted all day. And my sister could even get us a room for free, you know, whenever we want. So it's a nice hookup
Oh,
to have, you know.
nice.
Yeah, it's very nice. So
Yeah, this is a little different because you got casinos.
right.
And
Well,
the good
that
part is the casinos, if you go high roller with most machines, you drink for free. So that's a good perk.
yeah, that's like I said. I think I'd have a lot of fun because I don't gamble. I'm not a, you know, I don't have a problem gambling, so I could go there, have fun, you know, drop a little bit on the tables, like, you know, like the kind of stuff you do, just have some fun with it and then see the sights. It'd be cool, man. You know?
Yeah. Otherwise, what else? Yeah. There's a lot of interesting things to see. It's just depending what you're really interested in.
Yeah. Well, you know, I just love seeing places I haven't seen. You know, I just love, I love, you know, driving across the country and just being somewhere I haven't been before. You know, I figure while I'm on this planet, I want to see as much I want to see as much of it as I can. At least, you know, of course, the nice parts of it.
Yeah.
Vegas, like I said, when I drove through Reno, we stopped in there for the night, and you know, Reno was. This is in the '90s, and it was nice, man. And I know that's a very small version of what Las Vegas is. So
Reno reminds me of Austin.
really, yeah, and
Yeah,
I
I
never,
think
I've never been to Austin, and I've been to Texas once when I was very young, and you know, airport layovers and stuff. But I've never been to Austin and hung out.
Austin used to be cool. It got really yuppie-ish, but Austin was a real film. That's where they had South by Southwest.
Okay, yeah, okay,
And they got a lot of bars with a lot of live music.
Oh yeah,
So
South by Southwest is the music festival, right?
I thought it was a movie festival.
Movie festival, yeah, that's right. I just knew it was some kind of festival.
I thought
Okay.
it was a huge movie and music. I thought they never announced the bands because I always thought that was a big surprise.
Yeah. Do you ever go down to the South Padre Islands?
No, I only went to Texas a couple times because that's where my wife is from.
Okay, yeah. I just remember because when I was a little kid, we went to the South Padre Islands when I was very young. Dude, I'm talking so young. Bill Bixby, Incredible Hulk, was fucking on TV. That's how little it was. I mean, I was like, dude, like I say, I have a memory back to when I was like, I have crib memory, so I have like a very long-term memory about shit. But we went there and it was very beautiful. We're in the beach playing in the ocean, and that was before this oil spill, which fucked it up for a while, I guess. But yeah, I just remember I was very young, but very beautiful. And we actually drove across the border to Mexico to buy some, you know, some puppets and some mariachi pups, what they call them, and some bull whips and some fucking stilettos and shit. My brothers. Pretty cool trip. One of the few like family trips I had growing up. Like that wasn't like to the Wisconsin Dells. That's like usually where we vacation. We didn't take any family trips by the time I was born, except for to like South Padre Islands and not much others. So I love to see. I've been to California, like I said. I've been to Seattle. I got family in Pennsylvania, so I've been to Pittsburgh quite a few times. I got a lot of relatives in Pittsburgh, and so I've driven to Pittsburgh a lot, and driven out west and back a lot. So yeah, I've never been to New York. Not in a big rush to go there. I'd probably like to just go there to CEVS or something, and then fly right back home. And he's in I don't know where he's at now. Is he in New Jersey or obviously he's on
Marlton, New Jersey.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's in New Jersey, but close to New York. Yeah.
That's where his P.O. box is, Marlton, New Jersey.
Yeah, that's where his P.O. box was, and then he moved, but the P.O. box didn't change. But he moved into that nicer house with the pool and shit. So. I wonder how much farther away. It seems like he moved more out into the boondocks to get away from the
far.
Yeah.
New Jersey is a tiny state. When I lived in Baltimore, New Jersey's only 3 hours away from Baltimore. In fact, New York's only 3 hours away from Baltimore.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've never been to the Upper East Coast, and I would like to. I like to just see as much of the country as I can.
Literally, you can drive through 3 states to get to New York.
Yeah, I know. I have a lot of friends that have been there, and they drive, and they say it's like Chicago, but a lot dirtier.
When I used to live there,
it
was just a common thing, and this was in the early 2000s. It was just common for people to just whip their dicks out and just piss out on the streets. They'd be at these fancy seafood restaurants whipping their dick out, pissing all over the window.
Jeez.
While people are eating.
Yeah, and the thing about Chicago is, we have alleys, and we have dumpsters in the alleys. In New York, all the trash is put up front, So
they lock the alleys because junkies would do heroin and overdose in the alleys.
Well, in Chicago, we've always had alleys, and the junkies, they're gonna overdose where they're gonna overdose. Nobody cares. I mean,
well, it depends on the laws and regulations. The thing is they put it on the business's shoulders a lot of the times about where the junkies died.
Yeah, I guess it depends on
I don't know. I don't know what it was like in Chicago, but that's what it was like in Baltimore.
Well, in Chicago, the cops just patrol the alleys pretty good enough so that they keep the junkies out of there. I imagine that's what happened. But yeah, there's no law. I used to go in the alleys and smoke joints when I was working at the Exchange downtown. I just go back there and light up a joint. Nobody fucked with me. Nobody cared.
No.
You didn't see any. You'd see a bum sitting every once in a while drinking some booze, but that was before the heroin epidemic. So maybe it's worse now. I don't know. But the cops took the shit out of it.
The cops would arrest you for publicly urinating out in the streets. There's one time these cops arrested this hooker in front of the place I worked, found her needles, and just threw them out of her fucking bag and left them on the sidewalk.
Yeah, it's very professional of them. So some little kid can come along and step on them. Jeez.
Yep, exactly. They didn't give a fuck. But I was working at the strip club, so.
Well, dude, I think that sounds like a pretty nice job to have, actually. You must enjoy the view. Well, I mean, you're married, so, I get it.
It's okay. One of my most memorable strippers I seen work there.
So is your wife just cool with you working at the clubs? And she
this was before we were married.
No, what I'm saying is like, right, yeah, like, if you were like, when you're working at the strip clubs or whatever, like, and you would date other girls, would they be like jealous? Be like, well, you're looking at all these other hot women every night. You feel that kind of shit?
Yeah, dating was a lot of issues working in a strip club. Dating strippers was always complicated.
Yeah, see that? Yeah, that's I can imagine that'd be tough. If you work in a strip club, that's probably just the best way to do it. Just date one of them because they're not going to judge you for working at a strip club.
Oh no, they judge you the most.
Oh God, that sounds just like a mess. It was like kind of a fun mess, but a mess
You're
nonetheless.
better off. You're better off just having one night stands and offering the ones at your convenience and you what you wanted that night money, like another John. Just be
Right,
like, hold your tips, hold your tips. I just want to fuck you.
right.
No, bitch. I'm tired of your pussy. I'm taking tips from you tonight.
That's fucking funny. Well, like I said, yeah, I haven't done that. I haven't gone to strip clubs in quite some time, but I'm
You
not
ain't
opposed
missing
to
out on much.
Well, yeah, I've seen them, like I've been to them. It's just been a long time, but shit. I mean, if I'm with a buddy, he's like, "Hey, man, let's go to a strip club," I wouldn't be like, "No, absolutely not." Like, fuck it. I'm like, I'm not gonna be in there and spend all my money all night, but I'll go in there and have a couple beers. I don't give a shit, just to fuck around for like a little bit.
Hell,
Yeah,
most of these bitches will fucking drug you and take all your credit card information.
I don't know. I'm pretty good I'm pretty good at watching out. I guess just growing up out here on the south side, we got our scammers out here. I'm pretty careful about watching my drinks and shit like that. And,
They're even worse. They'll take selfies with you, and then
yeah.
they'll take your phone number and be like, "I'm gonna show your wife you were at the strip club if you don't start sending me money." Pay pig.
Well, that's the one thing about me. I guess that's good. It's like, yeah. If I had a wife, I definitely wouldn't be going. I just wouldn't go because, yeah, I wouldn't put myself in a situation where they could do that to me. I guess, yeah. But
This has gone weird. Anyways, it's 5 o'clock in the morning in my
yeah,
way.
man.
Probably
Well, hey,
8
man,
your way.
yeah, it's 7:02 here.
Yeah, I'm gonna head to bed. It was fun.
It was real fun, brother. Hey, just do me a favor, man. Just make sure make sure that when that new Warriors comes out, you get that issue because I think you're gonna like it.
Oh my god, I got a hard on for Snowflake. Oh, I'm squeezing it. Oh.
All right, God, well, hey, brother, peace, love, and God bless you, brother. I
You
look
too.
forward to doing this again. Anytime you'll have me, I will gladly sit down and chat with you, brother. I truly do enjoy it, my friend.
Definitely anytime, man.
All right,
Definitely
my
anytime.
brother, you
It's been a
peace out.
pleasure.